तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी याद 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 तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद 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 तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद
Let the dancing begin. Well, I didn't see that coming.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on over to the Mid-Atlantic Esports Clash here as we're getting ready to get into the nitty-gritty. We're over here at UMW, and we're ready to get into the action for today. My name's Travis. I'm joined here with Mechatronic. Mech, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling good. I think we both recovered from last weekend's festivities over at Purdue Northwest. A lot of casting hours done there, and we're going to put a bunch in more this weekend for you, but we're going to start with Valorant today, specifically the University of Mary Washington against Harrisburg University.
That should be a good showcase between these two teams. I'm ready to get into the action. I'm sure the players are as well. We had a little bit of a later start than normal because I do know that there were some tech difficulties over at the LAN, so they were making sure everything got set up on that one. Tends to happen, you know, it can happen in regards to it, but I am ready for some good old Valorant. We got to see how it was over inside of the Midwest. Now we're over in the Mid-Atlantic, and it should be for a very good time, especially because, like, these are two esports programs that should be very, very fun to watch, especially because you and me probably have seen quite a bit of Harrisburg just outside of this conference.
Yeah, I mean, so I casted through the entire Valorant season of the UCL Unified Collegiate League, and that season involved Harrisburg facing Columbia College, who we saw last weekend in the Midwest Clash, a lot. They were by far and away the two best teams in conference and even through playoffs, and they are incredibly fun to watch. This team is.
Oh, I agree with that. Got the pleasure of casting the grand final with them, and I'm excited to see what this squad is going to be looking like here. Over here, they are going to be starting off their efforts on defense against Harrisburg, so keep an eye out on it. Also, shout out to Diamond. Best calling card. Has the little cat with the little hat on, you know, best one.
Nah, Wide Joy.
Nope.
Yeah, I have the lore accurate calling cards.
I don't care. I see a cat with a witch hat. Bye. Instant.
You know what? I get it. I understand it. But not Wide Joy.
Okay.
As I said before, this is University of Mary Washington over on the defending side. Just a note for everyone watching today. There are two University of Mary Washington teams. I believe we will only see the A team on stream, but this is the A team that we are looking at here.
Yeah, so watching the A team go into it, they have two squads competing at the LAN that you are able to do, and I get excited every time I see it. But before we talk too much into that, check this out. There was a fortunate on the B and A. University of Mary Washington said, "Yeah, we run it C."
Yeah, because who goes
Go.
the long site? Right, and I'm being super serious here, right?
Planted.
C is such a choke point that if you're covering garage and you're covering mid and you're covering both bids of A, like, it's a really bad choke point on C. Huso's going to be able to go through first and get the first two.
Yeah, check it out, though. The Killjoy over onto the flank. They got a defense, got a KO out of back of that. Def finding Jesse off of the wall bang as well. You can see just shots firing out. But Huso going in there, getting the plays for the team.
Right.
Harrisburg University coming out on top.
Yeah, so we talked about last week how I literally wrote the scouting guide for Columbia College. I also literally wrote the scouting guide for Harrisburg University. And everything I said last week about the Yorhu player for Columbia College applies to Huso, who is a neon psychopath.
Yes.
Who will use neon to the full extent of neon, run around, slide around, will get right in your face with a shotgun if they've got one. They're buying the Guardian into this round, but they will be aggressive as all hell.
Yeah, and that's how you have to be if you're playing Neon, right? You need to get up in people's faces. You need to be sliding in, man. You got to get up in there. You got to hit them up with a swiftness. But right now, Jeffy hitting Def with a swiftness. Immediately popped him square in the face. A shot that can be heard around the map. University of Mary Washington, they're down one member now to start things off. And they are still spread apart. There's only 3 members there. 2 on A, 1 on the B flank. Phil's gonna get caught out.
Woo! Caught out, but then good. Straight back. Just a classic. Don't be able to get much more.
Round number 2. So
Last player
are
standing.
going to find yourself at that little
Spike planted.
deficit. Ian comes in, says, hey, yep, here's the wallet. Well, this is what it was able to buy for me. Up in heaven, 1 member of University of Mary Washington left remaining. Just trying to figure out a way in there. Saturn counting the rings. See if any of them lead to their success. They do not, as Shadow themselves that nice little kill.
A little conversation about this. There's a new thing in Valorant.
Mmm.
There's a regen shield now. You'll see it being bought by players like Diamond and Phil and Saturn. It functions vaguely the same way as light shields do on just 25 and not a full 100. It costs in between the light shields and the heavy shields, but it regens once it's been a bit.
It's the ultimate shield for the peekers out there in the world. They like to just like do those little tricky peeks. They like to do a little bunny hop around the corner to gather that information. A little bit of utility that they're able to get. I like that. You know, don't get to see different items get added that anybody can buy in the game like Valorant. But right now, what's getting added is the amount of iron in the diet.
Spike planted.
So they take another shot into the face. Def securing that one. Spike has been planted. Yet again, another successful rush. It did cost them 1 member as a tribute. And now they are being surrounded quickly. And oh my goodness, all the members are just falling down back to back.
Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Trades all over the place. Ian's the last one alive. He's still playing Killjoy, so he should have bombs, but he doesn't have any on the site. Nothing ready to throw. Death knows where he is.
Knows where he is encroaching, getting closer.
Not much health.
Just
Not me
tiptoeing,
bullying.
looking for it, but Ian's going to get the kill, gets the 3-piece to walk away with. He was tiptoeing too close to him, Mac. He was kind of
Use so many of those bullets just walking in though, just trying to bait Ian out, that once he got to where Ian was, once he got to, you know, do the little peek shuffle kind of shimmy there, he only had a couple shots, and if you're not hitting the first headshot there, it's really hard to do it. Ian's got the high ground on you. It's a little bit easier for him to hit the shot. He's gonna hit more body shots in there with more bullets and bullets, right? Like, it just becomes very difficult to win that fight when you only have a couple shots.
I see some Bucky gamers
Right here.
already, seeing them getting themselves ready to go, and in respect for the play, you can see Huso running in there, trying to slide on into the DMs. They get a nice flank off. Jeffy will get the wall bang. Huso finds in the shadows. Citron goes down. Harrisburg University firing on all cylinders. Just slow flank from Ian is so devastating. They have not figured out an answer for it just yet.
Yeah, but they know about it now. Phil and Death are just stuck. Like, what are you supposed to do if you're Phil and Death? I mean, I guess you can do a hygiene just walking through, but Ian knows where Phil is.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep shooting. There's no need to pray when you're spraying with that kind of accuracy. Harrisburg 4 up inside of this game here, showing exactly how good they are on offense. We see this time and time again from them every time that we have seen Harrisburg. We were talking about it in the regular season as well. Their offense is just so hard to contest with. They really are like the spear point of Valo when it comes down to collegiate. They will just find a weakness and they will jam everything from the spearhead to the shaft all the way in.
Yeah, they'll run you over. And they're gonna run over again on Z. Like, they will say, hey, we know you have a weakness here. That's cool. We're gonna continue to abuse it until we know better. Huso right there goes down, and that's gonna be a start of maybe we think about going somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Uso's head just got abused. That's a major bit of head trauma we just got to see. Jeffy going in with the Jones, just trying to get a little bit more information. 2 members are still remaining on C. Check out the slow pivot. The Killjoy moving over from Harrisburg to get better position onto A while the rest of them slowly rotate. It looks like they may be looking to contest mid here, and the turret will spot them out, so they have this free information. You can even see a little bit of the rotations as Jet, Phil, immediately moving over to reinforce B.
I'm not sure that they want to end up going B. Right? They just want to bait a lot of utility out and make them very unsure that if they want to go somewhere later, they know where they can go. Baiting those nanoswarm bots out in B opens it up. But this looks like a commit to A at the end of the day, and it's a 4-on-2 to
30
start
seconds
this.
left.
A little bit of that. Got that recon bolt spraying down with this. Getting a little bit of that work done
Spike
if you
planted.
can, but you're stuck inside of heaven. No vision to be seen. You're not seeing down below. Turret set up into the corner as well to be a bit of an annoyance. Harrisburg are down 2 members. University of Mary.
Good
Washington.
alt.
Last
Best chance
player
they got.
standing.
Oh, the loading.
Really, really good alt by the UMW breach. Jumps everyone off their feet, pushes everyone away. I really like that. It's a great play by them. Just to retake the site. It's 1 round. It's the start of something. They got to do a lot more here. They got to keep pushing, right? You and I don't particularly know how good this UMW team can be, but we know where the bar is for Harrisburg, right? We know where you got to be in order to beat Harrisburg, and they have a lot more that they can show here to keep going.
Well, I think the good thing is you did get to break up some of the momentum. So a great thing for University of Mary Washington, right? Like for us, we have that. Like you said, we know where the bar is on one team, and University of Mary Washington for us gets to kind of come in as the underdog in a lot of the scenario, just because of the lack of information that we had on them going into the series. Harrisburg is the type of team to prep. They're trying to do a different kind of rush this time. They're trying to rush down A, but check out how quickly they recognize this. I love seeing this from University of Mary Washington. Is a hallmark of a good team of how quickly they pivoted the moment they realized they are not rushing down. They are not sprinting C. They are putting down a... That's Killjoy's ult. Trying to... Okay, there. You got rid of the ultimate. Strength is gone.
Oh,
right there.
Jeffy!
That was kind of nasty.
I didn't know about that. I just really didn't expect Jeffy to get like killed there.
Oh,
Turns
okay,
around,
well,
well,
yeah, Jeffy said, hey, yo, you used it to kill my Killjoy's ult, I used it to kill your teammate. Jeffy been hitting them shots, been making sure they look clean. Spiked timer is ticking down. Ooh, University of Mary Washington needs
enemy
to make
remaining.
a forced play here. Bill was dropped. Diamond, the only one left. Can they shine bright in this moment?
looking in the wrong. That's just unfortunate. You look in the wrong direction. You're hoping someone's in cover. You can take the kill and go from there. But all through watching that smoke, it's really difficult. Hijinks has been a player the entire season that we watched Harrisburg that was kind of a bellwether for this team. If Hijinks was playing well, you know that this was coming through, right? You know kind of ahead of time that Ian and Jeffy and Huso are all going to kind of show up to the degree of their roles. But if Hijinks shows up on top of that, you start to get these like heads of Hydra.
Yeah.
That when you cut one off, when you cut Huso off in this duelist role, you still have three other players. Even Shadow's incredibly good. You still have so many other players who like can win you a
Phil. Okay, Phil,
Phil.
I see you. Popping off, said, hey, yo, start talking about me, put the spotlight on to me. Was able to get two before they fell on down. Great use there of Jet's mobility to set up the plays. And now, time to anchor down University of Mary Washington. At a tied up game in terms of the agents still alive. Looking for that pop. Hygiene getting the shot on lock on the death,
Spike
but Diamond
down
up in
A.
heaven. It's not something you can contest. As you can see, he's trying to
One
get in
enemy
there, roll
remaining.
out that thunder rail out the
Okay.
carpet. Gets on the iron, top fragger down. It is a 2v1.
Bit of an aggressive move right there. I like it.
Gotta be right. Spike is down, so they have information. They now know exactly where Hijinks is, and Hijinks is about to run into Diamond, who's over here in the corner. He's giving a little bit of teabag for good luck. There it is. Poke around the corner. Hey, yo, guess what? I'm right here. Diamond with the 3-piece. And a nice round win for the team.
That's 2 round wins. There you go. He's starting to build something here. Diamond really good that round, playing really selfishly on breach. But when you're that deep into a round, when you're three down, 3 on 3, you can play a little bit selfishly there. Do the rolling thunder jump out. You know someone's gonna get stunned by that.
Yeah.
That's a really good play. I really like that. The problem is they're winning these rounds not very certainly, right? They're not winning them very dominantly, so they still have money issues, right? You see Phil is going to use his ultimate plus shorty here. He doesn't actually have the ability to buy a rifle if he wanted to.
Yeah. With the ultimates available, University of Mary Washington do have more ultimates from themselves. But what you got for finger guns, huh? Huso coming in saying, there ain't no counter to it. Ian finds skill on the Phil onto the side as well, so that ultimate's not going to go onto the wayside either. Citron finds themselves Ian, so Killjoy on Killjoy, violence, but
Okay.
Diamond right out the smoke. There is no friends around you, only enemies. As
One
Huso
enemy
finds that
remaining.
pop very quickly, and Jeff yet again. So deadly. Harrisburg answering back swiftly.
I mean, you can't go against the force. So once Huso pulls that ultimate out, it is really difficult because he has the aim and the ability to move on Neon. I almost just said Zeri. The ability to move on Neon in order to actually get
My man's been playing a lot of
those
League
kills.
recently.
Same
I
voice
do
actress, man. I don't know.
I do remember the same character, right? Or discussion that happened. They dropped around the same time, you know, but no.
But yeah, no, Huso's got the movement and the aim in order to use that ult to its full effectiveness, so it's really difficult once he pops it to kind of do much about it.
Oh, you can hear Saturn's death call out from across the map.
Across the planet.
Ian getting the drop on the Diamond. Diamond doesn't make as much noise when he dies.
No. A little scratch, I guess.
Omens are a little bit
Player
dramatic, is
standing.
what I'm getting at as Hijinks finds death.
Okay. Citron.
Spike planted.
Okay.
Okay. What about another?
I think that's it, though. I don't
You got
think
another?
if you're Killjoy,
No. Give me another. And one more for the road. Looking to make a quick peek in, and a little shuffle in. Inside the cubby, there is a member awaiting. They're gonna get stunned, locked up, and knocked up. That is a straight up kill going on over Harrisburg, widen their lead.
What do you say,
We need
Lord?
a
Ready to
DJ
stretch your
Khaled.
wings?
Another one.
Another one.
Take a look at the scoreboard. UMW
Right
very
here.
even across the board, with the exception of Saturn, Harrisburg University. All eyes are on Ian here. It's not that he's incredibly above everyone else on this team, but he is 14-4 in a whole 9 rounds.
It's interesting because Ian's not been playing with the team at all.
No,
They've actually been, for the most part, playing like slow anchor pivot has been their role. Look at that. They just put the turret down just to peek and see, like, all right, are they there? Hijinks is going on a teleport, going on a little
Hijinks?
magical journey. They're going to find one. The information is known. They are behind. They will trade 1-for-1.
So, University of Washington breach
Spike planted.
on the flank here. Diamond looking right for Ian. Ian almost gets caught out. That was really, really bad for this Harrisburg University team. A lot of utility used to be push Ian back.
Knock up, good tap on the Iron. Good stuff from Diamond, who's had a very solid round for themselves. Defi puts an end to that. And we'll say I'll put an end to Def itself. Saturn now coming on
Last
around, but
player
they didn't check
standing.
Cubby,
Last
and that's
player
exactly
standing.
where Shadow hides. Jeffy finishes things off, the assailant, with a 3-piece.
Jeffy may have the crown for the best outlaw-specific player I've ever seen. This guy gets so many good outlaw kills.
Is.
there's no reason to buy an operator when you can just buy an outlaw and do what Jeffy's doing, right?
True. That's
It's
my
stupid.
that's my argument for whenever I buy the bucket.
There's no reason to buy the operator when I can do whatever I do with the operator with a Bucky.
Yeah, that's what I just said, yeah.
You're using a Black Ops 2 KSG. It's just a big slug shotgun.
Exactly. I gotta, a couple modifications here and there, Right now, they need to make a quick modification though for University and Mary Washington. Is this quick push into B side not normally what they would see? Cooper's actually just chilling back in spawn while this is all happening, saying, guys, go ahead, get your kills. I gotta drink some water.
I mean, it's really
Spike
difficult
planted.
for UW to get into the site when you're double smoked out. They've got 4 people in the site, right? They're really locked down here. They're not giving them anything. Huso finally gives them the smidge of something, a sliver, but takes Phil so quickly.
I am starting to move. As given the timer, they were counting down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ready or not, here I come. But they won't have anybody
Shadow.
to find. Shadow finding 3 in center.
You have yourself
Last
a
round
site
in
right
the
there. You
half.
have yourself a round, man.
Scary thing about Harrisburg University, you were kind of alluding to it earlier on because we have that familiarity with them, but the scariest thing about Harrisburg University is the fact that any round, one of these players can take over. They can be the star of a round very quickly, and it's crazy because they also can work very well together. They can coordinate very well together, but it's crazy how quickly any of these 5 players from Harrisburg can turn into that star player, and that's a very terrifying situation at University of Washington have to deal with. It's quick push. They're gonna get spotted out. Here comes the rotation.
You should run.
I mean, rotation should be quick. There's the
Spike
Killjoy
down
ultimate
mid.
to start. There is a Sova ult if they want to use it. They will. He needs to destroy it. But look, they're walking away from this. I love this.
Ult for an ult, but an op for a face. That is gonna be. That.
Oh no, he went for the knife.
Uso with the knife. Hey yo.
They're going A. They're going A.
Yeah, why not? Beeline over there. Who's gonna stop him?
My assumption would be UMW. Right, Harrisburg is on really low health. I think he's the only person with actual health.
Yeah.
And he has been tasked with. Yeah, he's been tasked with being the zookeeper right there in the middle.
Oh man.
Like combined 25 HP right now on Harrisburg.
Look. If he
Oh,
was
no.
a zookeeper,
Oh,
he's
no.
got some zoology going on at that moment in time. The knife is out. Uso once more. The blood, the knife, it thirsts for more. We're gonna throw out a couple arrow charges. You can see Huso
No.
is creeping
Last
in
player
here. They
standing.
don't
Oh, he
know.
looked.
Oh, the flick! Immediately, Diamond says, no. 3-9. University of Mary
Switching
Washington
sides.
pick up a win right before pistol round starts up. But
So why'd you stop walking, man? He started running at the last second there. That's what got Diamond off the spike, off the defuse to get that kill. If you just keep shift walking, man, you get that.
I think he got nervous about the spike. He didn't know how long he was on spike for, I guess. Like, that's all I can think of.
If you're committing to the shift walk that long, you commit the last bit. If you're willing to commit to losing the round because you shift walk all the way through B site, you commit to the bit.
My man, you know what? I respect it. Others might not respect as much, but I respect it. We can see pistols being picked up. Everybody getting ready for this next round of action. University of Washington getting popped. This is their time on offense.
Right, and here's the other thing that I want to talk about for Harrisburg University. It looks like there's a lot of individualistic plays that go on, that they get really good individual plays. But you can see right there that they have this setup in B that allows Huso to push forward to get the guy pushing towards garage, but he has cover from 2 other people there that are shooting towards mid. You see Phil is on like, what, 15 HP or so? And he was the guy in mid that was supposed to take Huso out, but they couldn't because he was getting shot from somewhere else. So not only is it really good individual plays Harrisburg University does, it is really good team and tactical plays that they use.
Shadows traveling.
Trying to provide cover for the team, trying to get this offense going. They've been losing members slowly but surely, and now
Last player
the web
standing.
has been cast and is looking to have a stranglehold all over University of Mary Washington. Uso giving a little show there. Ian was the one that finished off the kill. Harrisburg with all 5 members up. They are looking in a very confident state.
And they should be. Right? They have lost rounds. It's not that they haven't lost any rounds.
Yes.
But the rounds that Harrisburg have won feel replicable. It feels like they can do that again. They won the first, 5 rounds by just going C.
Yes.
They noticed an issue with the defense, and they took advantage of it.
Set up. You're a little blind here. Let's just go ahead and keep the push going. See that they scatter out evenly amongst each one of the sites instead. Is the tricky part about having 3 sites. Here we go. The fight around mid. B is the target. Ian's going to find 2 for themselves.
One enemy
Flick.
remaining.
Hygiene, though, finds 2 of their own as they trail on through. They're low on HP, but it's A-OK. Uso coming on in, sliding through. Saturn gets dropped.
The frenzy is a weapon in this game.
I'm out of here.
It
It is one of the weapons of Valorant.
It is one of the Valorant weapons. You are correct. Nobody can
Gotta go.
fight you on that. That's not a
No one can
statistical
debate me.
anomaly.
Gotta
Yeah,
go.
it's not a statistical anomaly. You're completely correct on that.
Double outlaw now on the Harrisburg defense side. Jeffy's got one. He's ready with it, man.
All get outlaws. That's the best way to do it. Phil caught up in a bit of a weird spot, but they got a judge. They're doing some judge gaming here. They're trying to slide on through, but playing to the range. Very smart from the squad. You can see the Jet trying to get a little bit closer. Just wanting to get in the range for that judge to shoot on off. Trying to get find
Spike
IG.
down.
Phil was able to find Shadow. Harris University of here in Washington. Doing some work, but Ian yet again a thorn in their side.
Yeah, you watched Ian just
Bomb grenade
slowly
out.
lurk into the back of the site and then right into them. It's a really good play from Ian. Huso obviously is trying to go for a knife because Huso. But you see Ian's there to make sure
Player
that
standing.
play like
One
that
enemy remaining.
isn't all over the
Gaming.
place. Nice win by Citron.
Yeah, finishing things off. Got him on the arrow there. Got a little bit crazy with holding down that trigger. University of Mary Washington, though, we're seeing a trend where it's just like they're disrupting momentum, right? But immediately afterwards, Harrisburg is picking up a win. They need to go on a nice long streak at this moment in time because look at that money, man. That money is not looking good. You kind of broke right now. You losing this
They're-
round.
Both teams are kind of broke though. Right, like Harrisburg does
Yeah.
not have like insane weapons. Now, a sheriff and an outlaw on any of these Harrisburg players is infinitely better than a vandal or an operator on me. But like against UMW players, right? That may not be enough. I stand
Peeking
around.
hitting them with the butt. Nice. Grabbing kills for themselves
Last
as
player
well. Jeff,
standing.
though, was able to get 2 taps.
Spike down.
in.
C.
Shadow gets a little bit of revenge.
One
Goes
enemy
down,
remaining.
but check
Okay.
out Citron. Said, you want to see an outlaw gamer? Let me show you what I got.
Citron is like one shot.
Outlaw gaming. The outlaw 1v1.
This is just gonna. They're just gonna sit here for a really long time. They're gonna go full time.
Yeah, none of them really have mobility, right? So it's like,
No, there's no mobility on either of them.
so it's just like, and they both know where Spike is, so they're both just gonna play Spike.
Shadow
But-
doesn't know he crossed.
Oh, oh, there it is. That
Calculated.
is the clutch, and finally, 2 consecutive rounds strung together. All it took was some outlaw gaming, baby.
Yeah, real. I may have been wrong. Jeffy may not be the best outlaw player. Citron showing me that he's got a claim right now. I won't say he's got it, but he's got a claim.
Claim. Passing it off, saying, "Hey, man, now it's your turn. I got another gun to go get." You know, that's how it be sometimes. Odin was picked up by Jeffy. So Jeffy's
Right
going to
here. Oh,
be
yes.
looking to do some wall
Right here.
hijinks. Look at this monster of a gun. He's waiting. There it is, baby. Boom. Down.
Oh, yeah,
He
Jeffy.
gets it. Or Citron never stood
I'm
a
outta
chance. And
here.
now
Round's
Huso's
ready.
going to find one of their own. Diamond getting dropped inside of the garage. And now you've got two trying to push into the long way of C. They're going to find one. Phil getting the kill with the outlaw that was granted upon them. Their living wish coming through. But Jeffy firing off some shots.
Spike
Trying
down.
to see if they can
Attacker
catch
spawn.
anybody on the retreat. They do tag one of the members. Their Sova has been dropped down very low. Def is in critical HP.
I mean, they're cornered in. What are you supposed to do here?
One enemy remaining.
Well, eventually get
Nice.
sprayed down through the walls, really. Yeah. Not much you can do. Like you said, you get put in the
Match
corner.
point.
Hey, timeout sucks, man.
Yeah, really. You did just get put in timeout there, didn't you?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. They said, oh, been a little naughty getting that clutch play like that.
Yeah, you're not allowed to.
Wall
2
bang,
rounds in
you
a
know.
row, not allowed. You're gonna put in
Yeah,
timeout.
yeah. Been a little naughty. Uh-oh.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Alrighty. Possible last round here,
What's this?
Possibly.
and
Match point for her.
UMW don't have the best of weapons.
Oh, but Jet does have the ultimate. See what they'll be able to do. Doesn't had a great time with those daggers, and Uso says, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and pop off here. They're trying to fire off a couple more shots, but for the two Stampede members, and here comes Uso with those finger guns. They go, pew, 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 my dude. Neutron finds the rotation. Iron. Diamond is all the way back in spawn, holding on to Spike for their dear life, not able to get anywhere. There is all the forces chasing them down. Finds
One
Uso,
enemy remaining.
looking for more.
Last player
Gets a
standing.
second, but they
Spike
can't do
down,
anything
attacker
from the hell
spawn.
of bullets coming out from the Odin. And Jeffy is just waiting,
Revealing
is
area.
lurching, is waiting for their moment. Peek that corner if you dare. He'll tear apart the whole entire wall.
Does Jeffy know about the
Initiated.
lockdown? No, not the lockdown.
Oh!
Doesn't matter.
Defenders win.
The
Direct and
moment
hunt.
that the Killjoy Ultimate's brought, he's just like, oh, there you
Not
are.
ready yet.
Anyway, now I will find you.
Now I will proceed to, unload the entire mag, But Citron having a good game for themselves from University of Mary Washington. I'm excited to see how their performance goes. We got to see moments from Phil, Def, Diamond. Saturn didn't really get to have too much to showcase themselves on inside of this matchup. It feels like the Omen just got shut down, really and truly.
Yeah, no, Omen did get shut down really hard. Phil was able to get into a lot of places early, and Saturn was like next man up in the entry pack, and it felt that when Phil couldn't get a kill early, Saturn just insta died after it. So it was really difficult for Saturn to do much once Phil couldn't get that. And then Citron's top of the chart because he was left in the same way Ian is top of the charts for Harrisburg, was left in so many clutch situations and situations at end of rounds where it was on him to solo and do that kind of thing on his own. Same with Ian. We saw it a couple times. We definitely saw it a couple times with Citron. I mean,
Those
think
slow
the Outlaw
pivots.
3K, right? Like,
Yeah, those slow pivots were nasty, right? Like just slowly, just swerving around on the back. Look, they had the least amount of first bloods on their team besides Shadow, and it's because they just stayed in spawn half the time. There was a moment in time where I swear they were counting to like 30, and then they're like, okay, now I can play.
yeah, exactly. That's like literally all it was. Is Ian was not part of the entry pack, and neither was Citron, and both were left in good situations towards the end of round, or situations where they had the ability to do things about it.
Oh man, I think this has been a good showcase. Harrisburg popping off could be big favorites inside of it. I'm pretty sure anytime Harrisburg shows up in any collegiate action, they tend to be favorites just because they have such an immaculate esports program. But that won't be all that we'll see from University of Mary Washington. Their A team is a team that we will see more of throughout the event, I'm sure. And I'm excited to see what I saw. I did see little bits there that were exciting. It's just Harrisburg is such a difficult team to get a read onto. It's a difficult team to prep for because they will just kind of like bum rush you on a site that you're not normally prepped for, right? Like we saw it. You brought it up earlier in the cast. Yo, they just bum rush C like what 4 times in a
4 or 5
row,
times
bat
in a
to
row,
bat, and then they were just like, all right, now we'll switch it up.
Yeah, exactly. I do believe the next game is Radford University against that same UMW team. I do not believe we are on the cast. I believe we have some UMW folks on the
Yes.
cast. So you'll see more of us in about an hour. But for
Yes.
right now, a quick break, and then you get to hear from the UMW casters themselves.
Take care and don't touch that browser, as we will be right back.
तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी तेरी याद में नहीं हाँ तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में नहीं हाँ तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में नहीं हाँ तेरी यादों का तेरी याद
How you guys doing today? I am Josh Friedman, joined by,
Zachary Belinsky from UMW.
and we have a banger for you guys today. We have Radford versus UMWA. They'll be playing, and we've got a somewhat of an interesting thing going here.
Yeah, because your brother is on
yes,
the team.
yes,
of
my
Radford.
brother is on the Radford team. I attend UMW, and it's gonna be a good one. I mean, a lot of people may be asking who I'm cheering for, and I will say there's a little bit of bias towards Radford. You know,
Yeah.
sticking with my family, but yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
I think it's gonna be an exciting game. Hopefully you are just joining us after the game of 18 versus Harrisburg.
Yep.
I believe we came off a somewhat swift loss on that for
It's
UMW,
unfortunate,
but
yeah.
you know what? Harrisburg's a great team,
They
and
are.
honestly, we're here having
good
fun
team.
around here, and also a little unfamiliar with maybe our 18 players. We at least are running. Oh wait, are we playing with Mello?
We
we
do
have Mello.
We got a little sub
okay.
in.
I was gonna say we were missing two our star players here, Mello
Yeah.
and Xander, but this time we're only missing Xander.
We
now.
are.
Filling in for him is Nebula or Phil M. So our star Sentinel player.
So for anyone else to know, my brother is Ayot. He's usually the controller player. He'll be playing Astra today. We are playing on Abyss. It is the newest map added to the game of Valorant. And what are your thoughts on it?
On the map, like my personal thoughts.
Yeah.
I am not a fan of this map.
Nor am I.
But
It's,
I don't know. I just don't know how I feel about it in terms of like how it goes for team play and
Yeah.
stuff. I think there's like, you know, obviously the whole fall off the map aspect. I think was
Yeah.
like a big thing in the beginning. I think it's
So
you don't see it as much now.
Almost
But,
pulling that from Overwatch.
oh yes.
I was gonna say, we both casters here are Overwatch players, so
Yeah.
we understand the boop off the map kind of the aspect of the game.
But yeah, what I'm expecting, I think for UMW, honestly, this is a pretty standard comp for UMW. Seen this before. Last time we played Abyss, though, we did not play this. I believe we ran something a little different. Trying to remember, I think we ran maybe a Killjoy. I think last time instead of a Cypher. Also coming off of a Cypher nerf, so I'm interested to see how that's gonna run.
Yep.
I think Cypher was still pretty dominant, however, so I'm not surprised we're still seeing him.
Yep. So heading into the game now, looks like UMW will be defending as Radford attacks. Looks like UMW usually does. I believe they look to attack first. Usually they like to attack. Maybe they like to defend, but
We're on defense this time. W, so I guess we'll see. Saturn as always on the Omen. That's our Omen controller right there.
and then so
If you have any knowledge on like Radford in terms of like what you think we're gonna see, I would,
Okay. I mean, I know for a fact that my brother is definitely one of the people that likes to frag out.
okay. Of course.
He does play a little more reserved since he's on that controller. But he is also IGL.
Yep.
They used to have a Radiant on their team, Shatter, who played tier 2 professional.
Oh wow.
He did graduate though. He's now one of their coaches. So I'm sure he's behind those players right now, supporting them. Match.
Oh wow. Mello out early with the sheriff pick. Dashing back. We get that orb for
Barely
almost for
gets out.
free. Almost for free. Took a little bit of damage there, but get out and I think immediately forcing Radford to rotate. Oh, I mean, this pistol round is always going to be quick. We're always going to be aggressive. I think UMW actually, I'd like to think that our pistol rounds are one of our specialties.
They are.
Yeah. We are very adamant, very aggressive, and very quick. And
Stay down.
wow, and that's
That was a
something.
tap
That's
from Mello.
another tap from
One
Mello.
enemy
Welcome
remaining.
back.
I know.
We missed you.
After maybe 5 minutes of warm up.
They don't get spiked now.
And you're done.
With Sanity unfortunately finding Mello. fully stunned. Diamond pushing up the smoke and gets him. And oh, Brandon actually got that one.
Right there.
Evan, that's going to be round 1 to UMW.
Really aggressive play right up the start, finding that first little pick, and the ult orb giving UMW a nice little lead.
I personally think that, I know you were saying you were kind of hoping maybe for a SmackDown for Radford. I think honestly it could go either way.
I do too.
Genuinely.
I think it's a 50-50.
I think it really is a 50-50. I think we could take this, 12 to 12 going OD.
I do
we
believe
really
so,
could.
yeah. Maybe late for your
I
game,
hope not.
which is at 1 p.m.
Overwatch game at 1. I believe to playing Glendale State first. So.
Down mid. Scattering.
Cover going out.
Gosh.
Oh wow!
the box and a
I
head.
think Saturn loves it
was
just for
gonna
that
say.
right there.
Good pick onto the Sova, denying any information gathering.
Now Spectre dash ready. He knows what's coming up.
UMW strong arming mid right now.
Mid control I think is really important too. I think it's a little slept on sometimes. But mid control is extremely important. I think in all maps. Unfortunately, Sandy's gonna find Saturn or the sheriff.
UMW almost has a pinch on Radford here.
Able to find one, find two!
Last
The outlaw,
player
that's
standing.
huge. Mello able to find. Oh my
Oh,
goodness! And
nice.
we just closed that out. Mello picking up 2 with the Spectre.
Really good patience by UMW there.
Yeah.
Just kind of blocking off a lot of the angles, information gathering without the Sova. Sorry, with the Sova. Pretty well done by UMW. It was a good round for them.
What I will say about even with UMW, as much as I was saying before that maybe we're not so used to playing without Xander as our Senti, we have actually played with a game with Phil M before, even subbing him in one of our mains. So I don't think it's too out of the blue for us. I think we're still used to it, and obviously still play with them in practice and stuff. So if anything, maybe a slight handicap, but I think Phil M will be able to lock it in here. He'll show out for UW and Rome getting destroyed immediately.
Opting to
Rotate, yep.
It saw that there was probably 3 on that side, and they were like, "We're good. We're gonna head to the other one."
But we have Cypher holding it down on A site. So
Mid.
Careful, the cage triggered.
Maybe a little too focused on that cam there. Gets picked. Now we're going to be playing retake here.
Pick down. Courtesy of Gecko's little buddy.
Slammer.
I know Thrash. That's all.
2 picks coming out from our being very much players.
We gotta play aggressive.
Last
We're gonna
player
make something happen.
standing.
Looks like instead of making it, we're gonna be breaking it.
Long.
So close to it.
No. That's gonna be round 3 going to Radford. Once again, this is
Yeah.
more likely gonna be a very
Yeah.
close game.
Their bonus.
Yep.
UMW's bonus. It looked like they did get 1 pick, so that's one person who is forced to buy a gun.
Yep.
Starting round 4.
Where are you?
They were going for a big split. 2 A, 1 mid, maybe 2 B.
Calling a default.
Spike
Information
on B.
gathering.
Yep.
Spike left down. B site.
Of course.
Looks like Radford does
For a
move a little
rotate
towards
here.
B.
Yep. I think maybe fake a rotate over, or excuse me, make bait UMW for a bit of rotate.
UMW able to play passive on B because of all the stuff we're saying. Got the trips. So goes out.
Gonna plant spike.
Buddy.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has targets.
Plant is gonna make it.
No, barely.
Oh, barely.
Good spray down.
That was a good ping from UMW right there, getting a spray.
I have the spike.
Like little jockey from Ghetto getting communication. Sadly, getting caught by.
Spike planted.
Oh, I'm gonna be falling. Wow.
Number 2 down.
Last player
Two.
standing.
My ult's ready.
Nice shots by Mello. Oh, the double.
Unfortunately,
That was not.
that was
Melo's looking good right now.
Mello
I
is.
think he's one of those players maybe Radford needs to
Watch out for.
Yeah.
I mean, truly, he's 6-3 right now. So I don't think you're far off the mark with that. And Mello's our newest player actually for UMW. Our star player, as I call him, our little freshie.
Yeah, all the way from California.
Yeah, we picked him up from Cali,
Mm-hmm.
and he came over, he played, and we made it all the way to Grands. Unfortunately, UMW was not able to take a Grand Final, but it was still an incredible season, and I think it was just really fun to watch our players like finally shine again.
Yeah.
And really, just do what they do best.
100%. Mello opting with the knives here on a save round, playing it really aggressively. Like Radford may know that someone's heading down here.
Shot my wingman.
Down.
Yeah, immediately contesting the plant, getting it, canceling that. Oh, spike to the top there. Ooh, big shot dart actually. Wow, that was.
Spike down
A lot of
A.
utility.
I know exactly where you are.
We're getting
coming through.
a
Can't
bit of
use
a
that yet.
like,
Can't use that blocking vision.
from Radford, forcing
Right
death to
there.
peak. Unfortunately, getting
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, one. Gets traded. Good round. Good trades. Peaks. Good util usage from UMW though.
Oh, really? Another part where someone like Death, I think shines as well. Big Sova player, like that is his thing.
Yep.
Viper on occasion. Viper is actually his, I guess, original
Right
name,
here.
but Viper is pretty situational. So you're gonna see a lot more of Death on Sova
Right here.
here. And, I don't think it says anything less about him though. He is.
Yeah.
I think he still plays incredible Sova. And does I think he uses util pretty efficiently.
Deploying drone.
It may be a little slept on
Yeah.
from some people.
Kind of a selfish player when it comes to util. Like running the Odin.
Yeah, but
What divided?
I can't knock him for it. It works. I'll fix what ain't broken.
Spike
Playing
planted.
back a site. Not gonna contest that plan.
Bird set up. Has the Astra ult. Myself half the site. Bang for the smoke, trying to find something. A little bit of an advantage. Traded. Where are you? Two. Number
Enemy down.
Number fronting 1. 1080 traded.
Pulling them in.
It's gonna be
One enemy remaining.
Right there.
round 6. Yep.
Well done by Radford. They've got a really good post plan.
They do. Yeah, truly. I mean, as soon as we need to play retake right there, and especially on that site
Yeah.
right there, where you can just play back, and when you have someone like Astro who can just, I mean, have the entire ult fall
Yeah.
off half the site, and then use the poles and smokes and stuff, it's definitely extremely hard to retake there.
Also, having the free plant from the get-go,
Yeah.
that helps a lot because that's one player that you don't need to risk the
Right there.
lives of. It means that 5 can watch site rather than 4. 4 angles able to be watched.
Need that back.
So maybe UMW's
Taking that back.
Just filling it out. Bradford,
mid with the sheriff.
like I said,
I guess he's
really
feeling confident.
aggressive.
Yeah. Oh, unfortunately, it is going to cost him.
Falls to insanity. Diamond with a shotgun.
Diamond with the bucket. This is a, we'll say Diamond is a very big Bucky user, actually.
He is.
Saw him a lot using it in our season.
Mhm.
And honestly, one of my favorite things is when he uses it. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, everyone likes it.
And we may be hearing a bit of booms if there's an Elim with the Bucky, there will be a really loud boom. I'm
Cage trigger.
gonna warn y'all now.
But it goes down. Boom. Nice shots.
It's good shots. I mean, hey, this is a little bit of a save round.
Spike planted.
Buying to buy pistols. So So
Just looking for a couple picks.
flank here.
Kennedy.
Yeah.
He's gonna get him. Is he just inside the smoke?
Oh,
enemy remaining.
that was it. Unfortunately,
Revealing
Diamond
area.
also caught by it. Just in time. Oh,
Unfortunately, Diamond was trapped there. Nothing he could do. Just a classic to his name. Hopes and dreams.
your brother finds him right
does.
there with the classic.
Oh, he's always there for the eco Ks.
Of course.
I
Take him where you can get him.
Go to the Astro Form.
Anything to have stats.
Bad stats. I don't think he'll need it.
What are we looking at
Overall-
right now?
Overall, I still think it's a pretty even game, at least numbers wise. Maybe not from Phil M. I'm gonna only say that just because I'm allowed to say.
Scanning ahead. Right here.
Round 8, starting out. W playing a little more aggressive.
There we
mid.
go.
Good pick from Diamond right off the back.
Wow, good move from Sutter. That's right there.
Bradford finding themselves 2 players down. Working way up. Oh, he's on his tail.
Oh!
Oh, he's on his iPad.
It's on his iPad, unfortunately, and that's gonna allow them to
Spike
plan.
planted.
Yeah.
One enemy
Even
remaining.
though-
Scanning ahead.
Oh, got a lot.
And
Dizzy's up. Somebody's there.
Oh yeah, okay. 1v2 situation. Gecko against Jet.
One enemy remaining.
I'm good.
Finding the can be destroyed.
Oh, it
He does
can be. He
destroy
has the
before.
Odin.
4 bullets left.
Saw you, Mosh.
Taking a little bit of time here, probably gonna blow.
good mosh.
A lot of util, so there's the Odin spray.
And unfortunately, that's gonna be it. He plays time.
Let's get it.
Concentrate, Soba.
Does he have enough time?
Oh man.
I don't think he does.
No,
he does not.
Clutch.
Unfortunate. Really good start to the round for Mary Washington.
No, it was. It was a really good start.
2 picks
I do
off the bat.
I do yeah, really though, and I also think that in terms of how we're playing, might be adapting a little bit more. We just can't adapt to this comp. We don't see a lot of Astra. We don't play against a lot of Astras. We only played against them one time,
Yeah.
actually on Abyss as well. So it was a very interesting play, and you don't see it too often right now. So
Also, I will have to say, Bradford is doing really well. They I was talking to some of their teammates before, and they said that they felt really good. They said that even though there was a 4-hour drive all the way from Radford to
You are divided.
even though they didn't get much sleep, that they were still feeling it. See you here. Good pick onto Saturn from Kennedy.
Spike
Bradford
planted.
already being able to play post plan.
Ball coming through. Up on the flank. Give them a little bit of information.
Enemy.
Have what? Second. Shot from film. And he traded.
Great. Reach all coming up. Flash out.
Last player
That's
standing.
able to find him though. That was a 1v3. Diamond shine bright. Unfortunately, Kennedy's gonna be a little brighter. Yep, 3 for that round and round 1 Bradford.
Bradford again. It's the post play that's really good enough
Yeah.
there. Should have had a timeout
Coming
started
from
by death.
Yeah.
I think the big thing is retakes from UMW.
Yeah.
They're having a hard time retaking.
Maybe
just because of
also
that
just a
post-plan.
rotate thing too, right?
Mhm.
Maybe we gotta rotate a little quicker. I think that also just comes from a place of, you don't want to over rotate. You kind of want to make sure you have someone anchoring, right? It's like anything can happen. You can have someone playing maybe a bit of a lurk, and then they can get a flank off. Wow, we got an
Oh, yeah.
incredible look at
If you guys didn't know what Astra looked like, that is what she looks like. Just to let y'all know.
There we go. Yep, that's the angle we're looking for.
Yeah.
If you didn't know she had a piercing, she's got a couple.
A few.
She's got a few. Got one in the nose there. Got 3 piercings in the ears there for each.
Man,
This
I
is-
could not get a piercing, man.
I-
I
no?
feel like it would hurt, no?
Of course it would, but like, I don't know. I'd only get it in my ears, honestly. That's all I'd get.
But yeah, so In fact, I think what UMW's problem may be is that it seems like they're slow to adapt. Radford's kind of doing the same thing over. They send in Gecko, Gecko's little buddy, just to plant. And they play close plan.
They play post plant. Talking is hard. It's okay.
It is. But here we are. Into round 10. Number 2 finding two. The name checks out.
The name is checking out. Diamond, however, is our UMW's very own 4K demon.
Yeah,
Is what we call him.
4K demon.
So
Can never get the last one, but can always get the first 4.
no. Recently, Saturn's actually been stealing that title away from him. So I don't know, Diamond. You may need to reclaim that back, and let's see if you can do it this round, maybe.
Really interesting from Radford here. It seems like they might have read that there are still more players on A, opting to play a little slower.
Yeah, even if they know Cypher. As long as they know Cypher's still on site, maybe. Unfortunately, Cypher's gonna go down, Phil M. Diamond able to just plant a little bit.
Spike planted.
Here with Marshall.
Last player standing.
But unfortunately falls to number 2, able to find number 3.
Yep.
For this round.
There goes Gecko. That's one of the things. Just right before the round ends, just jump right off the map.
Also wanted to mention we have regen shields now. Don't
I
really
should
know how much
probably
that's
place some stars in the
playing
astral
to
plane.
effect here. Honestly,
Should.
wasn't too sure about how regen shields were gonna play. The only
Right
thing I
there.
really think that
Right there.
might be it is a little interesting in terms of their interaction with is with mollies. Since it only chunks shield health before doing any actual health damage first, and then is regen for a pool of 50. So
Sandy.
flex for y'all there.
Mine barely gets out.
Hello dashing.
My eyes are down.
Opting for a bit more of an aggressive push. And that's again, and Melo's gonna be able to find him, but fall for it. But that Cypher pick is still huge. Post plant, a little hard to play.
Get out of my way.
Why destroyed?
Also good There's that. There he is.
Still have spike down. Delayed planning. He's used how wisely. Using the drone. Not willing to risk his life.
Spike planted.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
That's Saturn one.
Annihilated.
Okay, that's
Nice
one.
shots. Well, off angle.
Guess we'll find out. 1v3.
It's
just the wrong time.
Kennedy on the off ankle, able to bring down Saturn.
Last round before the
Again,
switch.
another good round from Radford, playing one player down off the rip. UMW was able to find that pick right off the bat, but unfortunately was unable to pick up the round. Last round, the half. 9-2 is the score. Mary Washington behind by 7. What do you think going into the next half? What do you think is the biggest thing UMW might have to change?
For one, I do think. Would you say this map is attacker side?
I mean,
I
right
think-
now Radford's making it look like it's attacker
Attacker
side.
sided. I like to believe this map is. I don't know. I like to think this map
Shadows traveling.
not too sure what the. Not that I think that has that necessarily plays, but a lot of the time you might see when we switch sides, especially where I think UW has shines a little more on like more aggressive stuff. And all that. Excuse me, sorry. I lost my train of thought right there. But I think UW might shine a little more.
Oh yeah!
Monster on the loose!
Nowhere to run!
Saturn getting caught by
Spike planted.
Finding 2.
Last player standing.
Our own Soul, may as well use it.
Here's out for the Guardian, making his way down mid. Sandy.
Thrash isn't
Look at the
done
last
with
pick,
you.
bringing the score to 10-2.
Switching
Radford
sides.
up by 8.
Yep.
Really good half by Radford. Seemed like they had that. They had their attack down.
They blocked that. It seemed like it might have been a bit more even toward that. Wow.
Oh.
Oh, for the beginning. Toward the beginning there, might have been a bit more even, but I don't know. Radford seems to have just the play style is a little different. Maybe it's just a bit. I'm not sure, but either way, Radford is really shining through here, and honestly, they're proving themselves.
I mean, some good scores up here, right? 10-3 from Insanity, Tenedy, 14-5. I feel like he's going for the sheriff here. He's looking for the headies. So is number 2. W forcing their way.
Blocking sight.
Really quick round. Attaching over. Oh, dinks the Astra behind
Yeah.
the Sapphire. That's a Valorant moment. That's good damage onto the AI.
Honestly, a wise decision.
He has bomb.
I'm not sure.
Spike down A.
Taking the plant.
They know it. I know what we're up to.
Nice shots from Death and Diamond.
One enemy remaining.
Diamond able to pick
Another
up his
good.
second.
We're down to 1.
DC? Oh, a Gecko DC.
Oh no.
That is extremely unfortunate.
Huh.
Yeah,
I was
that's...
wondering where it was.
I was gonna say I was
Yeah.
looking for him, and I probably should have looked at the minimap more, but
Looks like Death here might get a free ult charge.
I believe they'll know. I think if they look at the tab and you see if their ping is moving, you can see it. So I'm not sure for
Like
team.
UMW knows yet.
Well, I mean, hey, play it how you see it. I don't know.
Hey, well done for Mary watching, right?
All right, that's
I mean,
round 13, and
It just seems like UMW just has really good pistol rounds.
I-
It may have
yeah.
been a 4v5, but still, it was a pretty decisive win.
yeah, like I said, Philly was pretty good with pistol rounds, but I don't know. I like to think UW does pretty well later, but so far Radford's been showing that might not be the case.
Yep.
All right, so we're going on pause right now because of the player DC.
A little
So,
tech pause.
just a little technical issue. It happens, you know. We got a lot of PCs.
We do
here
have a lot of
tonight,
PCs down there. Yep. We set them
and-
all up last night.
Yeah,
It was a nice, maybe 2 to 2.5 hour process,
something
but
like that. Yeah,
it was good. We had a lot of hands.
Yeah.
So it was definitely not as long as it could have been.
No, thankfully. I was a little bit scared that we may not be able to set up as early as we wanted to.
Right.
It looked like it was going to be turned into this morning that we got to
Yep.
do it, but thankfully most of it got done last night. And then obviously we had a lot of help this morning still
did.
getting everything else underway. So big shout out to everyone who helped
Yep.
tonight.
Thank you very much, especially from the unified staff helping us out, directing us as needed. We appreciate them allowing us to host it. And thank you for allowing us to commentate this game.
Yeah.
Especially, I'm sure everybody at home is happy, and it seems like we might be being thrown back into the game.
Here we go.
All right, everything looks fixed.
Maybe. Okay, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
there
he's
we
moving.
go,
Yep,
he's
all
moving.
right.
You see movement.
Got him back. Unfortunately, did cost. Unfortunately, did cost him a round.
Yeah.
But you know, we play on. The game must go on. As they
Must.
say. So,
That's a camera and a half. I don't think I've seen that camera.
I saw it. I think coming out from Phil.
Okay.
Or no, he put it up on a separate spot. Actually, he did it. He had that exact cam earlier when he was playing attack. Actually, so maybe a little lower, but opting for an A side push here.
On a buy round. Yeah, playing aggressive in the smoke.
Oh wow, a stun through and Death is able to find him, and unfortunately,
Saturn.
Harvey not able to find Saturn. Is now head down. Because he's coming out. They're going for it quick, as you should on
Player
this
standing.
save round.
Death finding 2. And I
Wow.
believe he was blind.
Maybe.
So-
I'm not sure. But Diamond was able to pick up the last, and UW still got Spike down, so
Yeah.
that's gonna bring a little bit of extra credits
Like
already on the win for the buy round. So
UMW showing a little bit of life here again.
Yeah.
It was their buy round against UMW's save.
Me, Radford.
Right up front. Oh, yep. Radford's save. Yeah, again, UMW has a really good pistol round. It kind of reminds me of old TSM where they would just win every pistol round, but when it comes to the rest of the game, I don't know about that.
I don't know about the rest of the game.
But we'll see here. If UNW can get this round here, that'll be huge for their economy as well as spirits, their morale.
Yep.
Death.
Methods.
Starts to smoke just because of last round. Shows a little bit of presence A. Maybe trying to find a rotate.
I also forgot to mention. I keep mentioning the patch changes, even though I'm sure most people are familiar with it by now. But also a Phantom buff. So.
Yes. It's my favorite gun. You should prefer the Phantom.
I think it is sluck on. I'm gonna be real. The Phantom is very good. I think it should be used.
Oh, smoke going up. Oh, still in.
Spike down B.
Off of the dash. That may have been botched a little bit, but it's okay.
Trades coming through. Down one. Oh. Hello.
One
Unfortunately,
enemy
because of that
remaining.
gun, did lose that fight.
Wow.
Diamond, last
Diamond.
player left.
Team Ace.
Bit of a back foot there. Gets spotted, so he's has to play very defensively there. Unfortunately, got absolutely pushed.
Was there bonus? Was there bonus? And they still down two.
Yeah, I believe so.
So, not bad. Forcing insanity on the
1 second, peep.
the,
I gotta visit the astral
the
to
half
play
armor
some
here.
stars.
down to 0 credits. Death also down to 0. It's like Africa does get that round, bringing their lead to a bit more.
In theory, in terms of economy and in terms of weaponry and loadout wise, this round should game.
Like I said, it's a 50-50.
I truly believe that they did.
Bradford right now is
They have better odds. Looks like on this point.
obvious.
So
seems like they've won a couple more.
I must wait a moment.
Hello.
Hello, always quick on those
Mine.
attacks.
Oh,
Spike
finds
down
two.
A.
Unfortunately.
One enemy remaining.
Diamond quick on the
Oh, 3 players.
dizzy destruction, but 3-player swing. I mean, you got to start tapping heads.
Match
Unfortunately,
point.
Diamond's not able to do so.
Again, really good round from Bradford, shutting down that push into A site. Looks like UMW definitely is on the back foot here, trying to find something. Looks like we have a couple
Got
of the regen
Spectre
shields.
plays, yeah. 3 Spectre, 3 regens.
UMW low on credits, low on kills, low on rounds. RU Kennedy is just kind of having a field day out there.
Off your feet!
Like the retro comes through, hello in, classic. Still being traded. After real life, and then he finally will.
Dizzy's up. Dizzy has target.
Nova ult is kind of able to find Mellow. Diamond
traded.
Diamond trading number 2 for it. Light post plant. We also have Sova ult, or
Right
UMW
there.
also has Sova ult. So we're gonna be playing off that for post plant, I think.
A little bit of time here. Information.
Standing
Until out. Diamond finds one.
Finding
Finding 2.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, 4K Demon, as I
To
said
get the other one.
before.
To get the last one.
One
Diamond gonna
enemy
get the
remaining.
face,
He doesn't, the
unfortunately, is
4K
shut
Demon.
down. Also, Arfi took out Death Sova, so
triggered.
I think we're just Saturn here, and on
Oh,
the spray through the blind, catch Saturn, and that is going to be game for Rad.
Clutch.
Really?
That was
decisive
really
game.
well
Really good game by
Decisive.
Cypher too.
I
Really
always
well
play
played.
high stakes.
Never
come back.
Both incredible
I
performance
will
from both
teach you
sides,
apart.
really. Like we said, that could have been anyone's game, and I
Yeah.
think Radford just was able to show out there.
Kennedy, RU Kennedy having a really good game, going 20-9.
Yep.
I mean, couldn't ask for much more.
No.
Maybe a little bit of a Sova diff there.
Just maybe a little bit.
It's a little one. But really, hats off to both teams. They
Always.
did really well. Radford obviously finding that W. Just one match between those two. And yeah, what do you think?
I think it's I mean, always happy. Thank you for joining. Obviously, Radford, thanks for coming out here. And playing games with us and just having fun. Truly like an incredible time. I think our favorite thing ever is just like especially getting able to get together like
Exactly.
this, hosting this event.
Oh yeah.
Like playing at home, and it's just a great time. I think
It
for
is.
both sides.
Oh yeah. It's a nice. Always UMW and Radford have always had a small rivalry,
Oh,
especially in Fortnite.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, Fortnite they have a beef and a half.
just a little.
Yeah,
It's pretty big, but
yeah, it is.
um, all love,
Of course.
as always. Yeah,
Yeah,
appreciate everyone.
yeah.
Thank
you
you
very
for
much.
letting us cast, of course.
Of course,
I'm
yeah.
sure your parents are excited just to see that.
Yep, both
Um,
same brother, son.
Also, just happy to have you back on like stream
Oh yeah,
and
thank you,
just
thank
here
you.
again. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm happy to be back. All right, we're gonna head to a break.
Yep.
Upcoming. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Yep, of course. Appreciate it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to the Mid-Atlantic Clash over here at UMW. My name's Travis C. I'm joined here with Mechatronic. Shoutouts to the casters coming in from UMW that were over there giving us some of the wisdom and whatnot. But we're back at it for our third and final game of Valorant on the day.
Yeah, we're back as Radford University versus Harrisburg. I don't know if we, like the casting desk, actually saw this match during UCL, but I'm certain it happened. I'm pulling it up over on the side right now, but Radford University, I believe, ended roughly in the middle of the pack. Harrisburg right on top, right below Columbia College. So this should be a fun match to watch.
Yeah,
Both teams played each other at least once.
Yeah, no, it should be interesting in that regard for sure. Bradford is going to be looking to see what kind of offense they could mount here against Harrisburg. Harrisburg, like we were talking about before, if we're going to paint a picture, where Harrisburg is undeniably, I believe, a favorite inside of a tournament. They just tend to be a favorite because they have such an illustrious esports program. But Radford, you know, they're no slouches themselves, so they're going to be looking to clutch it up. We're on split this time around.
So they did play each other.
Yes.
Radford University finished the season 3-3. The Storm finished 5-1, again, only losing it to Columbia College. When they played, it was a 2-1, and they played between Bind, Abyss, and Haven. So this is none of those maps.
None of them. You're absolutely right. However, something important. Tenedy. Great. Got that great one. Like that. Very good name, say. Has the cat call sign. Just saying.
He's also
Sign of
been
greatness.
one of the best players for Radford. Number two's the other guy to like really look at. They've both been really, really good. I expect them to continue being very, very good.
Well, number 2 was underrated character in Kids Name, codename
Kids Next Door, yes.
Yeah. Number 4 was my favorite though. Sorry, you had to find out this way. Number 2.
I'm gonna be honest. I know they were all numbered, but I couldn't tell you which one was which.
Number 4 was the blonde with the bowl cut. Who
The
was like,
football head-shaped guy. That was number 1.
yeah. Number 1 was football shaped bald guy. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The one with the blonde hair that was really stupid, but was like, I'm good at doing things. I don't know. He was cool.
All right. Split. I haven't cast a split game this entire year.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
No team wants to play split, man.
You know,
No one likes
I hit some nasty clips on Split. It's a fun map for me. I enjoy this map.
I'm a big Split fan, but like
Yeah.
no one else is.
Oh, really?
Apparently.
Sounds like you need to split up from them.
And so we see Harrisburg University taking a little bit of mid presence here. Trying to see what they can do. Radford University doing the same. That's one.
Yeah, I like the pacing of this. Pretty slow, pretty methodical. This is more traditional to Harrisburg. You can already see the pops coming in. 2 frags for 1. They're gonna push in, but Insanity's over here. Gotta reload the gun, unfortunately for them, though. Hijinks finishes things off. Then the
One enemy remaining.
side is gonna get dropped. A hole added to the hat. And now it is only this lone omen for the side of Radford.
Yeah, it's a quite open plant Hijinks is going for, but he'll get it down nonetheless.
Oh, it gets caught onto the grapple the wire going down. So we'll get dropped. This does lead me into my next question for you, actually. Do you prefer offense or defense on this map? Since it is like the one that you haven't gotten to cast, but I'm actually curious on what your preference would be.
I prefer offense. I feel like so this map, similarly to its name of Split, I feel like both sites are very easy, not the right word, but conducive to making split approaches, right, between the main and the extremities. Whether you're on B going through Heaven and main in the same way, or whether you're on A gonna go up the ramp and then into Heaven and then through main as well. So I think it's really good for offense. I think it's a little bit harder for defense to watch that kind of stuff. I like seeing interesting different picks on this map. For a while you were seeing like Bremen Omen on this map, and now you get a little bit more Viper. And so Smokes have kind of like done some different learning on this map, and I enjoy that. As it's gone through, we've seen some new additions of how people want to look at defense and offense on this map.
Ever-changing thing. It changes based off of the players. One thing that doesn't change is Jeffy hitting people upside the head with an outlaw. That just is consistent throughout every single game you're in. It doesn't matter the map. Radford University now down a member. In Harrisburg, this slow, methodical push. You can see them just slowing down the pace. I really prefer this kind of tempo when you're moving through the map. You can see them kind of clustering together. Here comes that big push, though.
Big push. Not finding much. There's the first find. Hijinks takes Arfie out.
30
Hijinks
seconds
gets
left.
Arfie by Ian. Gets trapped on the back end on the rotation. Insanity took out a couple of members. Hijinks said no more in this one. 3 on the name for Hijinks. As they're looking for that last member. They have an idea of exactly where number 2 was. Remember, they had a little skirmish with him in the mid. They're playing with the grapple right there. Just giving a little bit of some sound cues to mess with them. Now they got to fight a war on 2 fronts. They're going to get sprayed on number 2, finding Huso. But Hijinks finds the 4K.
Having a goofy, funny, haha time over there is
No
Hijinks.
peeking. Right here.
Silly.
Little
You know.
teehee silly. Clove already has ult. We've done 2 rounds.
Yes.
And I'd like to note Clove has one of those 8 kill ults.
Yes.
This is not the Cypher that needs just a couple frags.
Yeah,
Well, now
yeah.
it's 7.
Oh, 7, yes.
They've nerfed Cypher a little bit.
Poor Cypher.
But still, 8's a lot.
No, 8 is a lot, but for Hijinks, it's just another number. Already got 7 kills onto the board. They're sitting comfortably at the top. Look at this defense on center here, actually. You got 1 deep in B trying to look over long, but you got 2 members dedicating to try and keep any kind of hard push onto B, while the other 2 are just chilling here, watching the long ways over here onto A. Yet again, this slow approach from Harrisburg, not uncommon for us to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you want to play mid here. You want Raze there to be able to deal a bunch of damage and try and rush you. But you want the Viper there to be able to use the orb, be able to put the wall up for A, and be able to just control the area generically, right? So you generally kind of play mid. You used to play a Sage here in mid and have them put wall up. But Sage wall is really expensive, and it doesn't work later in rounds the same way a Viper smoke will the same. So the meta's kind of shifted a little bit. Ayat's seen the first member though.
See the push coming in. This is for Harrisburg. They make a decisive push, but that decisive push is a calculated risk that's being exploited.
seconds left.
Hey, finding so many frags there. Insanity there to back him up.
Last
They
player
have the
standing.
spike down. Only one member of Harrisburg is still around and kicking, but isn't kicking for long, as Radford University will take their first round inside the game.
Yeah, so we see Hijinks using the ultimate there. So ultimate means that they're not going to have it for a little bit now. They are already on 2 out of the 8 needed, but it's still really a big tool to lose this early in the game, especially since you got it so early. You kind of use it for nothing there. Yeah, it feels a little bad. It's not like it's not necessarily a bad thing. It will not necessarily screw up the whole game or anything, but it's not what you want to see is one of those like ults that doesn't do anything.
It's not ideal, for sure.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Yeah, but based off of the way that Hijinks has been playing, they'll get it back very shortly. Remember, it only took them 2 rounds to be able to get those. So if they're feeling themselves, if they're red hot, we've seen Hijinks be a player very momentum based. Shadow taking a good amount of damage there. Did not appreciate any of that.
No, and you don't, right? You're smoked out just because of that Cypher Cage. Nice kill by Ian on number 2. Couldn't see anything there. Are you gonna expect Arfy? I think the answer is probably no.
Tripwire there. They have a general idea, and they pop them on the back end of it. They had a general idea, and the gamble pays off. Tenedy finds Huso. Radford down a member in comparison, but
well, are they really down a member? Because Shadow is on an HP or so. Like
yeah.
that Sky over there is on like a sliver of health, and Sky can't heal herself either. So,
I mean, I'll say Valorant is one of those games where all you gotta do is take one clean headshot. It's still a variable thrown into the midst, but 1-for-1 trade. Still bringing in the pain. Spike has been planted A deep into the corner. Here comes the peek around. Hijinks goes in and grabs 2 on the peek.
Straight up a good peek. Like, you use the Sky to your advantage there. You use the dog to spot him out. And Hijinks just peeks the corner. Hijinks is the hot hand. You want to feed it to him. It's just like in the NBA where the second you see someone hit 2 or 3 threes in a row, you start feeding them the ball. You want to get them the ball. I would be surprised if we don't see the Valorant version of a heat check here in a minute from Hijinks to see what the limit is.
Yeah, I mean,
10 kills in 4 rounds is a lot.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, no, it is absolutely right. No, you don't normally see double digits get hit here, but when you got a player of the caliber of Hijinks, it becomes a commonplace. Harrisburg University looking to gather their resources up. I like this approach. They'd like to send a majority of their members mid, and then they send 1 out to A, 1 out to B, and they kind of just run feelers for a little bit to try and get an idea of exactly what they're thinking about running, where they're planning on going.
Yeah, so this is the concept of the default that we see in tax shooters a lot. This is the default round. You don't have a set play. You don't have you may have like we'd like to end B or we'd like to end A, but your entire goal here as you play the round is we want to see if we can get a pick somewhere, and then we're gonna use that pick to our advantage. Oh, you get a pick A? There's only one guy there. Let's swarm A and continue with that. Same for B, right? And it could be said that you do the opposite. You get a pick A. Okay, they'll have some rotations. Let's go to the other place. But what it means overall is that this team is kind of just functioning on where can they get the duels in their favor. Number 2's getting a lot of duels in their favor. Up until then.
Got a couple duels in their favor, but anytime you go against Hijinks right now, it seems like you're just at a disadvantage statistically. Hijinks has ultimate yet again. Timeout is coming in. I like this call from Radford University, as this is, in a way, a heat check from them, a way of possibly cooling them down. 1 minute, each teams get to talk to each other, kind of figure things out, and this gives a little bit of time for Radford to kind of, be like, all right, yo, how do we pump his brakes?
Not only that, but it gives Harrisburg a minute, right? So I don't think I've talked about this season, but timeouts are a double-edged sword because it lets you get on the right page, but just because you, Radford University, called a timeout does not mean Harrisburg University is shutting up and sitting there and doing nothing, right? Harrisburg University gets to sit there and also talk about what do they need to change. Now, their answer may be Hijinks is just absolutely a guy. We don't need to change anything. But the other thing that they could go is, how do we utilize Hijinks to his best possibility as we're playing this match, we see that the hot hand is not on Huso, it's not on Ian, it's not on Jeffy, right? It's not on these like other players that we generally expect to be the top fraggers on this team. It's on Hijinks. So how do we adjust our strategy to put Hijinks in the middle? To put either we're putting Hijinks on the front of the entry pack, or we're gonna put him in the star role, that second player in on the entry pack, to make sure that once Huso goes in and does a bunch of damage, right, you get Hijinks to be there and get the frags.
Right here.
The weird thing, it's a conversation that many people have different opinions on, but for now, we go back to the pew pew. Timeout is over. Squads are gonna realign with each other. Did again, standard start from the squads. They do the same thing. Jeffy kind of peeking around onto B site with that outlaw slowly as well. You got Cypher throwing out cages. They're filling out Radford. The question is, was that timeout enough for them to get the information to make the pivot right? So far, Arfie's been caught out of position. This means they're slowly back up and to say, okay, where are we going to go? That's for them to guess.
Yeah, and you see Redford really quickly giving up that B control. Once they lose the Viper mid, they do a full adjustment here to determine how they want to hold now that there's only 4 members. And Harrisburg University puts the neural theft through.
Yeah.
Just allow them to get even more information. Now, all 4 members are here. Number 2's got 1. I just will use the ultimate, try and get out of there. Cabbage is coming through. There's so much here for the Hijinks.
Hijinks is popping off, laying in
One
some
enemy
hurt over there
remaining.
in the corridor, but Shadow down low, keeping everything anchored. Insanity up high. Looking for a possible shot to rain down upon the bomb side. Is just them versus the 3 members of Harrisburg University, but they looking to bring the storm. As you can see, they've already, I think, around right outside the Shadow. They're catching him in the smoke. Insanity get a drop.
The insanity is Hijinks, right? 15 frags in 6 rounds. Averaging just under 3 frags a round. That's a lot of frags!
Oh, yeah. Back in my day, that's a UAV, man. Every single round. Like, you know, I'm just saying, though, Hijinks has been clutching it up. This has been a great showcase for them, and we've talked about this. We talked about this actually on our game of the day, where we started off with, where was Harrisburg taking on UMWA. Like, the scary thing about Harrisburg is there are multiple players that can just be that star inside the position. It can change by the map. It can change by the game. Right now, it's Hijinks who's having that time, and that's fine. Harrisburg just kind of switches their strategy and just says, okay, yeah, man, go ahead, pop off, King.
What do we need to push this? How do we support our players? So Tennedy being the first guy in there.
Oh!
That's to take Hijinks out.
Oh, yep, they're going to get some information. Take the hat off, throw it on down. They got the info. This could be enough for them to get a little momentum swing. They got 2 members. Jeffy Huso get dropped. Shadow still left alive.
Standing.
Number 2 got dropped as well.
down.
A shot
Spike.
through the Shadow is able to get him. Spike is down, but it did get picked up. Cypher is in the area still. Ian. See if they can contest this, but that's a hard fight. Arfie calls him out on it. Good stuff from Radford University.
Not only is that a Radford round, it feels like they kind of they found a little hole, right? They found a chain link broken in the chain vest, right? And they found a way to get into it, which is just play up and aggressive on these angles. So the way Tennedy was there is he played up and aggressive to these cyber cages that they put across, and just was able to play the timings really well. Wait for the cyber cage to come down. There was a gap there. Take a player. It didn't matter that it mattered a lot that player was Hijinks, and that's just some luck there. But making sure that you can take those advantageous duels when you can is what starts to help it out, right? You take the advantageous duel, and you're able to get a frag off that and start to get something off of that. Huso, though, is a big rocket. Won't catch anything.
Good push to come off of the rocket. They were able to lay in a lot of pressure, but Tennedy is able to find the pick on the slide as they come out the Shadow.
Down, B.
Shadow able to pick up a kill of their own. Hijinks as well over here. Here we go. Welcome to their world. Harrisburg brings in the top of the storm, and now Radford University are getting dropped on the outskirts of it. They're getting hit with that overdraft, baby.
This is what I was saying earlier about making sure that Hijinks was going to be second guy in, right? In Counter-Strike, you talk a lot about the pack of players, the entry pack. You have the entry, you have the star player, and then you've got the third guy, right?
Satchel out.
Hold on a minute. We're gonna hold a minute here. I'll come back to this conversation after this, but
Last player standing.
And Sandy getting
All right.
taken care of. Hijinks finishes things off, so Harrisburg continue their momentum back in their favor.
yeah, it came close for a minute there, but Harrisburg kind of turtled in and made it work really well.
So I'm gonna
Yeah.
contest you on this. The third player doesn't get a cool name. I'm gonna contest you.
Okay, I mean they may get a cool name, but it doesn't
Yeah,
matter
yeah,
for this discussion.
No, I want this to be. I want them to have a cool name, man.
Okay.
You don't understand.
So the second player in is generally what's referred to as the star role, right? The first player in, your entry fragger, he may get a kill or two. You're real happy if he gets a kill. But your goal with an entry player is to go in, make space, and figure out where the other people are. Figure out where your star player needs to look and how to position themselves, because if you're the first player in, there's no way you can position yourself for every possible angle in the site.
Sky's
So
out.
they're making hijinks this star player, the second guy in. You have all the information, you know everything, you know exactly how to position yourself to maximize your efficiency in a site. So that's exactly what they did right there in mid last round. They made sure Hijinks was the second guy in. He's able to continue his hot streak of aiming, which is really good game knowledge from Huso, who went in first.
Now we're playing a game of will we or won't we over here in the middle. As we can see, the ropes are being grabbed. You see that there is going to be a little bit of a pinch coming in, as Ryford did have information that they were around in the vicinity, but didn't know exactly where they had gone. The rest of the squad has moved over to A, and now Bradford has to make a quick pivot around, get the numbers back over. It's 2-4.
Spike
They can just
planted.
spray through these smokes. This Omen dropped down critically low. It's just them and this Viper, but Viper is gone. Jeffy gets dropped. Arfy
Last player
coming
standing.
in strong. Needs to
No
swing in
way.
big.
It's a dog kill.
Woof, woof.
I didn't know that was a possibility.
Yeah, man. Gotta let that dog out.
Shadow literally has that dog.
Well, out of him.
Yeah, he gets out of it now.
Yeah, it kind of, came out and was like...
Ayad has that dog in him, actually.
Yeah, exactly. I do like the idea of what you were talking about and how they kind of formulated, because, back in my day, we had all sorts of different things. We called them Slayers, not star players,
I mean, isn't Slayer just the shortened combined form of star player?
It's just more metal, yeah.
Yeah, it is definitely more metal.
As right now, so caught a little bit of metal right between the teeth there. Good shots on target from Radford University. They're continuing to ally out some of that pressure, but Jeffy immediately just like, stings, ooh. Gets a little bit of that poison on the toesies.
The problem was less the poison. The problem was there was no, he had no poison juice left. Right? So that wall was only going to be up for a couple more seconds. The second that anything got in his way, he had to back out.
Yeah. Just kind of jumped around a little, game of hot potato. Omen looking to make a move happen. Get a little reposition. Good shots from Insanity on the Iron. A good lock on this. They're doing a quick
full
rotation. Yeah, check that rotate out.
This is a really, really good rotate. You see Jeffy has made a lot of space in mid. He's got full control of it. He knows that
30
there's
seconds
nothing
left.
to the right. They can just flash him right in. The only person that's here is Ayod.
Wall is already there as well. They get to go in. They're looking for the plant. This is good for them. They need to get into a better standpoint so that way they can fight this one on out, because it is a 5v3.
Spike planted.
Numbers are not in their favor. Here you go. 1-for-1 trade. Radford down to 4. Shadow gets Insanity. Comes out of their own Shadow. Popping off, getting up a couple more kills.
Oh,
These
Stinger's
smokes
so bad at
are
this
range.
good.
Standing.
Oh no! Identity. It's gonna peek. There's 2 guns there. Yeah.
Harrisburg University used an old trick in the book right there.
Oh.
Came from Monty Python, the Holy Grail. That right there is the high-low shrubbery effect.
Ooh.
Yeah. Can't aim at both people at the same time, so you gotta choose one and hope that you get the guy trying to kill you.
You go for one and hope the other guy is standing perfectly behind him for the
Exactly.
collab. Yeah,
Look
really
at the
and truly.
high-low effect there.
Yes, a little high-low. How's the Monty Python?
There's some knights involved as well. You know, the whole shebang.
Just watch out for the rabbit. Don't trust the rabbit.
Yeah.
Pushing in now.
Yeah, Harrisburg still in their quest for the Holy Grail, looking to try and keep it today. No, good kill from Sandy. A lot of damage onto Shadow as well.
Down with.
Yeah,
And a
they need
kill
to
on the
watch
iron.
out. Yeah, Insanity is no stranger for pulling the sword from the stone. They know exactly what they need to do. They've been working out just for this moment. Here comes that dog. Who let him out? Well, Insanity is coming out. He's running around, jumping. Doesn't find anybody. Nothing to be seen as the tripwire catches, and Arfie finds another pick onto Jeffy. Harrisburg yet again find themselves in a situation where they're at a big deficit right out the get-go, and no quick rotation going to save them on this time as they're looking to get pinched.
They're looking to get pinched. I don't know if they will. Right, they're pushing themselves into B. If they get a one kill here, they probably get the spike down.
Cover going out.
They needed the full kill there. I know it's a lot of damage onto Ayat, but it's not enough. They really needed like a straight kill. Hijinks is gonna be aggressive here. I like this.
One enemy
He's
remaining.
known now.
We'll peek in.
Shadow's gone.
Spike down B.
Really hard for Hijinks to do anything.
My ult.
Good
You got two.
shots here. Defenders take the win on that one. Radford University get another round of victory
Last round in
for
the half.
themselves. I think one of the trends that we're now starting to see is with Harrisburg. They're dropping a lot of members quickly. Star person to look at, Insanity, has been getting a lot of multi-kills. They are just getting to the top of the leaderboard, but every time we see Insanity pop off, it's usually a 3-piece, right? They are just putting themselves in really good positions to get these multis completely unchecked.
It is a lot of good play from Insanity, but Insanity can't be everywhere. The same way Hijinks can't be everywhere. So right now you're kind of hoping that you don't go to the site Insanity is on. Flash will come through, but no one's actually peeking it, right? They flash out just to get the info from it.
Hawk out.
Nothing past that.
There's the bird. Another shot out a dart. Got it put into the foot.
That
Pull it
second
right on
bird
out.
there means there's no more flashes for Harrisburg.
That's a grenade to the face.
Yeah, he got hit in the noggin.
Yeah, that should have done more damage, honestly. He should be slightly concussed, but you know what? It's fine. No concussion with some bullets. They get the drop. Ultimate use. Hijinks goes ahead and utilizes that. Why not? You've been getting it every 2 rounds anyway, so might as well. Dog was lit out, got put right back in the tent, and there you go. Harrisburg.
That's some good BM right there.
Yeah, that's some good
Switching
BM.
sides.
Not only do you get it back
Okay,
every
I
2
only have,
rounds,
like,
but it is the last round. And
78
for what
grenades
it's
left.
worth,
Hopefully that's
Harrisburg University has won most rounds this game, but it hasn't been like uber clean on a lot of them. So there was a little economic bit. Even if it wasn't the last round, you still use the ultimate there just to try and keep 5 alive, right? That it's a huge economic boon if you're able to keep 5 alive into a round.
That's basic economics. By Mechatronics.
Yes.
You could teach a class like that. That could be your catchphrase.
Basic economics from Mechatronic.
Yeah. See? Somebody hire my boy Mechatronics. He'll fit right into your
Put down a
collegiate-
billboard.
He'll be your collegiate professor.
You don't want me to teach you economics. Actually, I'll teach the economics of Counter-Strike. That's a sick kill by number 2.
Well, right now we're playing some good old Valo, and number 2 showing that they want to be number 1 at the current moment in time. They're looking for that promotion, get themselves up there inside the rankings. Go ahead and continue the fight around center with side swapping. Question is, how confident is Radford on their push, and how do they attack? We saw that standard play coming in from Harrisburg where they would send 3 mid and 1 to each side to kind of fill things out. This time it looks like they're moving a little bit quicker than what Harrisburg was doing initially.
Yeah, so this is a planned pistol round here, right? The plan is go mid, go B, have 1 player sit over towards A, see what you can get, and if you can't get anything, you use the cipher, you use the fact that you know where the site is to just kind of push in on that. And they're doing that successfully here, right?
Here.
The question is, what does this retake look like? Because it is a 5v4 retake. it's definitely possible for Harrisburg University
Spike
to go,
planted.
yeah, we'll give you the site, but we're going to take it back in a minute.
Yeah. Well, the Nets being cast, they're trying to tangle up some feet, see if they can get a capture going for themselves. Check out the flank coming in from Harrisburg. The bot got really excited. Harpy goes down as a result. Jeffy finding one on their deep flank, but number 2 and AI find 2 of their own. Ivy's now
player
off of the
standing.
map. Same can be said for Ian. Jeffy tried to peek, but got immediately the door slammed in their face. Bradford University picking up pistol round.
I mean, it's the start, right? You want to get pistol, you want to get the conversion here, and you see Radford University, they are putting their money where their mouth is. They're pulling out Vandals, they're pulling out that Phantom. They want to be able to like push this and try and push anything that they've got on this attack side. All that's been bought in so far is Huso with that sheriff.
Yeah, I think this is a very smart call from Radford just because of the fact that you need to pick up rounds at this moment in time. And momentum favors you in this instance. So, you know, want to go ahead and swing it, get your extra round. You don't want Harrisburg to be able to beat you out on their pistol round now, that part 2. As they're just going to slowly creep on in. Ayot moving in, firing off a couple wild shots, but yet again, this is not the slow tempo pacing that we saw from Harrisburg. This is not traditional tactical play. This is them saying, no, we're going to play fast. We're going to play loose. We're going to play aggressive.
Vin Diesel right into the site. The Rock in the post plant. It's fast and furious.
Fast and furious, but the Fury, it comes back to bite him on the side there. 2 members get dropped as a result. Bradford was able to take out 1. So a little bit of a trade back. Firing off a couple wild shots yet again, doing a little bit of chip damage to the members.
They have a Spectre now on Iron, so it's a lot of damage that can come through. It kills Insanity.
Oh, yeah, Jeffy also was able to find a pick of their own. Check it out. They're pushing in on the defuse. It's
one guy.
just one member,
Nice.
and they're gone. Ian says, I'll take your gun, and I'll show you how to use it.
Really nicely done by Harrisburg to get back into that.
Good stuff. That is heartbreaking for Radford University, though. Radford University, you know, that was their momentum swing. They bought in on that round 2, took a little bit of a gamble, said, all right, we're going to spend all of our money. Now, look at what their econ is.
Well, they have
looking at,
nothing.
right?
They have no money now, right? They're on these shares, and we've seen shares work a couple times this season, but we haven't seen them, like, really work. Yeah.
We haven't seen that sheriff ace moment inside of one of these rounds, right? That deficit, that gun difference, right? These, you know, the sheriff's a cool tool and whatnot, but nothing like having a fully automatic weapon. As you can see, the push coming in. Numbers said, I don't care, shorty. What's up, girl?
What is up? That's the question.
That's your question.
Number 2 will be the first one in. They're gonna just push straight onto Iron, but they don't know Iron sitting there inside the cave. Now they know. Number 2 with the trade, but Iron gets one. Huso's got another onto number 2.
Yeah. Numbers are completely even. Spike is being planted. They're getting it onto B. Check it out. Cypher is actually going to come up behind. They're going to be able to find a member unaware. Huso trying to get into a nice little cover spot. Tenedy getting hygiene. And now you can see it. Harrisburg, good clean sweep to the remaining members.
I mean, that's what it is right there. It's like, it's making sure that you can get in somewhere. Harrisburg University. They're doing a really good job of making sure they retake sites. Bradford's getting onto them, but they're not holding them for very long.
Showcase for themselves as the very dynamic slow zoom in to the a little bit of some casual BM. We do have a timeout being called. This is probably the best time to be able to do it. You need to kind of retake your mental and kind of have a conversation about what you're doing with your economic standpoint at this moment in time if you're Radford. So I like the call here because one more dub for Harrisburg and they on match point. So you got to kind of plan things out. You got to talk. Where's the risk going to be made? When are you going to buy in?
I mean, we talked about this in the first half. Not only is this a timeout for Radford, it's a timeout for Harrisburg. So This is Harrisburg determining, hey, we've got 2 rounds left to win. What can we give? What can we get? How do we want to play this differently? Because obviously they're going to come out of this with a plan. They've got some idea of what they want to do here. What do we want to do to kind of fight what they're trying to do? What do we theoretically think they're doing?
I have like the theory of like, if a team is hot, calling out a timeout is actually nothing but detrimental to them. Just because of the fact that you have to kind of sit back and you kind of get out of your groove, right? You kind of get taken out of your own little mini zone that you're in. Because let me tell you, that does exist. So you're in that mental capacity where it's like that's you're locked in. So I always say like, yo, the team was doing great without the timeout, right? In most cases, you get a little cold sometimes, and that's a little bit of a danger that comes about. And it's one of the things I love about strategic timeouts is if you're seeing somebody be hot, right? That's a way to kind of lower out the temperature. Here we go. Say, bringing the dog out. Gets taken down. Doombot as well. None of that. All the pets and glamour can be sent on out, but not going to find any marks as the scrap continues to happen mid.
Scrap continues to happen, but nothing's really actually gone on, right? You see that there's a lot of there's stuff happening, but none of it's been innately consequential. This is really the first consequential thing we've seen so far is Tendy taking a huge amount of space towards ramp and screens.
Check out Insanity.
Camera
Insanity's
taken
going to
out.
actually meet up with the rest of the team. There's going to be 3 members deep coming off of the line.
Cage
They're
trigger.
going to be up
they're
high. Fire in the hole.
Careful now. Cage boy destroyed. Ultimate
Trigger. They're going to be able to find one. Ian gets one, but number 2 gets that rocket right to the face of Ian.
They're trapping him in.
Here we go. Spike plant.
planted.
Bradford. 4. Going to even up those odds real quick.
I mean, this is what you talk about here, right? This is how, when you take a timeout, you kind of reset yourself. On both sides, it works. Hijinks is still alive. There's still a chance this round. There's still a chance this round, regardless, even if he wasn't alive. Uso's got one. Number 2's got the trade right after.
Yeah, they're keeping the trades alive, but Harrisburg does have
One
a member who
enemy
is
remaining.
critically low
Last
in
player
HP, but it does
standing.
not matter as Huso getting some kills. But yet again, that HP difference
You
is
want
the
to
deciding
dance?
factor. Radford will come out on top. That timeout well spent.
I mean, it's the raise on raise action right there. A 3K and a 4K for the Harrisburg and the Radford University raises respectively, right? It's really, really good work that they've done there.
Number 2. Clutching up inside
Number
this
1 on the
game.
board.
Yeah, they number 1 on the board.
Number 1 in our hearts.
Number 1 in a lot of people's hearts, I'm sure.
In all the Radford University fan hearts.
Might prefer
Drop
number
in a
2 though.
smoke.
Who knows? I'll have to ask. But for now, definitely not number 2 out of the squad. Sitting at the top of the board,
Toxin
looking
screen
confident
down.
for themselves. Get a good pop off. Raze can be one of those agents that you can burn yourself on if you're not careful. But the spread out that's coming in. Got a nice little 3-2 spread out from Radford.
I think they're just gonna push onto this A site. They don't know Hijinks is just around the corner here.
Oh, with a judge as well. Looking to pop a couple free shots off. Said, all right, do a little chip. How you
I want
doing?
these.
They're doing it
Radford-
again?
Radford said, you know how we're doing? No, we're not
Let's
dealing
not go
with
there.
hygiene. Stranger danger. Stay away.
Yeah, and
They are
they're full rotating to B. So Harrisburg will know this in about 2 seconds that they've done a
30
rotate.
seconds left.
Yeah.
That smoke right there will tell them everything they need to know. You see that
Good
Ian's
boy,
already
destroyed.
turned. You see that Jeffy's starting to turn.
Cage trigger.
They're looking in the right place now. Ian's got
down
one.
the cage.
Good
They're gonna get some
neural theft.
information. There you go.
Second
2
kill.
shots off of the rotate. They are sending them on over into their world. Harrisburg with the advantage. You have to push in.
Last player
Trying to
standing.
go through it. The plant is good. Radford did such a great
Enough time,
job
enough
trying to
time.
defend, but Harrisburg, it's just hygiene. Defenders pick up the job.
Yeah, I mean, that was very close, right? There's a
Match
real
point.
universe where Radford University win that round, but they spent too much time on that plant, and once they got down to 10 seconds trying to plant it on Viper. They chucked it to another player. Another player tries to plant it. It gets really close, and you give Harrisburg University more and more time to get onto the site. And the second they've got 2 or 3 members there, you don't care about the Vipers, but you just jump in and go. Especially when you have hijinks with a shotgun, right? Like, who cares where you're aiming as long as you're hitting something?
Yeah, I'll say right now, with
Tripwire destroyed.
the big player right here is that Cypher getting that neural theft like you were talking about. Very major for the team, right? You welcome him into your world on Radford. They spent so much, the resources and whatnot that were spent. Very major. Very much so a clutch factor. Here comes the Burr going in. Does not find anybody, and Arfi gonna find a shadow inside of their world. Ian taking out Cypher, making sure that they're the last Cypher standing. Remember, Harrisburg on match point. This could be the decisive round, and it's 4-4.
4-4, but Jeffy, they're holding this in middle. Hijinks is in the right place at the right time. They can't do anything. Ike gets the first one with that stinger and cannot continue. Huso's ready. Are they ready for Huso? No. They jumped off the rope.
Oh, is able to find another one. They're coming off of the rope, and they're getting dropped right back down. Put back into the tunnels. The spike is there. They know exactly where the spike is. Radford University at a disadvantage. Huso says it's time. They got a short fuse. They're looking to pop off. As you can see, they're just trying to see if they should go in there for it. The rocket has been shot off. Spike picked up by Arfi. Gonna disengage and play this slow. Huso looking for the 4K. Not trying to risk anything on the spray and pray.
Oh, there it is from Jeffy.
Defenders win.
Finishing it off. There were bits and pieces that looked a little unsure, a little questionable in there, but they got it done at the end of the day. And, I mean, it's still a win for Harrisburg. They are top of the table right now.
Yeah, looking great for themselves. 2 convincing wins on stream that have occurred for them. So that is exactly as intended for anybody who was looking at Harrisburg. Like I said, I feel like Harrisburg were definitely heavy favorites. Yeah. I do think that actually would finish off the round robin, as I do believe the other matchup that was happening off stream was UMWA versus UMWB. 2 squads that probably faced off against each other quite a bit of time.
I'm sure they have. Definitely at least a couple times they've played each other.
This does mean that Harrisburg, who end up going 3-0 out of the round robin, right? They end up taking the first seed, I do believe. And then we'll have second seed is going to be between, I believe how it would work is it would be Radford University would take the second seed. So that'll be interesting. And then each of the UMW squads, they're playing for the seeding right now. Whoever loses inside that matchup will end up getting seeded against Harrisburg, while the other squad will get put up against Radford University.
Yes.
Hey, thanks.
The answer is yes.
Hey,
sure.
Thanks for backing up my analytical prowess, buddy.
Yes. The answer is yes. That whatever you just said, that's right.
The answer's always yes. All right. That's what I like to hear. But, hey, it was a good showcase. I liked seeing what we saw from Radford. I think it was cool to see some of the plays that came about, right? But the major thing to come out of that was it did feel like Harrisburg they got momentum. Their offensive round, the way that they played it, you brought it up. It was slow, it was methodical, but it was the normal tactical procedure for that map, especially since there is that big gap and rotations are a little bit more complicated on that map, where it's less like you can play risk rotating through mid very easily. So I really like the way that we saw Harrisburg approach offense. Shout out to Radford for doing something uncharacteristic, saying, hey, yo, we're behind. Let's just do like this 3-2 where we got 3 members pushing in on a bomb site, and we'll do these very long rotations around through our spawn. I appreciate that, but at the end of the day, Harrisburg, yet again, tournament favorites, taking that number 1 seed for themselves. Be interesting to see how they continue to play.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see more of them tomorrow, and you'll see more of me tomorrow because I'm done for the day now. We're gonna hand it over. I believe you're continuing on. We go to Overwatch next, and then we'll finish the day out with some Rocket League. But I'm gone, so I give this broadcast up to you, Trav, for the rest of the day. Good luck in the Overwatch and Rocket League.
Do you want to like toss it to me or something like? Hold on, here. I'll prepare myself for it.
Okay,
Hold on.
hold on.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on.
Oh wait, I gotta go this way.
All right, I caught it. It's good. Good toss. Good toss.
He's got the broadcast.
I got the broadcast in my hands. That being said, we're going to go ahead and take our short little break. I'll be having my other co-caster come on through, and we'll be continuing with our coverage on the Mid-Atlantic Clash over at UMW. So make sure you do not touch that browser. Sweet. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. She gon' bust it. She gon' rush it. She gon' yeah. What's up, baby? Tell me how you get the one up on me. Aye. And I know you ain't playing round. You about to have me down on one knee. Aye. Oh no, no. Oh no. Yeah. Oh no, no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Sleepless nights trying to learn how to die in my sleep. 'Cause I don't wanna be the one to wake up without a heartbeat.
everyone, and welcome on back to the Mid-Atlantic Clash over here at UMW. We appreciate all of you being patient and waiting for us on standby as we're ready to get into the nitty-gritty of it all. We were ready to get into it, but we had a couple technical issues. Now that those have all been sorted, it's time to get into some Overwatch 2. My name's Travi. I'm joined here with Nyarko. How is it going, my lad?
It's going pretty darn well, Travi. It's always a privilege to be on with you, and it's been a while since the last time we've been able to link up, so I'm very excited to be diving into what we have today. 3 back-to-back best-of-5s here within Overwatch, and then perhaps even more beyond that. But we are going to be starting off with the host with the most, University of Mary Washington, facing off against Glenville to begin things off here. And I think that this is going to be one that really defines the contours of what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the series. This is round robin, so UMW is going to be back to the plate, and from there, I think we've got a real story on our hands, because this is a team that I've seen before bare their fangs on land. I saw them all the way up at George Mason University last year. They had a great showing there, and I cannot wait to see what they bring to the table today.
One of the big things that we took note of actually last week was because of course, with some patch changes and whatnot that happened at last LAN. There was the question of like, all right, what's the meta looking like? All right, is there certain things that people are wanting to go for? And then we found out that, yeah, you got to keep talking about June. No. As they are just right there. They're putting in that speed. These comps, where they've just been playing with the speed, with the Magua and whatnot, we've seen that be very prevalent in the last LAN. So I'm actually very curious on if there is adaptation or if the meta has solidified itself even further beyond that, right? Because you do have that question where the meta kind of defines itself, it shows itself off. Here we go. We're getting into our game here between Glenville State University and the University of Mary Washington.
Absolutely, and one thing to note as we jump into this one on Glenville's side, we have Icy Chiller there on the Genji. That is in fact Runty instead. That was part of our technical issues. Had to jump onto a separate account, but yes, that will be Runty, and that's what we're going to be calling him throughout some of these call outs here. Notably, starting off on the Garden side of things, I'm very excited to see what is going to be brought to the table here. This is one of those maps with some interesting choke points, some interesting places to pressure, and what that often means is that we do get a meta here. Sometimes that meta isn't correspondent with what's happening with the rest of the game.
Yeah, man, we got ourselves a Symmetra. Hope you like microwaves, because they're going to try and set one up and get real nice and toasty. The teleport to get in immediately as well. Great stuff already. They can get it their control. This Reinhardt versus the Orisa for the tanks is a very interesting thing, where they also have a Brigitte.
Yeah, I do like the call of the Brigitte here. Obviously, you want to be able to play Smash Mouth, but unfortunately, Shadow maybe a bit too Smash Mouth is going to be melted by Mystic King early in this one. Going to be back up, but UMW has to now slow roll this. They can't approach the point with too much ferocity lest they get run down. That being said, Orisa finds an angle and pastes as well. Pasted in an instant. Ruby's now on a sliver, will be taken out, and I spoke too soon. What a rallying cry. UMW with the boom onto Mystic King should easily get this point.
Okay, hold up. Finsky, you can't just do that. You were live on camera, just so you know. No, Shadow. Yeah, we get it. You want to wave to the camera. The camera's on you right now. Yeah, hi, how's it going? The spotlight definitely deserves to be on this Orisa for that play. That push was absolutely devastating. This double, it's this weird thing where you got to have an off take off to the side, and they're just pushing in. Now, the question is, they got to push. They got an angle. They're on to the point and contesting, and the microwave has already been ruined.
That being said, Pink Sky already has their ultimate available, going to be taken down as there's going to be Pace bringing it right back as a response. Now, once again, we are seeing Ruby take to this Judo, and we see the power of someone who could track shots with this character, just pumping healing into the team, providing the velocity necessary to find these off angles. That being said, UMW, as they retreat, haven't dropped too many people. They can work as a unified front, but they have to get past this bridge once again.
The map, and there's a big shatter. Good shield to be brought up.
Oh no!
He got bumped! No, he got pushed off of the map. Orisa is just firing away. The minigun is here to play. They're just gonna keep doing just this.
Oh my!
Again, a tragedy written, but it is at the benefit of University of Mary Washington.
And credit to UMW for being one of the few teams with the wherewithal to say, you know what, Pink Sky got picked. It is time for us as 4 to give up points, back off, and immediately put the pressure on as soon as the respawns come through. And look at what that's leading to. It's not only great tempo management, but it's resource management. That is 5 ultimates available for UMW to work on defense. This is almost impossible to try to answer back against, particularly as Pace has already used that shatter. Now, we are going to see Ruby drop that over the laser, and how much more can he get? Mrs. King with the shield wall, try to do the best that they can. But Pink Sky and Sneaky Squid will just obliterate 4 members, and it just doesn't matter. Icy Chiller realizes that their time is up, will just die in order to try to get one more push onto the point, but we still have 3 ultimates available for UMW.
UMW is just holding on to this choke point so brutally well. We can see a couple of the shifts coming in. We got a Winston to shift things out because they know they got to contend with this point ASAP. They cannot let it build up too much further. We're getting into that 90 percentile, and this is where you got your last possible push. They're looking to go ahead and get in there. Winston's in deep. Go ahead and let that coil speak. They're trying to let the fist do some of the speaking. You see the Genji already taking off. The Genji is with you. Zacharias is going wild. Go ahead and go. Slicing and dicing, baby. Finding themselves the kill. That is going to be round 1 for UMW.
Absolutely. UMW with an incredible showing here demonstrates what top-level collegiate Overwatch is all about. Icy Chiller wants to keep the hope alive for a little bit longer. Is eventually taken down here. Zacharias on the back end of this one does fall off the map there, but it doesn't matter. 134 as the count, but more notably, it's how those percentages were achieved here, Travesty. Right now, University of Mary Washington feels unstoppable.
Well, it's good on them. I like the fact that we did see, you know, that last little bit of a hurrah where they recognized, like, all right, let's make this push. And even Runty, who was out there putting in some work on the Genji, making sure to stay alive for as long as possible. This composition that Glenville did end up opting for is one of those compositions that does have to get onto the point first and kind of set up shop. If you don't get to set up shop, yo, it becomes hard, man. Like, University of Mary Washington, you saw what happened. They get to be able to hit that defensive foothold. Glenville's composition is so much better at making those good, snappy defensive calls. But, hey, look, if you got nothing to defend, what that defensive strategy going to do for you?
Absolutely the case. I really thought that Glenville State University on guard would have been able to do a little bit more after the first take, but no. University of Mary Washington enters back, and here we see Zacharias get into the driver's seat, flanking out of the back line. Pink Sky gonna force out pace, and that means UMW off the first skirmish is going to get point.
That was gorgeous. Zacharias actually just slicing through, getting a good amount of damage. Just a hard push. And that is the name of the game. Go ahead and accelerate the pace of it. UMW, they're going to continue doing this. The Magua has been brought out. We saw this be a signature pick last week. It was a deciding factor in every single game that it was played, but you can always see UMW, they're sticking to the guns. They got that Orisa ready to continue shooting off that gun. Got a little bit of a spread out fight around inside the choke point. The HP bars are starting to get lower. They're starting to limp. They're hitting critical mass. Glenville State University is finding those HP bars whittled down. Shadow falls, but pace says the same. Things are looking completely in favor of University of Mary Washington, but all of a sudden some quick frags coming out as Glenville University, their carries are able to put out the DPM needed.
Yeah, at the same time, though, Pink Sky is still up, and this Orisa is such a bulwark against the forces of Glenville State University. And so as pace dies, Pink Sky remains standing and keeps a hold of the point. The Malga going to get right back into the fray here, but the problem is you look at the resource share, and it's once again just in favor of UMW. A 4-stack of ultimates. Good Zook's about to get over to that as well on the judo to answer back against Glenville State University. And as we see the slow trickle in, it is up to some of these major playmakers like Icy Chiller to bring something back from Glenville State University, but they go too deep. Mr. King now going to drop an ultimate of their own. Pace manages to find Sneaky Squid. This is an opportunity. UMW are just going to give the point, walk it back here off the utilization of their resources, but even though Sneaky Squid burned ultimate, there's still 4 left for UMW on the retake, and we've seen the song and dance before here, Travesty. Definitely something that UMW can accomplish for a second map running.
I do like the call to reposition, get stuff going. There's no longer 2 tanks.
Oh no.
So it's time to throw it down. Welcome to the cage match, baby. They're going all out, full gear. Everything is accelerating in their favor. Glenville State University, just go ahead and put the pedal to the metal.
And I love this call. One thing that you see with incredibly tight teams sometimes is that they have very solid knowledge of where Glenville or any other team's ultimate charges are at. And they just see, hey, in the abstract, we have more ult charges. We ought to win a fight. But they don't really account for the synergy between pickups like the cage match, followed by Icy Chiller off that ultimate of their own. And now UMW have burned everything except for the rally from Shadow. And now they need to try to push on in. Reaver will try to answer back with the Shadow or with a rally of their own. Icy Chiller's picked up early in this one, though, and in this 4v5, University of Mary Washington are lurking to shine. The Brigitte gonna fire off their ultimate for Glenville State University, but the scramble situation they will not be coming back out from. And now Zacharias has once again found an angle, this time trying to jump upon the enemy support. Ruby is dead, and now Pace is isolated.
Coming about. Zachary says this is the time, has unsheathed the blade and is going wild in the last bit of the fight. Wants to go ahead and wipe him off of the point. Tank not needed. Just got the DPM, a D-flip. That's all you need, baby. It is a contested point. The percentage is climbing up in favor of Glenville State University. Check out what Ruby's able to accomplish here. They've been able to keep the point alive, which has kept the percentage climbing up in their favor. Gives them enough time for the Mog to join back into the fight. They're able to find two big frags for themselves. Sneaky Squid getting two. Zacharias finding the third over onto the side. And you can see the Orisa is pinned up against the corner. They do not appreciate anything that's coming across here. Check out Sneaky. They have the Death Blossom available, but they hold on to it and control now. Grabbed by University of Mary Washington. One last attempt awaits Glenville State University.
We got a lot of ultimates about to come online here. Notably looking at cage match once again. Pace was an all-star the last time that they were able to pull this out on this second part of the map. University of Mary Washington, on the other hand, do have Pink Sky about to take over to an ultimate of their own. Gadzook's about to get there. Sneaky Squid already on a Death Blossom. 92%, but Glenville State University just needs one touch to make all the difference. Here we see the teleport in. Mystic King would transform into a Reaper, opening up upon the enemy team. Pink Sky, though, fires off a massive ultimate, and that is going to allow for the red squad to pick up 4. There's the white, and there's the first map for UMW.
UMW picking up the dub, man. Oh, man. That is just a clean showcase for themselves, getting themselves 2 wins. And you gotta look over, you gotta look at this Orisa and be like, yeah, you gotta play the game. Yeah, absolutely, sure. You also were just a player of the game. Like, look at this, just bogging them off. This is on our first map earlier on, but Orisa, this Orisa was so good in a world where we've seen all the other tanks come in and pop off, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, I really think that so far this has been a very tank-centric map and a very tank-centric match, and I don't imagine that that is going to shift once we move off of Lijiang deeper on into the series, Travesty, and that just comes down to the fact that with the compositions that seem to be coming out and the meta that you were mentioning, we're seeing a lot of demands being put on keeping the tanks alive, because you have Brigitte who, you know, as long as she's keeping your passive up, can heal but doesn't have the burst healing necessary to rescue people. Paired up with the Juno who, because you're playing things that don't have shields like this Orisa or like that Malga, you're just pumping healing constantly into this tank. And so I imagine that's where a lot of plays of the game and also players of the game will be forged.
Yeah. It's just such an important role, really, in general. Like, I've been saying this ever since the inception of Overwatch 2, right? Like, tank is just so important ever since the fact that we got over into one tank meta, right? Is one of those things. But Runty as well had a great showcase on one side, but they couldn't get that pop off for themselves. I feel like if you look over at the DPS carries over from the side of Glenville, you didn't get to see them find any major success either. And I do think that comes down to the fact of, all right, how do you get in there, right? They had a Juno of their own, and I like the switch around that they did with the Echo, right? I like the idea of that because it does, Echo's always this interesting character to me just because of the fact that they're very mobile. They have a lot of like a hit and run tactics they can adapt. But they can also take the most powerful role, in my opinion, and say, we get 2 of them now. And they immediately can become like a second, or they can become that second tank for their squad temporarily. And that is such a huge advantage. So I like the theory crafting coming from Glenville. Now we got to see it be put to practice.
Yeah, on the other side of the coin, though, we didn't always see transformations to another tank, Travis. A a lot of the times we were seeing the opting for a second Reaper come through from that Echo, and I think that speaks to another dimension of this meta. This is a character that is relatively easy to execute upon at all points in the game, but you need to make everything that you use count. And right now, what we're seeing is, especially with the likes of the Brigitte being locked in on the support side of things, these heroes are very good at responding to what Reaper shenanigans typically are like. And so this is all of a sudden becoming much more of a skill testing matchup within that both those roles, the support and the DPS side of things. And I think that's a very, very exciting thing to bear witness to throughout the course of the series, because this is really a meta where you're seeing who the better team is and how they're going to be able to dominate map after map after map. And so UMW has set themselves up well for success. Now the question is, as we move over to King's Row, will they be able to continue that momentum?
I'm excited for it because we saw in the last LAN, we saw a lot of King's Row getting played, and we saw that be a lot of people's like second map that they ended up going over to. We saw a lot of different reads in regards to it. One of my favorite ones was we saw a lot of Reinhardt versus Moga. We saw a lot of that inside of it, right? And you know, I do appreciate it. The fact that we're seeing an Orisa where we didn't really get to see it, but for a very brief time period inside of the last one, I'm curious to see if Orisa becomes still very much so a contested thing for this squad, as well as seeing if there will be kind of that switch around, right? Because we have seen Glenville has been very quickly to switch around. They've played 3 different tanks in those 2 maps that they played, so they were rotating out of the tanks quite often. But you could tell they really wanted Reinhardt. They started each one of those maps off of Reinhardt, so I'm curious because Reinhardt on King's Row just makes sense. It's on the poster, man. Like he's just holding up their shield saying, "Stand behind me." You know, like it's fine. It's all that can be. And I don't know. I'm looking at it and I'm curious on what the hero selection is going to be. Here it is. Some things will change. Some things will stay the same.
Yeah, actually very surprised that we're seeing the Orisa again. I was actually, if we were not loading into the game that quickly, Travesty, going to call my shot and say, I don't think we're going to have the Orisa come back out. I don't think that she does nearly as much on this map as she does on Lijiang. You look at that play of the game, right? There's no boops to be had here, except for maybe some very wonky spots on point number 3. But regardless, Pink Sky, a little bit of a specialist, going to be picking up this character, wants to just smash face with face right up there towards that choke point, and Pace wants to do exactly the same. So I think we're in for a banger, and first point matters so much on this map. Oftentimes, if you get first point, you're taking all 3 of them at the end of the day. That's just how it happens to go. Now, University of Mary Washington are going to be playing on that shove, or on that defense side first. Let's see what they do in order to try to stop and swelter what Glenville State University is bringing to the table, because they're going back to Mysticking on this Echo, and I really think that this is going to be a very big deciding factor.
It's interesting. There's no Widowmaker either, right? The King's Row is usually like a paradise for you to play those long ranges, but look at it. Already finding 2. Both of the DPS have been taken care of. The Muggers just pushing back, trying to see what they can do, but yo, there's javelins being tossed in, catching them inside of Glenville State University. They're catching them with their whole chest. They just ignore the Samoan with the double miniguns. They just said, you know what? You're an afterthought. We're good to go. The supports are just capturing the payload all by themselves. That was a blink and you miss it kind of moment.
Yeah, and I misspoke. It's actually UMW who is on push first, and the reason why I misspoke was because you saw the velocity of that take. People were in positions that I really did not think that you'd be able to get to on offense there, and so Travesty, UMW get off to about the best possible start you could have. I'm going to stick with my called shot on this. I really do think if you get that first point, it's very easy to just absolutely trounce the opponent. So Glenville already have an immense burden upon them. Notably, are going to get swap over to a pseudo-sniper here in the form of Ana, who will try to deal a little bit with some of the stuff that's coming out from the side of UMW. Also very good at healing Mysticking. That is not something that you get on Juno when you're playing with the flyer and things like that, which explains why we're also seeing Kiriko come out. Unfortunately, it also doesn't look like the healing is enough. Mysticking's picked off again. Pink Sky sees the opening to go in. Pace will be able to answer back though, and so this push will stop for just a little bit here. However, Sneaky Squid says, I want that cart to move, and they 4-man Death Blossom into the back line.
Yeah, nope, there you go. There's your play of the game. Pleasure doing business with you. As they just immediately run on back. Sneaky Squid, what a good bit of positioning. They'll be able to get the second point. And this is one of the great things about offense too, is once you get this momentum, right, you're the pace setter. You're the one who is controlling how this matchup is going to go on the second map. So they're setting the pace, and they are setting it at incredible time. Sune is available. You see that it is high noon. Runty can tell you what time it is at any moment in time, if they so choose. As Zacharis is just going to continue farming up. They've got that blade to unsheath. Almost all the ultimates are available for Glenville State. University of Mary. There you go. There's the cage match getting dropped in. Everybody locked in. Runty tells you what time it is. Good defense coming out from the squad. A team kill in favor of Glenville State.
Notably, UMW only burns Gadzooks ultimate here. I really wish that they just didn't burn any of them, but the coordination is such that they will hold 2 other big buttons up for another push. And remember, we got 5 minutes still left on the clock, Travis C. So Glenville State University popping everything there and just hoping Mystic King can do something off of her clone ability means that this is going to be an incredibly tough match going forward. UMW have the ability to try to take offense, take tempo back on their favor. Ace picked off early, though they may not even need those abilities as Arisa is on a reign of terror, forging forward with Zacharias at their back, and that's going to be everybody except for Ruby taken down, and then Ana can do nothing alone. They will just hide inside of the spawn, wait for the rest of the team to come back out, and they may have one more chance to try to stop this. Mystic King is going to transform to the reset, go on in. Meanwhile, Shadow immediately pops the window, trying to free fire from behind the far line. Ruby's picked off. Mystic King in trouble, wasn't able to get to their ultimate as Reaper also dies, and with no supports at hand, Glenville State University will crumble.
It's just one Samoan with 2 heavy machine guns. That heavy machinery won't do you any good. They try to boop them off of the point, but it's not enough. And the pace has been set. University of Mary Washington sets up a sprint that Glenville State University have to follow. And that is going to be an incredibly steep task. My question now goes over to, if you are Glenville State University, what do you switch up? How do you press the envelope forward? And what does University of Mary Washington change up for their defense? Or do they change anything up at all when their offense was so killer?
Well, Travis, you brought up this point on the first map, Legion, where you said, you know, Glenville State University had a defensively oriented team versus UMW pushing on Garden with an offensively oriented team. The thing is that UMW then turn around and immediately successfully play defense with an offense-oriented team, and they are still looking to dive. I do like to swap over to Zacharias on this Ashe, but Sneaky Squid is still trying to play deep into enemy territory. Gadzooks and Shadow not going to swap, but notably Pink Sky maybe even more dive-oriented on this Diva.
You just wanted to drink it yourself.
I like it. I like it. I love me some good old Diva. Fun fact, in my games, I like to annoy my friends by pronouncing the name as because I tell everybody I'm playing like a donkey whenever I'm playing Diva.
I see.
You just put it in there, you know? Like, you just push in, you dive like you were talking about. And there's a lot of support to go with this as well from University of Mary Washington. If they choose the opening snipes, looking for somebody, but they're playing LOS so smartly.
Yeah, at the same time, typically Mystic King will be playing a character like this only to swap off after a pick comes through, but that window for a pick against the Widowmaker is kind of dropping off the table, and Mystic King is staying on this character. It's tough to do a lot when so much of the backline of the side of UMW is able to just kind of parcel themselves behind Hotel right here, but Pink Sky has been picked notably. Pace jumping in, playing dive for their own side. That could be enough to actually take this. Mystic King going to go for the swap off, but still, we are waiting for Pink Sky to get it back up, and that could be enough with Winston leading the charge to get this point and actually get the ball rolling for Glenville.
A lot of that was Runty too, right? Like Runty was over there in that flank, laying in a lot of pressure. They're not diving overly too far. They know that they need to stay up as a group with this Winston. That way they can continue to apply that pressure. But here we go. They're going to go ahead and start slicing and dicing throughout and push them on back a little bit. Tell them a little bit about themselves. Pace is already taking care of Shadow. Pink Sky already wiped as well. You can say Juno is gone. And now it's time to escort the payload. The pace has been set. And Glenville State University says they have no problems with the sprint.
And that was a really strong, unforced error by the side of University of Mary Washington. Glenville not only the point, but a lot of extra yardage off the back of a one fight. UMW miscalculated, thought that they had the time to touch. They were denied that, and then they were caught out in the open as the backline was trying to shift away. Pink Sky had to unfortunately take the brunt of that damage. Shadow fell early in that one, and now Glenville State University have a great rallying cry, because we always talk about how Overwatch is a game of resource management as much as it is a game of hitting your shot. And right now, Glenville State University is going to be the first to try to force their big ultimate abilities. Pink Sky trying to force forward, but once again, Darius is dead. It's another 4v5 scenario. UMW needs to try to answer back against Mystic King. Not quite healthy enough to get back into the fight, but Pace is going to do more than enough to answer back for their DPS, jumping in with their ultimate, breaking the glasses. Zook's going to die for their efforts, and given that is the case, Glenville State University are absolutely speed running the second point, will be able to get the touch here, and now we're actually on even playing field moving into point number 3.
Number 3, they have kept the pace just about even from what University of Mary Washington had set. The sprint that we asked questions about has been still in their favor. We saw that they're trying something a little bit different here. They're trying to get a little bit of that hit scan and going for themselves. The University of Mary Washington, they finally got Juno sticking over here, just hitting them up with that Sojourn, laying in a good amount of damage. Pace doing admirable work with this Winston. But Genji over here on the side, Renzi cannot finish things off, and look over onto the other side. They opened up the gates, and that was all that was needed. It just needed to apply a little bit of that pressure, man.
All right, well, there's one more fight within UMW, and notably they do have 3 available, but Glenville has 2 that they're going to be able to answer back with. Them both are incredibly strong stabilizing forces. Mystic King already taking a solid angle here on the Sojourn. It'll just free fire down choke points. That's going to be Maywall firing off here. Got Zeus is going to drop the orbital laser, but Sneaky Squid is just melted in an instant. Pace finds angle onto the back line, knocks out Shadow by taking down the Lantern as well. And Icy Chiller, aka Runty, is also just going to be there to help push through a team kill. And in fact, Glenville State University will have even more time on the touch.
It was a devastating pace, but Glenville make it out not looking winded by any mention of anything. They get through this very nicely. Now we're going to switch back to side since it was an even score in regards to it. It is going to be another chance, and now the pace has been set. This is where we get into our game of limbo. The bar is going to continue to be placed, and you have to continue to be able to excel. Can you raise the bar? Can you continuously increase your own pace? That is going to be the question that will be asked here. So we go into our next round. University of Mary Washington, it's going to be up to them how exactly they push this on out. Glenville State University actually doing something very interesting. Renzi's actually playing Junkrats. That's not somebody we typically see, except for wanting to lay out a little bit of that poke.
Yeah, a lot of this is actually feeling a little bit weird, right? Ruby is on a flex support. Reaver is also on a flex support here, playing that Moira. And what this means is that you're going to get a lot of solid healing. You're going to get good, solid interactions. But I think the consistency of UMW's side is such that I'm kind of favoring what they're bringing in as a 5-stack to the table, as they are going to be the first ones on the attacker's side. Things are going to go back to their Orisa here. I was actually wondering if we were finally going to see a shift away from these characters. I think that your call earlier on, Travis, of going towards something like a Reinhardt on King's Row is actually really smart. Slow down the pace, particularly on defense side. Pace wants to put this at a high tempo as well, jamming on this Winston. He's got trying around the corner for the time being. Good job by the support, trying to keep them topped up. But Zooks is dead, so now that's a lot of burden upon Shadow to just try to pump to make sure that Pink Sky's still alive. Zook going to actually swap over to Kiriko and get right back on into the action. But so far, this is actually the strongest defense we've seen on point number 1.
Yeah, it's been so incredibly good, and Pace from this Winston, somebody you normally associate with diving, is doing some great work. They're laying in a good amount of damage. Check it out. Reaver dropped down critically low. The Mora barely able to survive all of that. He is going to survive. The wall is being pushed in. They're pushing back the line over onto the side. You can see the Orisa just doing this solo push and laying in a good amount of work. As now the line of scrimmage lane where all the action has been happening has been drawn. There is the window of opportunity laid through, and they're going to fire their guns right on through. Every single member will get pushed up against the wall. Winston is gone. It's a team kill. Glenville State University get pushed off of the point. University of Mary Washington got themselves the payload.
Is this just a disgustingly attacker-sided map or something, Travesty? Like, what are we seeing here? UMW slowed slightly, will still be able to get themselves to a point. 30 seconds left on the clock. They really just want to keep constant contact with this one and walk it home. Let's put it this way. If you were in this situation last game, you'd be able to get up to 6 points, because I don't think that Mary University and Mary Watson was ever fully shoved off the point. And the same thing can be said for Glenville State University. So we still got quite the play in front of us as we get a 3-man ultimate called out by Pink Sky there, who immediately falls through the blow at Miss King, and that is going to be Runty, killed by Zacharias during that chaos. That means that UMW will keep on the point. Now, resources have been burned, but Gadzooks is back at the Kitsune Rush, and notably, Zacharias has the Dragon Blade available, but they're up against a 4 stack of abilities on Glenville's side. Ruby going to initiate Glenville State University with the Orbital Laser. Reaver keeping your Coalescence available. Further healing in this one, and will now need to use it as Ruby is picked off early in this one. Pace going to try to activate their ultimate. Miss King holding on to theirs, will eventually pop to overclock themselves and dive on into the enemy team, but dies too quickly to use the full charge, and Reaver gets melted as well. Sneaky School with an incredible angle onto the back line here will help bring it to a close to ace, and what that means is that we will at least see 5 points on the map for UMW.
UMW has got a great pace set up. They've got the overtime ticking away. They'll be able to get, like you were talking about, they're going to be on that 5-pointer, right? They're going to be looking pretty good at this. They would love to extend this past to the next step. They have to go ahead and guide the payload in. They cannot get off of it. No wipes can possibly happen. And the thing I want to see is keep an eye on this choke point. This is the big moment for Glenville, but there's no ultimates available. They still got 50%. The window opportunity getting drawn on there. They're going to go ahead and lay in a good amount of the hurt. Sneaky Squad got the Death Blossom, only got Mr. King as you see Runty over onto the side, getting chased down by Zacharias. Another member dropped as the blade is ready to be unsheathed at a moment's notice, holding on to it. Winston buying some time to keep the payload at this pace. Pace is sticking to it, staying true to the name. They're just going to fire off a couple more shots. Payload has not stopped moving. They're continuing the action here as this blade still waiting. Zacharias is holding on to it for this one final push. They're getting pushed into their own spawn. They're actually desynced on their timers completely. That's a big elim. Both swords have been unsheathed. Both swords are looking to duel with each other. Pace is going absolutely ape as they are not able to find any way of getting out of this. There's no salvation on it. They're going to try and pick up the last couple people that can get onto the point instantaneously. Overtime is still there. It's a battle of inches, but one more javelin throw, a wave goodbye. Round 3 completed. Yet again, the bar has been set even higher.
Oh, man. Well, there's a possibility here that we get a tie. I'm not going to lie, Travis. There's no evidence that Glenville will not do the exact same thing on this second attempt at the attacker side of the map. Really, I think a lot of this comes down to the compositions that we see and how well coordinated these two teams are. Notably, the pivot point, the reason why we saw the 6th score by UMW was that Glenville just bungled their resource advantage really hard coming into point number 3. They lost a fight while up so many ultimates. UMW were able to play the tempo perfectly, and notably, this is a thing that should not be happening at this level, Travesty. When you know that someone has to stick like glue to the points in order to keep the hopes alive of getting to that 6 stack, Glenville State University should know that UMW will have to take fights that they don't want to take. But now, the same exact mentality is going over to the side of Glenville on the attackers. They will have to try to pull off the same kind of miracle run that we just saw out of UMW. And with it being brought down to the wire, this could be a debilitating loss if, in fact, we do see UMW walk away 2-0 in the series so far.
I mean, look, I want to see some fights, a little bit more control over these choke points. That's where the most devastating part of the control comes in. This is where defense is your best friend. Glenville State University, they're going with that dive yet again. Check out the Widowmaker, looking for anybody who is out of position to get the insta pop. I would love to see them be able to get into a better position, but like you were talking about before, they kind of look for a quick pick, swap back over, get that Sojourn, get back into the fight. Only problem is, it does delay you getting back into the action, so if your teammates find themselves in a rough situation, it could be a little weird, but they are there. And now they've got to push, and they've gotten control over this fountain. You can see the charge being led ever so confidently. Pink Sky is saying, no, 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 we're not playing this game. Pay's taking a good chunk of damage. The DPS is starting to hurt, but Mr. King is free firing on the side of this fight, just laying in shot after shot, continuously pounding into the HP bar. Runty just trying to do what they'll be able to do, be a little bit of disruption, and they get a kill of their own. Mr. King finds Kiriko. The 2 members down from the University of Mary Washington does mean that they'll be able to maintain control over this first point.
Really good focus decision making by Glenville. A lot of pick up areas early in that one, and then because you had the imbalance of 1 versus 2 DPS, Mystic King was able to free fire like you're talking about with impunity, getting themselves a point. They have a minute on the clock. At this point, though, that virtually doesn't mean anything because it is going to take that amount of time to get it to these 2 points. You are looking at a 0-0. The question is whether or not Glenville State University will actually be able to, in overtime, make this count and get them to 6 scores.
It's a game that's being played on the balance of a knife's edge. You can cut it apart at any moment in time. You make one mistake and you find yourself getting cut apart as well. It's the ultimate from Pink Sky, just laying it in, laying out that challenge, man. They got a rally. They might have to use that rally cry for themselves. You can see that immortality field being laid out as they continue to lay in the hurt, but there's such good focus coming in from Glenville State University. That looked like such a tragic scenario. But look at the control that came from Glenville. They held onto their resources, weathered the storm, and came out just fine, if not better.
Oh, absolutely. University of Mary Washington notably has kept a hold of a lot of their ultimates as well, but Runty is going to get a Dragon Blade before Zacharias does, and that could imbalance an entire fight, particularly given the fact that Shadow is already massively overtaxed trying to use the Immortality Field to deal with a diving Winston, a diving Runty, a hot-shotting Mystic King. That being said, this time around, things are going to be opened up in favor of UMW as that Mystic King will in fact be taken down. Reaver will be able to answer back and knock out Sneaky Squid, and now with Gadzooks dying by dropping the Kitsune Rush and then immediately getting melted by their opponent. What is happening is UMW is trying to make contact here to weather the storm versus Runty. Will be able to do so as Zacharias gets enough ult charge to pop a Dragon Blade of their own pace, though fires right back, and still contact has been made onto the point by Winston and company. Glenville State University emerged victorious in yet another skirmish, and they are going to be able to push this over to another point. An attempted stop by Pink Sky and company is only going to serve to take the take, and UMW low. There's the touch, there's the shove now, and we're in the home stretch.
Home stretch, but if you lose one fight, this is GG, all that she wrote. The finish line is right before you. But everybody always says the hardest part of a race is the last 2% of it. That is always where when the finish line gets into sight range, right? That is when you have the biggest struggle, and you got a struggle in front of you in Pink Sky. University of Mary Washington with a phenomenal ultimate. They get 2 members pop. As a result, 3 members as well. The routing has begun. That timer ticks down instantly. UMW pick up map number 2.
Moving up 2-0 on the scoreline here, Travesty. And what did I say at the start of Glenville State's University doomed final push? They needed to deal with the psychology at hand. They needed to deal with the game plan that UMW as defenders up against a team guaranteed to go to overtime would have to touch the point constantly. And so that we saw one of the first times in a long time at this level of Overwatch, Pink Sky, on the Orisa, get to a 500% charge, max charge, ultimate, and that was enough to wipe 2 and put the fight in favor of this Virginia team representative. What an incredible showing. Glenville University are now on the ropes, Travesty, and in this best of 5, they got one more shot to try to stabilize.
Well, they got one more shot to stabilize for sure, but my question does come about, right? Like, what is going to be the next map? Because one thing I will say, and this is active criticism for both teams that they can go back from inside of it, is choke point defense was not their friend and for either one of these teams. Offense was absolutely their best friend. I'm looking at this Nets map selection, and I'm looking at it very carefully because I do think that both of these teams have some similar strengths, right? Their compositions towards going in and being the aggressors. We see that Glenville feels a lot more comfortable with these dive compositions, with the Winston leading away, where they have the tank that's able to just kind of run in like a wrecking ball and just kind of swing in and just be reckless, be a little bit unpredictable, and be a wild card instead of somebody who's stable right in front of them. Well, on the flip side of things, I think when we look over at the University of Mary Washington, I look at the squad and I go, all right, they have their idea of how they want to play. The Sarissa kind of guides everybody on forward, and you make your plays around it. It's two different play styles around the tanks, but both teams are playing around their tanks in very different ways because of that, with one of them being a little bit more of that loose cannon, while the other one being this bulwark defense that's kind of moving the line forward for the team.
And to your point here, Travis, I was actually kind of surprised because this is that we're seeing such a dogged sticking to Orisa for the side of UMW, and it was getting kind of dicey there near the end. And as you pointed out, that choke point defense certainly was not there for UMW. You know what? I'm willing to give it to them, though. Apparently, Kings Row is just a disgustingly attacker-sided map. I said it before. I'll say it again. I'll have to keep an eye out for whether or not this is a running trend throughout our multiple series that we have stacked up for us today. But I would like to see a shield character brought to the forefront of the strategy for UMW. Maybe a Sigma coming out, something like that, could help to slow the pace of the game down a little bit and actually help to further play to their strengths.
So what I'm hearing, Nyarko, is that you are a fan of that melody.
Sure. I mean, I actually don't like Sigma whatsoever. I find him agonizing to play against. But, you know, why? Let's put it this way.
You don't mind having one on your team, is what I'm hearing.
I do not mind having one on my team. I certainly don't mind casting it. That is the other thing here, Travis. I am a Lucio player at the end of the day, so you guys lock in whatever the heck you want. As long as I have somebody to dive, I will not care about anybody on my side of the team, right? So, yeah, let's put it that way. This is a game where I think right now the meta is very much favoring a lot of coordination, though, and we've seen that so far, at least out of UMW.
Yeah, it's coordinated like offensive plays, I would say, is the biggest thing that it favors, right? Like we have seen the meatball compositions where it's just like, all right, everybody ball around the Samoan with the miniguns and we'll make it all happen. We have seen the compositions where it is very tank centric, right? It is the tank leading the way, and it's usually building a good supportive cast with it. And then I feel like your DPS has been very in matter of fact of what map you're playing, right? Like certain maps just favor certain people, right? Like Kings Row, we will see a little bit more of that long range, right? You were talking about it, the Ash, the Widowmaker, you sometimes see them pop up, especially at that first point. So in this next map that we're end up having, I think that will decide a lot. I still think that Junkrat was an interesting one for me to see, just because that's not a typical one that you get to see, especially on first point of Kings Row, just because of the fact that, like, yeah, you can lay out a decent amount of poke, but it's very centric on you holding those gates. It is not a great pick for, like, actually holding the point itself. So I do kind of look over and go, all right, what's your read on the map? Because the DPMs, we've seen like little flashes, little moments of brilliance. For the most part, the Genjis have been stealing away our eyes, where we've been like, okay, you know what? Okay. All right, you know what? Mata, I'm in for it.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's just kind of inherent to Genji, though, at the same time. Because you look at Reaper, outside of Death Blossoms, this is a consistent monster and something that we have been seeing quite a bit on both the maps so far. And I think that is going to continue as a trend. He's a very, very strong, very consistent DPS, right? You get one slot to be fancy, be flashy, have a character with that really, really high skill ceiling. On the other side, you need someone who's constantly jeopardizing supports. And guess what? When something as immobile as a Baptiste is on the table, there is nothing better to lock in than that Reaper. Now, I do love the adjustment that we're seeing a lot of Brigitte at this point in the meta. She's relatively strong. She's doing a really good job of stopping those dives from coming through, and it's also one of those forces that allows for the slowing of the tempo of the game as a whole. But I don't think that that is enough to deter people from locking in the big shadow guy.
Yeah, I think it's very funny that you say that, just because I always think of her as like the bonking character, right? Like, you're trying to die, bonk, nope, stop it. Like, it's just immediately like, stop what you're doing, stop it, stop it. I'm here for it. I'm here for it, and I do think it does speak to the current support meta, right? Because I do think Juno is a very interesting thing that gets paired alongside with just about anybody at the current moment in time. After the nerfs, we saw that Juno is still very popular. Juno is still something that is just inevitable. His new character, Who This, they come in here, they are launched, and they have a lot of good synergy with the current style that everybody is wanting to go for. And I do think Juno has a lot of synergy with both of these team strategies. So no matter the map, I'm kind of expecting more Juno. I'm probably expecting another, because of that, it does automatically mean that you have to have a support that kind of fills in the weaknesses of you grabbing the Juno. So it does mean like we won't see somebody like a Zenyatta. I know, breaks my heart. But like, it does become like a different thing of like, all right, who are are we going to end up picking up? We're still waiting on the map selection. So once we get map selection, we'll be able to go into a little bit more detail on what to expect for DPMs. Because I do think, like I said, we can't really call who the DPMs are going to be, except for Genji, I guess, since Genji has been played all the time. It's just never ending. He's just good. So I'm curious on what the map selection will be, because that will tell us a lot about what we can expect from these DPMs. Looks like we're going Circuit Royale.
Well, we talked about our hopes for seeing some long sightline characters, the Widowmaker, the Ashe coming out. This is certainly the map for it. Incredibly long sightlines, not a whole lot in the way of spaces by which to duck into corners and things of that nature. This is going to be an interesting one. I really feel like Circuit Royale is one of these maps that I always feel weird playing, because there's so many different stop gaps. It's very difficult once you drop point to actually get back to it, depending on where exactly you're pushing it to. And I think that given that that is the case, right now we're once again putting a premium on these topics we've been talking about again and again. Disruptive DPSing, disruptive tanking. How are you doing those things on a map like this, especially when there's such a long run up? And how are you combining that with strong coordination as a 5-stack?
Oh, let's get into this map. I'm curious on what exactly we are going to see. I believe last time we had this map, we got to see a Torbjorn pick, and I don't think we're going to see that today, but my heart really wishes I could, just because I love me some Torbjorn. But we do get to see the lineups coming in. Already see some of the DPSs that are grabbed. The Diva makes a lot of sense if they do decide to stick with that. I actually prefer the Diva over Orisa, especially for the beginning levels of this. It's just really good at being mobile, keeping up the pace of everything. The Winston on the other side, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But we are seeing those long sight lines, right? You were talking about it earlier. The Ashe, the Ana are locked in. Sojourn kind of fits into that really well. Well, on the flip side of things, Zacharias, for the first time, we're going to look at them on the Widowmaker. And we got Sneaky Squid playing somebody who is going to be very fast and in their face with the Tracer.
Every time I see an attack Widowmaker like this, though, I imagine get a pick, get on out. Zacharias just checking to see whether or not that comp has a flyer like that Echo we saw earlier coming to the table for Glenville State University. Not going to see any opportunity really to try to apply pressure with this character. Get the jump shots going across the far side wall. Misty got picked off early there. Good job by Sneaky Squid. Drawn fire and in turn firing right back. University of Mary Washington used this pick to great effect, as now, once again, there's the flip side of the coin. Sometimes, given these long sidelines, if you lose the fight to try to stop the push of the point, now you have to give up a lot of yardage in order to find a new angle and UA on in. And we see right there the risk that Pace has to take just to try to peek this corner, take it down to just a sliver of health, and will still get dropped. Ruby just could not output enough damage, and right now Pink Sky and Zacharias are on a tear.
Yeah, they are just tearing apart the HP bars, and this composition is not a good mash into this Tracer as well. This Tracer Diva, they're the dive buddies. Hey, look, how fun is it to have this mosquito just poking around you and just constantly be firing away with dual miniguns, right? Like that, like the little just... The cavalry is here, love. Like, they're just constantly doing that. They can rinse and repeat that. The Winston does not appreciate it. There's no real, like, kill pressure to start off these unless they're able to get a definitive flick onto the head of the Tracer. You can see, right? You're looking over at it. It's optimistic-ing to actually get that tap because nobody else is going to be able to just get a consistent pop onto him. And then you got a counter sniper because there's another Widowmaker trying to stare at you while you're trying to stare for the Tracer, which is constantly in your team's backline with the Diva.
Yeah, Mystic King must have an immense set of confidence on them, trying to go for a Widowmaker into Sneaky Squid on this pickup with the Tracer. Will be filled by Icy Chiller, aka Runty here, but it's too little too late. I think Mystic King has to immediately swap right back, losing a bunch of ult charge to go to the Ashe. But on the other side, Pace says, I'm going to put this in my own hands. Deep climb out of the back line, and I just need to stop making college shots. You know, the Castle Curse is real. Glenville State University has a great hold, and this reminds me of 2 years ago, Overwatch League Finals. We saw this exact kind of push being made by the Dallas Fuel. They were unable to retouch point for the rest of the time.
Becomes a tricky spot because now the point has been put up at the top of the hill. This is one of the hardest to recover from parts whenever you're on this offensive side here, when you're just trying to push in. Kitsune has been utilized. They're getting a lot of pressure being applied. Diva does have ultimate So they could look for a big self-destruct play if they so choose to get themselves averted. But check out Runty, popping fools. They saw Sneaky Squid onto the side. They immediately domed them as Reaver, Pasty, they're just tearing them apart, member by member. Baby Diva is running away, looking to get some more Doritos and Mountain Dew to get back into the map.
It's actually gonna happen. I feel it in my bones, Travesty. Glenville State University are in such good position to, with this composition, make a mark on high ground. What exactly do you do to dislodge Mystic King or Ruby in this situation? You have to try to go dive, but Sneaky Squid has proven that they are unable to win duels confidently versus Runty right now because the Sojourn has been an absolute monster. That being said, UMW trying to push back up, drop window, and I think Glenville State have given up a little bit too much space here as a 5-stack. Walking back around the corner here, this is going to allow for UMW to actually get the retouch and the momentum back on their side. And now look at this, trying to peek around the corner.
Nano boost,
Winston. Situation that we saw before. Winston nano boosted here, doing a good job on UMW's side, zoning this character out, but eventually the damage comes through. Gadzooks is going to fall. Shadow is going to be melted right alongside them. Pink Sky trying to answer right back with Zacharias at their back. Takes out 3. It's 3v4 for the time being. Pink Sky going to be D-mexed, but I think they have done enough work. Mystic King has to just fall away. That is second point taken, and there's still 4 minutes on the clock.
University of Mary Washington find a moment. I don't think Glenville State University was ready for them to get back onto the offense as quickly as they did. Caught a little bit out of position. And see what the end result of that would be. Runty has swapped away from the Widowmaker into their own. But oh my goodness, just absolutely got clapped by the Sojourn. Zacharias has had enough. Has swapped off of their own Widowmaker and has been putting in some work saying, hey, yo, you know what? I can show you guys how it is done. The bomb has been dropped as well by Sneaky Squid, and you can see Pace keeping a hold of the point as long as they possibly can. They're going to go ahead and go a little crazy. Go ahead and drop a little science on them as they just continue to pound away with the rage there to empower them. That's enough to be able to disrupt this push and push them back so they have to recollect themselves. Again, a little bit of some TNT being thrown their way. Ash trying to do what they can. That biotic grenade putting in actually a good amount of work, almost causing the kill on the Orisa.
But at the same time, Glenville, yeah, they get a pick on a Sneaky Squid for the cost of 2 ultimates. The rest of Mary Washington are going to be able to rally off of this one. Sneaky Squid right back into it once it's picked off. And now look at the ult share. Very much on the side of UMW. Ruby and Mystic King both have theirs ult, but unfortunately, Ash is going to die with it available. Nanobu's going to be activated on a pace once again, but it's still not enough. The monkey just dies, and that should be enough for UMW to walk it in, or at the very least, create an unstoppable push towards this decisive point. That's 4 ultimates available.
One last push. They have one last push with this, with the time that's there. Bob is going to come in and be the Phantom 6 member for the team. Here comes the window, dropped in by the Baptiste, but there's so many ultimates to be able to be utilized. They just go ahead, eliminate the tank right off the get-go. The scientist is gone. They're going for more members. You can't even get the Ana out of the spawn. They're just trying to fire off their last couple shots. Runty over here, just trying to pick away onto the back end of the fight. Rewinding time, getting their HP bar, just trying to buy a little bit of space for them to get a couple more members. Pace has been able to rejoin to the fray, gets onto the payload, but it's just not enough. They're going to go ahead, push them back, eliminate them. Round number 1 goes the way of UMW.
And it all comes down to that one point. Trying to push to get the second score. University of Mary Washington are respected too much by Glenville State University. They back around the corner and said, yeah, have this. We're going to trickle in past the corner one after the other and slowly lose our health bars. And off of that, UMW managed to get the 3 stack. A minute 38 on the clock means that this is very matchable by Glenville State University side. They've had immense success on attackers, but right here, right now, this is their livelihood on the line.
And look, if you're looking to count anybody out, don't do it, because we have seen offense has been both of these teams' strong suits. So UMW now on defense, question points have to be asked, right? There's a couple choke points that you have to look at on the map. Can they defend these a little bit better than what they did? The main one being at the top of the hill. That top of the hill spot is such a devastating choke that you can hold on. It's very hard for you to regain footing if you are on offense and the payload gets stopped at the top of the hill. So UMW has that, and we're seeing a bit of a swap around. Pete Sky has themselves a new tank being added into the fold.
Well, I was calling for a barrier tank. This is kind of a shield tank.
Does it come for you?
Yeah, he literally has a shield. It does so little compared to like what a Sigma shield does, but at the end of the day, Ramatra has enough in his toolkit to be able to, you know, pop off in other ways here. And I like this call, right? It kind of plays to Pink Sky's strength of playing Smash Mouth and then pushing the tempo whichever sort of way they desire. They can slow things down, they can back on off, they can play the poke game, or they can jam, right? They can go forward, they can go into fires from the sky and make a real statement here. Glenville State University, though, have the first duty of just trying to get it around this corner. Pink Sky already playing really far forward here. They get started a poke war with the side of Runty, jumping in through that small building to the right. Let's see what else comes of this, because right now, this is looking like a deadlock around this.
Just saying, man. Look, he heard a little rumor. Glenville does not like that Fruity Pebble, so he's going to continue firing them on out. Lays in a good bit of those Fruity Pebbles, laying in a good amount of hurt, and we are seeing a very contested point early on. They're a little far forward, yes, but they're taking full advantage of the range that they have. They have a lot going for them. Go ahead, bring the arms up, break out those dupes. You can see the Reaper trying to reposition for this fight. Sneaky Squid, Zacharias getting popped right across the face. Their chest blown wide open. They are limping away from the fight, but they're looking to make sure they can't walk at all as they find big pivotal blows. Pink Sky barely surviving at the end of the fight. They are continuing to chase on forward, and all this comes down to Mist King having just a great showing on this Sojourn.
In Glenville State University, yet again, are I think in a favorable ult economy. Shadow does have the window of opportunity, but that's not it for UMW while here. Annihilation. Big choke point, but I don't think it's going to come out fast enough for this to happen on first point. Pink Sky, though, already going to take him to 99%. The problem is that Shadow is all alone by window. Great step from Pace diving the backline, but did they overextend? Reaver and the side of Runty and Misty, you're all dead as a response, and now Pace has to go in with Primal Rage to try to make the most of this situation. Gadzooks is going to fall to the Monkey Man, but that is enough for UMW to still stabilize, taking down the Winston and now holding the point before a score is on the board.
Honestly, you can look over to a Pink Sky. He's just saying, hey guys, look, I'll show you guys a little bit of my art collection here. You know, I got this up here. The payload did not hit first checkpoint. Major point to talk about. Pace has swapped away from the Winston, feeling a little bit of that pressure. A minute and a half left on the point for them to be able to cap this one. This could be a devastating scenario as the sword is available for Runty. They have ultimates available. They have that rally. They have that Sojourn ultimate as well. But the same can be said for University of Mary Washington. Here we go. Here's the pop-off moment. Kitsune has been unleashed. They're laying in some shots. The Skink onto the back end, laying in a good amount of volleys as they find 3 kills in the back end of the fight, being able to find the vitals and continuously hitting them over and over and over. You can see them trying to make their escape. They'll be able to escape with their lives, but University Mary Washington did get routed off of a devastating push.
And I'll be honest, Biotic Grenade was more important than any ultimate that we saw come out during that fight, Travesty. A disgusting ability, anti-healing 3 members, forcing the Baptiste Lantern, and it wasn't enough to get Pink Sky topped off in time. That being said, coming out of this fight, we do have Sneaky Squid, Sicarius, and this tank, all still with their ultimates available to match up against Runty, Reaver, and Ruby. And now we're going to see the Reaper move on in. Sneaky Squid just annihilates the backline. Ruby will be able to get the fade away off of the Nano boost, and because of that, Runty will be able to pick up 2 with the Dragon Blade Wombo combo, but still, great stuff coming here from Sneaky Squid, keeping the ult advantage on the side of University of Mary Washington. But I think due to that, they will trade off this fight, and that buys more yardage and more time for Glenville.
That's so big, though, because, look, you're at the top of the hill now. This is what I was talking about. This is a devastating point to actually have to hold, to regain if you're on offense. This is one of those devastating points. They're going to make a big push here to try and push them off of it. As you can see, that timer ticking on down. If they're able to regain control, Zacharias will be able to lead the way, popping off, taking out their Sojourn, laying in more shots into the Samoan as he tries to run away. Pace taken off by Sneaky Squid, and they will get the wipe. They'll get the defense. They'll be able to regain control over the payload.
Uh-oh, well, they didn't get it to the second point, Travesty. No spawn around them. That is going to lead to a position where Glenville State University will have to take a dogged repush at 1:48 on the clock. We do have a little bit of a pause coming in here, but it gives us a bit of time to reflect on what we have seen so far. One of my metrics that I always have in these situations is if you are dropping on a point prior to the final point below the timer of your opponent who finished it off at 3 points, it becomes an immense uphill battle, and Glenville State University currently has that burden upon them.
Let's see what we have here. I do believe it's a quick technical pause that's going on, so we'll see exactly what the issue was and get right back into the action. But I mean, being at the top of the hill like that, that is a not a good spot to be inside of. So hopefully this becomes a little bit of a time for Glenville to kind of talk to each other and just be like, all right, guys, let's go ahead and kind of freshen up. It's a hard place to retake and continue our offense, but if we can do it, the last bit, I always find the last juncture actually a lot easier on offense. It's the easiest part of the map because it is literally just it's a very clustered 3 lanes, right? You have that little inside perimeter, you have that little outside, and you have just the little pathway that zigzags in where the payload's going to go through. You don't really have any weird space to work with. You're not expecting any snipers. You're not expecting anybody long range in terms of the threats. You're expecting this close range threats. So if Glenville can get past this could be right in their wheelhouse. As the pause is gone, and here we go. We're back into it.
Oh, man. Well, a lot is on the line here. Glenville State University does not want to get throwed, but the problem is they may have no... This is a long shove up to the top side. Pink Sky back on the favorite Orisa. The battle lines have been drawn. Pace with the cage match available. Mysticking at the backside will be able to drop an overclock of their own, but they need a good opportunity with which to do so. And by having to zigzag up past this landing pad, Pace just doesn't really see an entry point that they could best leverage. Trying to hop forward. Now incredibly low. Will Desperational, but it's too little too late. And that's a disaster. University of Mary Washington, they win the series off of that misstep.
1 minute left off of the play. Mr. King able to get a vital pick. You have less than a minute. Haste is up. Runty is up. You have 2 members. The rest are going to be able to come up. But that is a major resource gone. No more cage match available. Means that you do not have your major control ultimate. While on the flip side of things, the Kitsune is available. The Death Blossom is available. Orisa is going to be able to spin that staff right round, baby, in just a moment here. One last push, but all the resources drained. Nothing left in the tank. They got just 1 nano boost. Is it going to be enough? Here we go. Last push. Ultimate being used by the Orisa. Reaver taken off of the map, and you can see the shots being fired. Ruby just trying to get a little bit of healing, a little bit of shielding, going on over to their side, but they're not able to lay in the damage. It is just paced against the world, but the world is too freaking heavy as each member is getting routed out. Zacharias over onto the side of the fight. The Mogul is trying to lay in a little bit of cover fire, but it's just not enough. Overtime is the name of the game. They're just trying to scrap them off. They got the Death Blossom, and that's going to spell disaster for the side of Glenville State. The series will go to UMW.
University of Mary Washington are brilliant in those scramble situations. They know how to play overtime perfectly. And what a raw dog ultimate of that Reaper at the very end to just bring it home. Pace is going to get play of the game, and credit to them for a really solid series throughout, but it was not enough to deal with the Glenville monstrosity. Here's that double kill onto the backline that actually gave me a glimmer of hope that Glenville State University would be able to get the retouch and maybe even the points off of it, but unfortunately, they go down very quickly after that play of the game comes through, Travesty, and that's what results in a 3-0. UMW, they saw we were behind schedule. They said, nah, hang on a second. We're going to get through this series because we're going to see them up next again, Travesty. That's the thing. They got a gauntlet ahead of them.
Yeah, they have a big series still ahead of them. They still got a lot to actually grind through and get through, see how they be able to perform. Got 1 win for themselves. Remember, we are inside of round robin for those who are watching, so this is all for seeding for when we get into the bracket stage. So picking up a win here is very big, as all these teams are trying to guide themselves over to that #1 seed and get that big advantage to start everything off. But Yarko, we were talking about, we're a little bit behind on schedule. we would love to take some time to digest, but I think everybody got to see the magnificence that was going on in that series. So we're going to throw it over to a short break. When we come back, we'll have some more Overwatch 2 for you all. So make sure you do not touch that browser. Sweet. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to the Mid-Atlantic Esports Conference. We're getting into some good old clash over at the UMW area, and it is going to be a phenomenal time. We're going in with some more UMW, the Hometown Heroes, brought to you again, second time in a row. This time they'll be taking on Virginia Wesleyan, and my name's Travis. I'm joined here with Narco. Narco, are you ready for some more Overwatch?
Oh yeah, I am ready for some more Overwatch. The question is UMW ready? Said they are kind of in the middle of a gauntlet. We're going to be documenting them not only this run, but another series after that. A potential of 15 games on the day is a rough thing to try to wake up to. I got to tell you that right now, Travis D, as someone who woke up to having to cast a possibility of 15 Overwatch games in a day.
Hey, look, that's the beauty of a LAN. You get that feeling where you look, it's a good night's sleep right afterwards. I'm telling you, man. But hey, yo, looking over, flip things around. Let's go ahead and take a quick moment to recognize how it happened for Virginia in their last round. They did end up falling to Penn State in a 3-0 fashion. So whoever is able to pick up it up here, right? You look over at Virginia Wesleyan, you say, okay, they want to swing momentum back in their way. They want it to be like a pendulum, right? It's all the way back here. Let me swing it on back to the other way, and let's just grab a hold of it while it's keep that momentum there. Well, on the flip side of things, right, University of Mary Washington, they're in a situation, they're in the scenario where it's like, okay, we are in a good spot. We've got one win. Another win here would solidify either a first or second seed spot for them, so you know they down for that.
Yeah, I agree. I really think that UMW are feeling quite good after coming off against a tough 3-0, but still a 3-0 against Glenville. And now knowing that this is what the history of Virginia Wesleyan is, they, I think, are seeing this as their opportunity to make a mark. But you also got to think about it on the other side of things, right? UMW now know that Penn State are clearly certified killers, right? And if they can't beat Virginia Wesleyan, how are they going to end up beating Penn State in what is going to be the final round that we're going to be broadcasting on the day? So, Travis, see, with that dynamic at play, I really do think that this is in a way for all the marbles.
It can be, right. The big thing that you can do in this situation is you don't want to get caught up in that it's for the all the marbles mindset, right? I've played inside of lands. I've known what it feels like to be like, oh man, if we win this game, it puts us in such a good spot. Look, sometimes you gotta unslouch the shoulders a little bit. You know, you gotta do a little posture check. You gotta make sure you're right and comfy. You need to make sure that you're ready to go because, like you were talking about, it's a long day. There's a lot of games, and right now we're in round robin stage, so there's no threat of elimination at the current moment in time. It's all about seeding, and with that seeding talk coming into play, it's very easy to get caught up in the idea of I've got to get this. I got to win here for first. I got to win here for second. But we have seen stories from the bottom of the barrel when it comes down to seeding and how they rise to the top. So look, all that matters is you're able to relax. You're able to play your best game that you can possibly play because with these young players, right? Sure, winning's cool in all that. You can go in here and say, man, I played 15 games of Overwatch today and I'm tired. But you know what's better than all that is knowing that you left it all out there on the map. You said I played the best I possibly could. So you know what the key to that is? A clean mental. So keeping an eye on that. Keep an eye on how they coordinate the plays. Keep an eye on how they communicate with each other with their ultimates, because that's a clear indicator. That's the clearest indicator that we can get as casters, as spectators. Because look, that other squad over there, yo, we don't got access to the comms. We don't get to see the pop-off camera. I've been asking for it. I want a pop-off camera. I want to have a window over there that's like, oh man, Jimmy just got out of the chair and just threw his arms up in victory. He's yelling all sorts of things. I want that, you know? I want that. I want to hear that energy. I want to feel that energy. But for these players, this experience is irreplaceable. So looking forward to that for them. This bracket stage, all I can ask, yo, both teams, all players, yo, leave it all out there on the map, man.
Well, I'll be honest here, Travis. I think at the very least, we'll be able to get the cams inside the arena. We'll be getting incredible out maps and throughout these matchups because so far I see no indication as to why they wouldn't be putting it all out onto the table.
Exactly.
Time and time again, we've seen highlight plays already forged by both Glenville and University of Mary Washington, and I'm sure Virginia Wesleyan is going to get right into that conversation as well.
Here we go. Well, while we're getting everything figured out inside of it, I believe we have a slight delay. I think it's going to be Busan for the first map. They're just figuring out something in regards to a little technical thing on the inside of the land itself, so we're waiting on that to be figured out. This is going to be our first look at Virginia Wesleyan. I am interested because now we have seen two teams that have taken completely different looks. They have done completely different than what I was expecting to see people swinging in with their read on the meta. So I'm curious, with Virginia coming in, what is their read, right? Do they have like a secret tech for themselves? Do they have something? Do they have a Zenyatta player? Maybe. Who knows? I'm just saying, you know, like if they wanted to break it out with Torbjorn, I'm just saying, you got a fan if you do it. Just saying. I can be bought.
I think we could both get what we want here, Travis, given that I think Lucio Zen was a meta about a year. So let's just say that all players woke up from a coma. We got a shot here, man, of getting what I think is objectively in most other metas a really, really bad support combination on the table. But it's plausible. It's right there for us to see.
Yeah, it's not the combo that we would see typically in here. But here we go. We're getting into it. As you can see, both sides are going to be assembling. Curious as well. We do see a substitution actually coming in from Mary Washington as Gadzooks 180 coming in. I don't believe they were in the last.
No, Gadzooks was in there last time.
Were they? They were just a quiet hero for me then, I guess. I was like, wait a second, is that? Wait, I see a Torbjorn. Hold up, hold the presses, Torbjorn.
And we're also getting a dive comp coming out of Virginia Wesleyan University. Mighty Elf going to be locking in that Lucio. So now we got the first part of my demands over and done with. My second demand is not to see Mighty Elf immediately get picked on this character and swap off. So we're going to see what happens here. University of Mary Washington, though, are back on old reliables across the board. You know, I guess if you didn't see Gadzooks, I'll fill you in on it right here, right now, Travis C. They were mostly just playing that Juno, swapping off on occasion. We were seeing him go over to Shadow, I believe, but Shadow was that constant companion that was jamming that piece for the majority of these games.
Yeah, man. But hey, yo, Torbjorn coming out. We got to see it earlier on. This is the second time I've asked for a Torbjorn, and I got one. Thank you to everybody, but that was a nasty little shot there. Hey, yo, Arissa taken care of as well. Virginia doing a good job getting the momentum for themselves. They got this Diva pushing alongside with this Lucio, and it's getting hard. But University of Mary Washington got onto the point first, so they do get a little bit of percentage. They do have to get a cap. Give them a little bit of time and a little bit of time to get comfortable. But now Virginia with this Torbjorn, they can kind of set up this turret, be a little cheeky if they want.
Yeah, it's a high demand to try to get onto point. Maiden Haver jamming this Torbjorn, of course, can't really get good turret positions until you're actually there and stabilizing. But now you have gotten over that first hump, and we can see Virginia Wesleyan on a monster hold here if we see University of Mary Washington lose a few more members on the approach. I think since Sneaky Squid has already picked up Mighty Elf, and with Boot Scoop also falling, I don't think we're getting much more than the 25% count that Virginia Wesleyan University are currently at. University of Mary Washington are firing right back. And while we do see the self-destruct come out, it won't find anybody.
Yeah, let's push into the corner. So lots of avenues for that, but it resets the momentum, gets the Diva back in. There is the Baptiste ult, so they'll be laying in a little bit more hurt to try and keep them pushed off. University of Mary Washington getting to reclaim the point is very key for them, but they did just lose their tank. Gadzooks has gone Zooks as they have been taken off of the map as well. Shadow and everybody pushed away. Virginia reclaiming the point in very quick fashion.
It did feel like a little bit of an overextension from UMW at the back end of that play. Overchasing, wanting a bit more. Shadow, though, was kind of locked up on point, couldn't really follow forward to go help actually get Pink Sky to that next tier of damage by enabling an drop. And because that's the case, Virginia Wesleyan University get another chance at life here. Not only that, but they also get the recap off the back end of this one. And with University of Mary Washington down to 2 ults versus the 4 stack for Virginia Wesleyan University, this next fight has the potential to very much go in favor of Blue Spot, particularly when you have things like the stopgap of the Lucio breakdown, right? That could do so much to just blank Sicarius and company. That being said, may not even be needed, as that's Bootscoot getting a really good shot on Sneaky Squid. And with also the other DPS falling, Gadzooks got nowhere to go. Bootscoot is going to find another headshot, and now University of Mary Washington are kind of on the back foot here in map number 1.
Again, though, Virginia just doing so much work for themselves, getting into the point, holding down the front. They're holding down shop, and it's hard to get a push off because they just have complete control Ultimates are available for every single member except for the Diva. They're having for the next fight. Here we go. They have you in their sights. As you can see, they can go ahead and lay out the multi-core at any point in time, but they got so many shields to work with. Lay out the turret. They can hold this point for a good bit of time. The reflex being taken off means that you have this last moment device. Overtime has been established. They're trying everything to keep themselves onto the point, but Virginia Wesleyan University is just completely on it with the multi-core, the Diva ult available. They didn't even have to use it. They secured the objective. They get map number 1.
And what's real weird is that, one, I was not expecting this given Virginia was owned by Penn State, but furthermore, this is University of Mary Washington not playing at the level that we saw them at in that first matchup that they had on the day. And I wonder, Travesty, if it's a matter of endurance or something else, because they were looking very discordant, particularly on the second half of that first sub map.
And it's a interesting place to be inside of. Virginia Wesleyan, they're changing up their composition a little bit to match the map. I like this change up for them. This map right here, you have it's a harder control point to actually maintain if you do not control the uprights. Controlling the high ground, having the high ground is all the power here. If Star Wars has taught me anything, it's that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We are going to see boot scoot on a really nice angle. I love this coming from the Widowmaker because you usually get the skirmish up top, and finding a way to just sneak behind pillars and get pot shots off is really valuable. That being said, Maidenhaver kind of has to take that front line DPS approach while this is happening, and unfortunately, University of Mary Washington will be able to capitalize, and now they are spider hunting. Widowmaker just going to yeet themselves off the edge, knowing that they need to regroup with the rest of the team. And University of Mary Washington have a very solid way onto this point number 1, and beyond that, they have a great way to hold as well as they push it far enough to be able to begin to contest the showcase.
Shot being fired on through. Getting a little bit of healing. This Ana putting in the work. Garcia doing a great job making sure that BWU is completely topped off as they make this push in, but Mary Washington has held the choke point so incredibly well. The turret being laid down to be able to stop the flank. Going to Shadow. Shadow taking a good amount of damage as a result because of this. And you go over to Sky, who's holding it down for the team. Maidenhaver found himself a maiden by the name of Shadow. That is them taking off of the field, and now Virginia Wesleyan University, they grabbed a hold of the point for the first time, but it is a mad scramble. It's completely contested, and University of Mary Washington, they get the clear, are able to push them off for a little bit of time, but the point is remaining contested. That Sneaky Squid doing everything in their power just to stay alive. The ball coming in. You hate to see it, but you love it if you're a Lucio fan.
Yeah, great stuff there out of the University of Mary Washington. Stabilized the Squid, getting out with a sliver of health after a deep extension to try to take down the support and the sniper of Virginia Wesleyan University, then turning the firepower upon the team after they see Pink Sky push on in there and get an elimination onto Dr. Zammy. As a whole, Virginia Wesleyan University are in a much worse spot here than they were in that first sub map. And what that means is that University of Mary Washington do not want to go quietly into the night. We are going to see the Death Blossom activated. Sneaky Squid going incredibly deep, only able to pick up one, will be traded back by Maidenhaver. Just free firing. Gadzooks, though, will be able to kill Mighty Elf, and without any supports available, that is going to be Dr. Zammy falling in an instant. Now, we are going to see a 4-stack ult combo coming through from the side of Virginia Wesleyan, but Blue Squad needs to make the most of the situation. And one thing that I've noted from both of these teams so far is that we see good ult utilization to blank the ult utilization of others. And so whoever gets the tempo advantage here, I think will be the ones coming out on top, as that's Dr. Zammy activating, going in, and they are topped off. Great stuff, using the nano boost as the Wombo combo. That's able to take out Gadzook and Sneaky Squid. Shadow and Pink Sky are not long for this world. Zacharias, the last one left alive, just trying to get to safety or die trying, will in fact take that second option, and so it will be a retake at the last possible moment for Virginia Wesleyan University, stopping the climb up at 99% for UMW.
Scoop doing exactly what they need to, getting themselves in position. 99% for University of Mary Washington. This is what Boot Scoot needs to be doing. See him as soon as they come up onto the point, as soon as they come out the doorway, immediately popping them straight across the face, hitting them with slug after slug. But yo, your tank is gone. They have been null and voided. And with the ultimates available, the Orisa going to put in a good amount of the hurt. The multi-core being laid out. That's a lot of defensive utility being laid onto the field as it's on 99%. University of Mary Washington are trying to clean things up for them. The Magua has rejoined into the fray. They can lay in a good amount of the work here as they're continuing to tear apart through the HP bars. Another member falls, but you trade your life. Overtime. Map number 2 goes the way of University of Mary Washington.
And that is exactly what I needed to see out of them come through in spades, Travesty. A much more straightforward approach to the game that allowed for them to coordinate to perfection. Notably, Sneaky Squid, a real all-star, just being such a constant disruptor here. I think that part of the issue, unfortunately, I have to say, it is Mighty Elf. Lucio has been doing a lot, particularly with ult, but you need to be able to defend your fellow support, and that means that you have to play Lucio incredibly responsibly, have really good pathways by which you're traveling across the map so that you can both play frontline and backline, and right there, we didn't see it. It was Garcia just constantly being called out here and pressured by the likes of Sneaky Squid and Zacharias, and with that in mind, UMW have gotten themselves back on tempo. They are now moving into a decisive third sub map here to try to go up 1-0 in the series.
This last map around. Sneaky Squid trying to stay true to the name, be a little sneaky over onto the sides, give a little bit of problems over onto the back side of this fight. They are frailing around. Nobody there to be able to help them out. This altar is such a hard clutch point to be able to grab a hold of. Once you're in there, though, it becomes a different case and scenario. Point certainly being tested by Mary Washington. The sleep was vital. Garcia and Boot Scoot laying in the groundwork. Mighty Elf was taken out, but Shadow wasn't able to make their way in. It's going to be first point going over to Virginia, and they're starting to climb up this percentage now.
Good stuff on UMW, though, falling back once again, realizing they were didn't want staggering themselves anymore, so they will just back off. But Virginia Wesleyan University have landed first blood and therefore first claim onto the point. Now we have Zacharias on a flanking, will build up that charge, looking to annihilate a member. And they will choose Garcia once again. The Ana is gone, and Dr. Sammy has lost a massive amount of healing from the side, and so the Malga was quickly chased down, made effort fall as well, and University of Mary Washington are on as quickly onto the retake as they ever have been, as now Mighty Elf is just desperately trying to get back home.
Mighty Elf gets back home, finds their friends and whatnot, but they're like, guys, there's trouble over there, and they're like, yeah, no, we got swollen eyes. We got black eyes after dealing with that. Sneaky Squid, look at how they're positioning on this Tracer. They're just waiting on the side, looking to get a hold of somebody on the back end of the fight. Boot Scoot over here onto the side, immediately across the face. Sit down, Sneaky Squid. You weren't sneaky enough. Boot Scoot having a pop-off moment. Now the numbers advantage in favor of Virginia Wesleyan University as they're going to make their big push, be decisive at this very moment in time. Sneaky Squid has respawned. They're going to be right back up into it. They almost get popped right away and set back into the respawn timer. But over onto the side, yet again, another pick is had. Virginia Wesleyan University is firing on all cylinders, and it's on the back of Boot Scoot, landing some fantastic shots.
An uncharacteristic throw by Pink Sky, desperation ulting there. They won't have that tool available. Attempt at a retake in this decisive 1-to-1 scenario in map number 1. 3 ults still stacked for the side of UMW, but it's up against the full 5 drop by Virginia Wesleyan University, who just have to hold this a moment longer to break the tie right here, right now. 52% to 50 currently on the board. Sneaky Squid needs to try to find something. Can't get quite enough off Parcel Bomb. Now looking for a new flank angle. Has to deal with everybody, though. Rounding the corners, checking their back pocket, and Boot Scoot yet again on the swing will be able to take out the Tracer. We know how that cinematic ends, apparently, Travesty, as now Dr. Sammy wants to put in even more hurt. Activated cage match. They have the nano boost at their back. At 3 dead, with Zacharias falling with their ultimate still available. Pink Sky also will not be able to hold the line. The University of Mary Washington sent packing back to spawn yet again.
it's just been complete control. Ever since we got to see Boot Scoot have that pop-off moment, I feel like this is just giving them the confidence boost that they needed, right? And now this composition, right? Once you get the altar, you just go up high, you take this high ground, and you're just able to have complete control. They lay out the Molten Core. There is a defensive area where you're not going to be able to just rush your way onto it now because of the Molten Core being laid out. And that is going to be map number 3, and Virginia Wesleyan University taking on that first round. This first map goes their way.
Well, I know you said let's not talk about this being all the marbles that see, but I really am looking at it from the side of UMW. This is a team that got 3-0'd by the enemy you will then have to face in the 3rd series, and you are currently down 1-0 against them. Virginia Wesleyan University not showing any indication that they are a team that deserved to be put at that rough of a record. And so now, as we move on into the second map, where exactly is UMW thinking that they need to make adjustments in order to try to claw this one back and then the next matchup after it?
I think you don't get too much into it just because it was contested, right? Like that's how that map goes, really and truly, right? Like I'm a firm believer that Busan is like a you get there first and you control the map kind of ordeal. It's very much so getting to the point first, getting yourself established, and it's hard to break that grip. And that kind of becomes my thing about it. I do look over and now I kind of wish like, okay, because like we didn't get to see the stream game that happened with Virginia Wesleyan and the other stream, right? Or when they went against Penn State. So I kind of want to know how close was their games because of the fact that it was a 3-0. But Virginia, they're looking good. They're looking like they have not been knocked down in a 3-0. And now UMD, right? Like the UMW, they're over here like, all right, yeah, you know what? We kind of have to reset. First map, we just didn't get to the point in time and we couldn't hold it. And that was our problem. So next one, I'm hoping that it's like a payload map, honestly. I think that they have looked very clean on those. But the defense is very, very good. Offense has been very, very good from University of Mary Washington. So, you know, if the defense is going to be something that they can pick up, I would love to see it. I think our big question is still, how would University of Virginia Wesleyan, how did they end up dealing with a payload map, right? How good is their defense on a payload map? Because, like I said, we saw the back and forth affair that happened in our previous series where on the payload, it was just a fight for it. And it looks like we're getting a flashpoint. No payload here.
Well, at least not yet. And Travesty, I'm very happy to see this mode come out. Now, this is actually one of the few things where I feel like I'm a real contrarian within the realm of Overwatch on. I love Flashpoint. I think it's a really dynamic, really interesting mode that is very skill testing as well, because rotations need to be snappy and you need to be able to play at tempo constantly in order to have a chance to re-engage if you say lose a single fight for a point.
I'm with you on it. I'm with you. I like the idea of it. New Junk City will be our map. So we will go over to the big city where the hustle and bustle is over in New Junk. I do like Flashpoint because of how fast it is. It's very fast paced in regards to how it goes. But here we go. We're loading in to it. New Junk City. It does mean that I'm expecting I'm excited for the fact that we do have very aggressive teams to come about, right? It does make me think, all right, we're going to get something very fast-paced from both sides, right? Maybe we do see both sides kind of go towards that Juno comp for both of these matchups just because of the fact that, like, swinging a Wrecking Ball is pretty effective on these fast-paced maps.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that Jotes is also pretty popular on this kind of map where you have that Junker Queen to accelerate the pace of the game as a really, really aggressive character alongside Brigitte, which is rising in the meta. And we also saw Mighty Elf on the Lucio in the past. Could be big, but no, instead, while we will see University of Mary Washington go pseudo Jotes with the Juno instead of the Lucio, rest in peace, my favorite character in this whole game, Virginia Wesleyan is instead going to say, let's slow this down a little bit. Let's dump a lot of healing to Dr. Zammy and just win extended trades.
First scene of Junker Queen inside of the day. We saw it last week in the LAN. Didn't have any effectiveness. Had a 0% win rate actually in every map it was played in last week's LAN. See if Sky will be able to up those numbers, as we can already see a good amount of that damage being laid on out. The turret has already been broken. Shout out to Maiden Haver for breaking out the Torbjorn yet again. Not to Sammy though. Being able to lay in that pressure. First point is looking to go over to the side of Virginia Wesleyan University, as they were the first ones there, and they asserted dominance over the point.
Like I said, you always get the chance to get at least one re-swing upon a point, but it gets very, very difficult to be snowballed out in this situation. Particularly the first point of New Junk City, which is so tight, you oftentimes have to slowly navigate your way through choke and try to find alternate angles that are quite spottable. And so you kind of have a pseudo Widowmaker ult if you win that first fight, just knowing where everybody on VWU's side is trying to funnel through. And we see that come to play here. Sneaky Squid does go worryingly low, has to drop back away from this fight, making it a virtual 4v4 for the time being. But I'd much rather have a tank up rather than an extra DPS on the table. Dr. Zammy gone, Garcia and Mighty Elf going to follow, and so with no supports available, Maiden Haver and Boot Scoot just gotta, well, scoot on out of there, and UMW, I think, confidently will be able to stride over and pick up control at this point.
Them all spread apart over here. Good control laid out by University of Mary Washington. Have to maintain it on these chokes. This composition does need to ball its way on in there, but with Mighty Elf being able to give that little bit of support, acting as a secondary tank on the support role, is doing a lot of work. Already Zachary is taking off of the map, but the Reaper gets the flank. Death Blossom is available. The Ana is completely left alone with the Reaper as well. They're going to look to retrain the fray, but Boot Scoot is scooting across the map right now, laying in a good amount of damage, able to get out of range from that Death Blossom. Gets a couple shots off. Sneaky staying alive at 20 HP in a dream. And it's not enough. They just barely stay alive, as now the Moggar's going to run away. But Zacharias will hunt him down and slay him where he stands. This point's going the way of University of Mary Washington. And yet again, the offense is just too much. Mighty Elf taken out. Well played, says Zacharias. But University of Mary Washington, they secure the first point, and now they're going to be looking at the second.
Impressive stuff from both sides, but Virginia Wesleyan University lagged behind a little bit in terms of trades. In particular, you are always gambling by having a buddy system of only 2 players, both of which are weak against Reaper at close range. Obviously, Maiden Haver has alt fire on Torbjorn, where they could try to open him up with a shotgun, but if he dies, then what can Garcia do besides shrug their shoulders on and say, well, guess I'll die as well? And what that means is that UMW were able to take a virtual man-up fight. This situation, though, we are seeing a very different texture coming out around second point. VWU, yet again, I think are going to move over to first control, first touch, as that was a one fight by 3 members falling into UMW's side.
They are going to continue this aggression going. Zacharias does have the ultimate, so they can unsheath the sword at a moment's notice. I'm surprised Virginia Wesleyan has not shifted away from this composition yet. It's very good if they're able to maintain themselves and get onto the point, but they have gotten onto the second control. They have been able to get themselves into a decent spot. Here comes the major push. University of Mary Washington blade has been unsheathed. This is where things start to get a little dicey. Shadow, Pin Sky, they all go through and start tearing apart through the HP bars. Maiden Haver was able to get Shadow onto the back, but there's the Genji getting a major deflect, slicing on through. Maiden Haver has to run for the hills, tossing across a couple shurikens. The flail, is it mightier than the sword? Well, right now, Mighty Elf is going to pop that rally to make sure that they find out the answer. Dr. Zammy finding the kill on the Pin Sky. Tank has been dropped, and the rally cry is being heard loud and clear. They get the stun, they get the lockup onto the Reaper. Sneaky Squid retreating swiftly. Boot Scoot looking for a good place to be able to tell the time. They've got that sundial ready. Doesn't tell them if it's high noon or not, as they're just rolling in, getting themselves into position to try and be in the right spot at the right time. Keeping an eye on Zacharias. That deflex can be such a major pain to this castle.
What I will say is that this is twice in a row where University of Mary Washington Pink Sky overextend, and it costs them dearly. Now ticking up, I think this may be a first point take. Virginia Wesleyan University trying to stabilize, but they have lost everybody in their attempt to drive this one home, and UMW may actually be able to get the recapture here, even without a support standing. Dr. Zambi goes down, and a lot of that comes down to Pink Sky redeeming themselves almost immediately by dropping a Rampage of the Century off. And with that, Virginia Wesleyan University will have to fight one more time in order to try to tie up this map number 2.
Guys, they want to go ahead and continue to land shot after shot. They do not have their ultimate because they did have to use it in the last push to make it happen. So here comes the big push from the side of Virginia Wesleyan University. OW2 does have the ultimate available. They can tell you what time it is, but they're going to go ahead and be looking at the clock back at the fountain. All that's left is one lone Samoan, and what a comeback on round 2. Second capture point goes the way of University of Mary Washington, and yet again, for these flashpoints, Virginia Wesleyan University, they get there first. They set it up. They lay out the groundwork. University of Mary Washington disrupts it. They ruin the foundation, and it all comes crashing down.
Now, I know that obviously Deadeye is not the greatest ultimate in the world, and it really struggles to get a lot of value, particularly on a map as crazy as New Jump City. But man, do I wish that Bootscoot could have had the opportunity to fire it off to try to bring this back. Virginia Wesleyan University now trying to just rotate over and once again get first contact on a point, but hopefully turn it into something this time around. Sneaky Squid on the flanky Splinky will just take out Maiden Hammer. Bootscoot though will get the fire right back. The problem is Team Sky goes down. University of Mary Washington has lost everybody in this overpush. VWU with a good start here may be able to finally get something for themselves.
Get control over the point, but remember, that has been the theme. They've gotten control each time, right off the get-go, right off the cusp, each and every single time. The story now becomes about maintaining it, and on paper, this comp should be very good at holding the point once they get it, but they haven't found success in doing just that. Zacharias has been a major force in stopping this from being effective. Blade is available. Kitsune available. Junker Queen is going to be able to hit a big ultimate, and that could change the entire complexion of the fight. As you can see, there it is. Going to go ahead and say it's time to brawl out, laying in the hurt. The sword unsheathed. Bootscoot already gone. Sneaky Squid can say the same, but look at what the offense says back. The molten core being laid out onto the point.
Oh no!
Scrap for every moment, but you're not going to be able to scrap hard enough as everything has been ruined from University of Mary Washington. Full control established by Virginia Wesleyan University.
Ooh, yeah, Virginia Wesleyan University finally playing the point exactly how they so higher. 2-1 on the count here. Mary Washington still on the cusp of taking this map and moving to 1-1 in this series, but Virginia Wesleyan have found a groove, and hopefully they're going to be able to stick to it. Problem is this time around, as we approach this next point, University of Mary Washington is posting pressing over two crucial ultimates, while Bootscoot's just kind of sitting on a dead eye that won't do a whole lot until we see Virginia Wesleyan University get to a point of advantage where they can take high ground. I don't know if they're going to be given the opportunity to do so. Sneaky Squid, though, has been picked early in this one. Mighty Elf at the front of that charge, able to answer back, but Maiden Hammer has died in response, with both heals still available. Shadows trying to stabilize Kazook, couldn't drop enough though upon their fellow support. Team Sky now has to just go it alone with Kazook at the back. Zacharias to Sneaky Squid looking for an angle, but once again, first touch had by VWU. Now the question is, can they keep it as Deadeye still hovers in the air, with Dr. Sammy quickly moving up towards their ultimate.
Over the point. Question last time, can they actually maintain it? Answer was yes. What time is it? It's high noon.
And unfortunately,
3:42, and they just get hit as they try to count up the time. It is time running out, and they have to worry about 2 members, 3 members, 4, 5 gone. Virginia Wesleyan University get team killed, and University of Mary Washington say, hey yo, on this 4th flashpoint, I think we're going to take it on back to our way.
Poor Bootscoot. One of the big things that I think you got to learn this level of watch play is that sometimes on Cassidy, you just cannot afford highlights, you cannot afford to use your Deadeye and try to hold it there when there's nobody coming your way except for Sneaky Squid looking to point blank blow you up on the Reaper. Now it's all up to Dr. Danny to take it through here. We'll be able to use the cage match and lock up a lot of different members. The shield's actually going to blank a lot of the damage that Sneaky Squid was hoping to get off with the Death Blossom, and that could be enough. Mighty Elf has also handed off, gotten an ultimate of their own, as Dr. Sammy is going to end the cage match and look for even more. Bootscoot and company tearing apart the back line, and all it took was the Malga there and now for Virginia Wesleyan University to potentially tie up this flashpoint.
Just laying in, getting a good amount of chip in, trying to build up, make sure they got that ultimate ready to go, get a little bit of that groundwork laid on out, and a troublesome spot to be in. Next flashpoint is 2-2. We're going the distance on the flashpoint here. The aggression now. Virginia Wesleyan, they have found a way to get onto the point, to maintain it. They have found out exactly the strategy that needs to be used against the University of Mary Washington. Virginia Wesleyan University, what is your plan? Well, getting hit in the back by Bootscoot as he unloads the revolver, fans the hammer. Not exactly something you want to have in your strategy book.
Well, as we move over to this next point, I do think that University of Mary first touch due to how they were wiped during the last. With 3 ultimates up, they should be able to hold this, but Bootscoot says, no, I'm just going to headshot Zacharias, this fast-moving target. No big deal, but Virginia Wesleyan University wants to try to get up to 2-0 versus UMW right here, right now, and Dr. Sammy's now going to lead the point charge, trying to force forward. These guys still have Rampage available, have health on the Malga. This is a good time to drop it, and anti-heal will be enough to take this takedown. Mighty Elf going to follow them to the graveside. The Zooks on the backline is going to be blown up by Bootscoot once again with some solid play, actually able to get a fadeaway kill as well. It's a Sneaky Squid, but University of Mary Washington overall, I think, will be able to pick up quite a bit of this fight, particularly as Dr. Zambi is not yet back out onto the Rift, and that means that it is going to be a 34 to 10% count. Virginia Wesleyan University, who had a solid first touch, and now notably is up on ultimates, but UMW, if they can dig their heels in, could still win this map.
Zachar still has their ultimate available. That's been a major factor as his Genji play has been incredible. Got the Zammy trying to get in there, but there was a Reaper waiting around the corner. The Brigette's here, got that rally cry going on, going loud. Garcia over onto the side trying to second strike, has that multi for him. Lays in a good amount of damage, a good amount of healing, but it's not enough. The wipe is coming out. Some things are just inevitable, and for the University of Mary Washington, it's getting his team kill, baby.
Coalescence and the High Noon still available, but I don't know if that's enough. Immaculate of players they are, they're unable to get a whole lot off the Deadeye, so then it becomes a matter of what is VWU going to leverage with the one final push that they have at their disposal. Malga already having to force on the point early in this one. Coalescence coming out from Garcia to try to stabilize them, but the anti-kill from Dead Zeus is just too much to bear. Sneaky Squid is going to be able to take away 2 with the Death Blossom, and while Virginia Wesleyan has climbed back on the far end of this one, it may not be enough. Zacharias is low health, will actually just get run down by Garcia, and I spoke too soon. At the very cusp of dropping a map, Virginia Wesleyan University rally. They will get some recap, but now it's a matter of holding this.
Good for a cage match available for Dr. Zammy, so it's not like they do not have tools, but they have a nano boost. The percentage is building up for Junker Queen as well. One last team fight to be the nature of this game, and this cage match has been laid out. They've been trapped inside of the pit. Bug will go down, and they're still trapped inside of the chamber. Bootscoot, Mighty Elf, off onto the side. It is wiping the entire team. Virginia Wesleyan takes full advantage of the cage match. There is no rules, no disqualification, and they will find a team kill and map number 2.
Well, this is unfortunate for you, and Dub so strong in the first series. Now on the cusp of getting reload, I cannot believe it. Here, the Boyer actually getting late in the game. BW across the start on the side. This is the cleanup around this last point or second here. We are going to see the level that gets dropped in. I mean, this was a really smart call. I was actually going to criticize this if it went a moment longer. Why are we not going Kiriko when people are just dropping anti-heal on your Malga time and again? I guess it didn't matter. People over-invest in Malga and look at the responses. All-stars in every single role there for the side of VWU will righteously propel them forward in this series.
But that means that that this squad, right? They're going to be kicking themselves for how that round went. They were up 2 up on the flashpoints. They had control. And it turned into Virginia finally realizing, because Virginia was the team that was getting in there. Right? Virginia Wesleyan was like, "Yo, we're getting in here. We're getting the first bit of points. Why can't we hold it?" And it wasn't like they changed heroes. They just said, "All right, let's make some adjustments to how we play around the map, how we play around these flashpoints." And I think that's the most notable thing that you saw. You saw them start to say, "All right, they're dumping resources into our tank. Let's play around the outskirts of our tank." Because if we're right outside the damage threat range, right, like all we got to worry about is this Genji running wild. If we shut him down, look, everybody else is free game. Everybody else is focused on the Magua, right? Like, go for it. Make this happen. So, big fan of how they made an in-game adjustment without swapping heroes, because so many times in Overwatch 2, you will see people be like, "You have to switch heroes. You have to switch them now." And it's like, no, you absolutely don't. Sometimes it's just making a minute change in how you play the game with the tools available that make all the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk a lot about metagame, reading the meta. We're talking about how people centralize upon certain things for certain maps. And I was saying, hey, Jotes could be the deliverance here on New Jug City. Well, guess what? The Jotes team could not bring it home. And the response has been great from a team that time and time again is picking comfort characters, that are picking for consistency, and that are coordinating better. So Virginia Wesleyan University need to be able to keep this up, though. And I know University of Mary Washington are not taking this down.
Well, let's go ahead, and I know normally we would go over to our third map, but I was told that the players did need a little bit extra time to take a little break just to get themselves ready for the third map. Makes sense. They've been playing some games back to back to back to back. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over to a short break, and when we come back, we'll be going into our game number 3. So make sure you do not touch that browsers. We will be right back. Thank you, everyone, for waiting for us at the Mid-Atlantic Clash over at UMW. We're ready to get into our third and possibly final map. We're going into a hybrid map. We got some Kings Row for us. My name's Travi. I'm joined here with Nyarko. If you're just now joining us, we're going into our third map, and Virginia Wesleyan University, they are up 2-up on the maps.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a surprise factor coming on with UMW dropping OW2 right now. Has to try to be able to bring it back on Kings Row, which they did perform exceptionally well on in that first matchup that we saw on the day. But I gotta say, VWU, while things have been close, do ultimately look a little bit more considered, a little bit more coordinated, and I've talked about how important those things are right now.
Here, sun might get in their eyes a little bit. Mary Washington used to it being nighttime last time they were in. Maidenhaver, I'm noticing a trend with them. They're about them turrets. Sometimes they want to foster a turret. Other times they want to beat a turret. Got a Bastion on the game here. Very interesting indeed. As well as we also have Virginia Wesleyan picking up that Widowmaker. A pick that I said was someone I was expecting to see a little bit more of. Bootscoot looking for a target. Nobody's peeking. Nobody's playing this game with them. So Bootscoot just going to have to turn their attention to the front gates.
Absolutely. Now, what I am seeing right now is the side of Virginia Wesleyan University playing pretty far back, wanting to take the fight actually on point rather than trying to go for some of these deeper sight lines. And what this means is that we don't get the same kind of dam-breaking dynamic that we saw from the first set of games, where it was you either hold a gate and keep the team entirely zoned off, or you die as a group. And what that means is this fight is a little bit more protracted than what we saw that first time around. UMW trying to force the way in here and managing to pick up 2. Mighty Elf goes down alongside Maidenhaver, Garcia, and Bootscoot soon to follow. And UMW keep that pedigree of just really blazing first points on Kings Row here in the second series.
Right off the get-go inside of the second series, just like they did in series in the past. You just seen they take the first point almost immediately. Sneaky Squid taking a little bit of some hurt, is going to be caught out of position and will be shot down. Maidenhaver finishing him off. Got a little bit too comfortable, too far forward. The squad has rejoined. This is where Kings Row gets to be a very, very interesting dynamic. You have multiple choke points here. This is the first one. This one's a lot easier to be able to push through. You have normally a lot of different vantage points to be able to push through this choke point. But once you get around the bend of this building here, that is where the defense usually can clutch things up. This is where I was commanding, like, hey, I want to see some corner control here when it comes down to the D.
All right, well, Bootscoot going to remain upon this Widowmaker to play defense. Good place to do it on the map. You need to win trades here. Coming down like this, buying a little bit more time for UMW to take a virtual 4v5 is not going to be the way you want to aim out, particularly as Garcia is going to get picked up. Shadow on the other side will be traded back. Pink Sky notably has already been thrown outside of their neck, and so maybe this could still work out if it wasn't for Zacharias. Just running forward, a herald of destruction for UMW, and they wipe out 4.
UMW, when it comes down to offense, they are kings, as you can see here, and they are looking to complete the first steps on a reverse sweep for them. Remember, Virginia Wesleyan University only need to win 1 time to be able to finish off the rest of the series. Sneaky Squid staying true to the name, remaining sneaky as possible. Bootscoot has caught him out, isn't going to be able to land a killing blow just yet. Remember last time that they did find themselves in a contested situation on the flank. We did see Sneaky Squid getting popped by the Widowmaker. This time around, though, with all the miniguns in the world firing away, this Diva's shield is doing so much work. Beautiful bionic grenade keeps the healing from being able to be utilized. Good use of the cage mat, blocking everybody inside. There's the self-destruct, but the payload in the way. Nobody falling victim. Maidenhaver taking out Shadow, and now everybody falling one by one like dominoes. University of Mary Washington in the choke point. They are getting choked out.
And this time around, VW actually go for Malga thinking about the back against good Zooks, which is once again bringing this Ana to bear. And so now you don't have to worry about the utilization of anti-heal to stop Zammy in their tracks or catch them out when they're too far forward. You can play as belligerent as you want on this Malga, and what's actually going to happen is a fight fire with fire mentality from UNW, swap it over to Pink Sky with on the Malga as well. But I think right now Zammy's just winning this trade. Another anti-heal comes out. That's going to force back this representative of VW. But while this is happening, this is a C9 right in front of us, right here, right now. Sneaky Squid deep in enemy territory. Will just get picked in an instant by Boot Scoot on this Widowmaker, who's been masterful on this hero throughout the course of the series.
The spider
Yo, not only did he just turn around and pop Sneaky Squid in the face, he also popped Zagreus right at the very beginning of that too. Absolute menace. This is the Widowmaker that you get sick of. This is the Widowmaker that I dread seeing on the other side right here, right now. And you can see, I like how this Kirka's played. It's just kind of looking to see, okay, I can jump to whoever needs my assistance. Sneaky trying to go around onto the side. Maidenhaver finds 2 kills. That is the tank. That is the Ana. There is going to be nothing else that Sneaky Squid can do except for get into a position for a possible flank. They're going to go ahead and go play some Subway Surfers for a little bit of time while they wait for the rest of the team to rejoin them.
All right, well, Bootscoot able to take this exact vantage point that we saw them take about a minute ago. That's the worry that I have right now. VWU are getting really good resets and playing the positional advantage on this point number 2 really well. Bootscoot, though, getting a little taste of their own minutes and getting run down here by Sneaky Squid. That being said,
the cage match
also has to out of there, and Zammy's going to fire off the cage match. And while that happens, unfortunately, they can't get anything to answer back against UMW, dumping damage upon Mighty Elf and the tank. Bootscoot also going to die on the backline, and all for a trade of Shadow. Now, as long as Kazooks can get out of here, I think UMW will finally be able to make it over to this point. Malga going to take up a lot of space with the dash forward. Zacharias going to follow their tank up here and look to poke around the corner.
Good amount of damage. UMW finally finding a moment to be able to get the payload for themselves, to be able to get it pushed all the way over. Check it out. Maidenhaver is actually saying this is the time to call in the artillery. Payload is contested at the current moment in time. This is their one last push, though, trying and stop things here. They want to buy as much time as possible. Sneaky Squid got the pop with the bomb, and then that is all she wrote. Quick rush up by Sneaky Squid. Not a moment of fear left inside them. Their rewind time, get a little bit of HP back for themselves. Great push from the side of UMW. And now Virginia Wesleyan University. There's 2 choke points inside this last push. First one is just about clear. They're going over to the second.
Oh no!
And then that's your tank gone.
Where was the healing? I don't even think Zammy was anti-healed in that situation. He just got melted. Bootscoot as well falls. UMW could just get the point right off of this one. And while it's no 5-minute magic fest that we saw out of that first series, fact of the matter is they still have a dominant showing here on this first map. Dr. Zammy needs to get back here in time. Bootscoot has their ultimate pop to show where everybody on UMW's side is, and that is going to allow for them to pick up Kazooks really quickly here. Pink Sky really far forward, has the cage match available, doesn't want to drop it at low health, though, needs to fall back to try to get stabilized by this Baptiste and on a combo. But while that happening, it's going to be Zacharias dying to the sniper on the side of Virginia Wesleyan University, and it looks like Blue Squad will roll forward one more time to hold this point. And now with 30 seconds left on the clock, UMW have one last shot.
One last opportunity. 30 seconds on the clock. Nano Boost is available. They have a cage match of their own. They're gonna lay it on down. Double cage match just in time, calling a war game, as they are just gonna continue pulverizing each other. The window laid in, and they're just trying to see if they can frame over excellence, frame themselves a dub. As you can see, Zacharias laying into DPS. Bootscoot, Mighty Elf finding KOs all on their own, but Sneaky Squid is pushing up. There's just Bootscoot, the sniper, the Widowmaker, looking to just buy some time. As the Wrecking Ball from Pink Sky goes wrapping right around the point. They're buying some time. They're trying to push them off. The Kitsune is with you. This is looking like it's going into OT, but the defense is so hard to get past. Dr. Sammy's holding down the fort. Baptiste is going to throw out their ultimate. Here's the fire calling in their shots right from the heavens. It's not enough. Garcia holding it down. UMW at the final moment get themselves round number 3. They will find a dub inside the first map, but now with the bar set, Virginia Wesleyan have to replicate success.
What a terrible attacker-sided map travesty. We're gonna see if we're gonna get a repeat of what happened in that first set of the day. Virginia Wesleyan University have the capacity to bring this in. If they can do it before overtime ticks over, University of Mary Washington will have their work cut out for them. But notably, Red Squad got such a good showing there at the very end. In particular, you gotta look at Zacharias on that Sojourn, popping heads to allow for a staggered man advantage that UMW brought in to a 3rd point. Now, they have the ability to take it to overtime. That is a lot more that can be said for a lot of the teams that we've seen take 2 on this throughout the entirety of the MAEC season. But now Virginia Wesleyan University have the world in their hands. They want to ensure they could take this 3-0, win it here and now, and hopefully from there claim a record that could bring them to playoffs.
Do not get in my way.
UMW
Someone
tall sight set in front of them, but they are up to the task they set. Virginia Wesleyan University holding up their defense and getting themselves into a prime position to be able to carry out things. Playing with LOS, I do appreciate. As you can see, they're sitting themselves into position. Good positioning for your Ana. Don't want to get popped out. You know Boot Scoot's probably going to break out the Widowmaker. If they brought it on defense the entire time, you know on offense, they're going to try and get you on it. Bastion as well there to get some DPM. Check it out onto the flip side there. The Tracer immediately. Sneaky Squid looking to play very close and personal up in the face. Right out of the hotel. Looking to check in. Saying, hey, yo, what's up, Boot Scoot? I'm your worst nemesis. I'm the problem. It's me. Boot Scoot still trying to see if they can get a little bit more damage, but they're just going to ignore it, go back, rejoin into the fight with the rest of the team. Got a little Samoan off here. Bloodline v Bloodline. As they're just continuing to fight each other. Back in for biotic grenades being traded as well. The immunity field is going to immediately get dropped. Dr. Sammy's at a little bit more HP. The healing grenades being blocked, being stopped. As Dr. Sammy's is just still trying to tear him apart. The rest of the team from Virginia Wesleyan University getting a triumphant push.
Oh, the flank!
Are still behind him. Sneaky Squid has been so devastating on the flank. They have not stopped, but Boot Scoot will say, down, sick, get away.
Absolutely incredible stuff. If this is Bloodline v Bloodline in War Games, I think that Boot Scoot is CM Punk, the greatest of all time, obliterating W and getting the push started in earnest for VWU.
Let's see if they can bring out. They've been definitely showing us a bit of some personality on the plays today with their Widowmaker. It's up to them. Virginia Wesleyan University trying to see if they can make University of Mary Washington go to sleep for a little bit until they get ready for their next round. Hit him with that knockout blow, but University of Mary Washington will not fade silently into the night. Kitsune is with you. And here comes the cage match on the flip side of the fight. Both of them have laid it in. They have a fight going for them. It's absolutely pure, unadulterated chaos. But chaos favors Virginia Wesleyan University.
And Virginia Wesleyan University are going to win another encounter that allows for push past one of the major choke points that UMW found themselves held to here in the second point. But Sneaky Squid is playing Stealth Tracer for what feels like the 5th time this series, looking for a flank around the corner. They want to obliterate this Widowmaker then more, but they're checked on this walk-up. Incredible stuff from Boot Scoot. They got the wallies up as now with ultimate available to continue to free fire down this choke point. Will be able to recover a bit of health off towards the corner, but Zacharias wants to step 2. They want to bring this back for UMW, and they need to make a hold here before it touches the second point.
This ends now.
Hurt continues. Dr. Sammy's going in, laying in a little bit of that hurt. Zacharias over here, firing off shots on the Sojourn. Boot Scoot is locked inside of the subway. They're scoped in, ready at 100% power, looking to crank it on out. If they can get some 90s, it'll be great for them. They take a moment, just to rest, get themselves back into it, get themselves into a good situation. Reset comes about, and University of Mary Washington, they're the ones that get a good wipe. Every member getting pushed off. And this choke point we were talking about earlier, it's so hard to close it out on offense. University of Mary Washington have to find a way.
Yep. Right now, in this deadlocked 5v5 scenario, with the successful hold by UMW on this, we will see the timer whittle down a little bit more. Notably, there's no ultimate to really break the equation. Maiden Haver gonna be dropping artillery here, but Bastion ult is notoriously easy to dodge, particularly when UMW is so good at coordinating back on pressure. That being said, Dr. Zambi making anti-heal here. So a lot of damage on the Pink Sky or Pinsky, and will actually be able to force this player back. Now, with Garcia back on this far side of the fight, dropping down health, Boot Scoot is going to go low, but is able to just create this bulwark that UMW unfortunately steps into the jaws of. With multiple picks coming out, this touch will finally occur. 3 minutes 41 seconds on the clock. There's a chance for them to bring this home.
Good. Don't have a lot of position to sneak around on this go around. The time is looking to be there. You've got 3.5 minutes to push it in. They're gonna get it past the first choke point, undeniably so. It looks like the second one is where it gets contested. It is a tight space to be able to condense yourself down into, but there is the cage match. Biotic grenade was thrown. The immunity field putting in work alongside with that frame, making sure they're putting in so much DPS. Check out Sneaky going into the backside. Big wipe, a team kill. University of Mary Washington just pushed forward with aggression.
Yep. Virginia Wesleyan University will have to reset, but luckily S5, they stand back up S5, and that's honestly kind of the ideal way to lose the team fight now. This is going to get charged over to Zacharias, who will press and hold. Boot Scoot has theirs as well, but of course, Widowmaker is much more utility-oriented. Zacharias has the potential to wipe 4 in a matter of a moment. Pink Sky has gone back over to their Orisa, and they are going to walk forward upon a lowered Zammy. And while that happens, the Chaos is going to allow for the felling of Garcia, Maiden Haver, and Boot Scoot. And now it will be the Malgood joining them. University of Mary Washington want to stop the roll here and now. They want to move up and go 1-2, at least stop a shutout, if not take the series back in a reverse sweep.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Yeah, doing exactly what is necessary for them. Squid gets hit immediately like, does not want to deal with any bit of it. Pink Sky is dropped down very low, but that immunity feels enough to be able to save him out of a troublesome spot. Nate being with him means they're laying a good amount of the hurt. Maiden Haver is laying in a good amount of damage onto the Bastion. That's going to be Pink Sky taken out. Check it out. They could call in the Mortal at any moment in time. The payload is being pushed up. The Widowmaker is looking for somebody to come up behind him. They spotted him. They know that you're there. You're not that sneaky, Squid. As he's trying to get back into the team fight. Get joined back in with him. Rewind time, get himself back up in the full. Hit him from the front, laying in shot after shot. It was just a distraction, and that was all that they needed to be able to push forward. Zacharias gets yet another team kill with the assistance of Pink Sky, who just got the res payload just inches away.
A scramble situation on the cards now. A minute left for they have made average limit to go off of, but honestly, given that the Bastion forces is spreading out in UMW forces, it could be enough. They're gonna fire it off early though. They want to actually force this Orisa back. Yuski now going to find themselves knocked up by Malga. Cage match activated. 3 dead in an instant. Maiden Hammer off the bouncing grenade will find the enemy take, and Boot Scoop pulls out the mop and broom and cleans them up. 39 seconds left on the clock. BWU now have the advantage moving into overtime.
To 3. Switching sides.
University of Mary Washington. They have a minute remaining in their time to make this push happen. What this means is they got to unlock the point, and they have to hold the payload the entire ride. They cannot be stopped. They cannot be halted. They cannot find themselves under the control of Virginia Wesleyan University ever inside of this. The preparations coming about. What do you choose to go with in this situation? I think Zacharias on this Sojourn is the right call. Pink Sky taking on and not going back to the Magua that they had in the last time that they played offense. They are saying, I want the Orisa. This is what I'm comfortable with. If University Mary Washington are going to go down inside of this map number 3, they're going to go down scrapping.
They won't even know what happened.
This is such an exciting moment for University of Mary Washington. Time that we this deep into a match while being down on resources. I know that they have the ability to rally. I know that they desperately want to claw back this series and ensure that it's not a sudden death scenario up against Penn State. But Virginia Wesleyan University have made this so difficult. In particular, I'm looking at Boot Scoot, this all-star on the Widowmaker, once again bringing the lady to the Rift, ready to tear apart University of Mary Washington across the first point on Kings Row, looking for shots, weakened character, Sneaky Squid deep in the backline, trying to find access upon this Baptiste, having some dart out of the way though of these Widowmaker sight lines. And while that's happening, Garcia is able to forge back forward and keep everybody topped off.
Shots coming on through. Boot Scoot has a great angle for control, gets a nice headshot. The dome. Sneaky gets onto the back end of the fight. Headshots is the name, and Boot Scoot has remembered just that well. Sneaky's coming around onto the bat side, constantly giving a little bit of distraction, being the ultimate distraction. They've been watching a little bit of Haikyuu. They've been trying to model their playstyle after it not in themselves, and they're just constantly going into the bat, making sure they make their head turn around, give their team a little bit of an opportunity. We're in overtime. A reminder, it's only a minute. You cannot stay off the pedal at all. You need to stay in there as fast as possible. Sneaky Squid doing everything they can to be abstract, to buy time, to make sure overtime remains the name of the game. They need to keep it alive as they are going to continue putting on the pressure to continue coming on through as they have more pressure. The Orisa gets in. They bought enough time. Sneaky Squid finally taken care of. Overtime is now clock ticking away. The cage match goes in. They spin that staff right round, but it will just be them marking their grave. Round 3 completed. Virginia Wesleyan University hold on proudly.
And I have to ask, Travis, at the very end there, was that Kiriko that stopped the Malga from getting melted by the Orisa? Because if so, I believe that that protection Suzu defined that round. Virginia Wesleyan University only needs a sliver upon the point in order to take this match 3-0.
Just a sliver, and that's all she wrote. It is all down to this. Time to get ready. University of Mary Washington. Losing this will put them at a record of 1-1. Virginia Wesleyan University will get put to a 1-1 record as well from getting this win here. This may be the most competitive bracket we could possibly hope to have, as this Overwatch squad is looking so highly contested amongst these teams. And it's crazy because even if Virginia Wesleyan University wins this, on the records it will look like a 3-0. But anybody who watched will know the fight that was put up between these two.
3, 2, 1.
Well, as we enter on into a decisive final part of a round, notably Boot Scoot is back on the Widowmaker here, and what I'm worried about is just the fact that it's going to be hard on this point for Zacarias and Sneaky Squid to access damage onto this character. Coming through on offense, there's just so many high places that take a long time to get to. While that's happening, the rest of your team can fall, including Pink Sky, dead in an instant! Dr. Sammy forging for Boot Scoot desperately low is going to be taken out. Unfortunately, it is a 2-for-1 so far, and without Shadow there, Zacarias doesn't have the health with which to stand. That's it! VWU take it 3-0!
Virginia Wesleyan University, congratulations on the dub. They got 3-0'd in the previous round. We didn't get to see it on stream. And then second game comes up and they say, you know what, University of Mary Washington, you look good. Like the cut of your jib. Hold this. As they just come in here with a major play. And this is what the turnabout was almost. University of Mary Washington holding on. But at the end, it is Virginia Wesleyan University. They find victory here in a 3-0 fashion. Highly contested, very close double overtime, really and truly, because if you think about it, we have Flashpoint, which is traditionally a very fast game mode that went to all 5 rounds and multiple catcher points going the maximum distance. So you can look over at it and be like, these two teams were as contested as time could be, and I'm looking forward to seeing the two of them clash again. But we won't get to see that until bracket stage comes around. Right now, in the round robin, 1-1 is the record for both of these teams walking away.
Oh yeah, but I mean, look at what consists of those 1-1s, right? I think at the end of the day, we have gotten everybody on the board except for what could be the unstoppable Titan at the end of the day, travesty with Penn State. I mean, if they were the ones 3-0ing a team that 3-0'd UMW, UMW has a lot on their plate moving on into this next matchup. And so, I see the last ones for all the marbles. I do think that this was what defines how this bracket is looking, going deeper on into this clash from today and tomorrow. But certainly, this next one is going to be what tests UMW to the very brink.
So, next matchup, I don't know which one we're going to have on stream, so we won't know that one just yet. But to give an off-stream result, it looks like Penn State had beaten Glenville State University as well. So I just went and saw that. So Penn State currently sitting at 2-0. University of Mary Washington's next opponent is Penn State. So they still actually have the record up for themselves. I do believe we're going to have UMW taking on Penn State in the next one. So all the marbles will be on the line there for who will be able to get first seed. Because then it does come into a question of if Virginia Wesleyan win against Glenville State University and then University of Mary Washington versus Penn State, UMW wins, we actually have a 3-way tie for first, second, third seed. And we're going to have to go into the rule book to see how the tiebreaker is going to work out. But that's neither here nor there. We got some good old Overwatch coming our way. So we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll be going into our final Overwatch series of the day. So make sure you do not touch that browser. Sweet. We'll be right back. Welcome everyone back to the Mid-Atlantic Clash over here at UMW, where I'm definitely not doing a Mario impression in between games. My name's Travis. I'm joined here in New York, and we're here for our final Overwatch game of the day. We got ourselves a banger lined up for the very end. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm certainly ready for this one, Travesty. And I mean, what a banger we have in front of us. Almost guaranteed to be crazy. Penn State versus UMW. Now, when I say guaranteed to be crazy, I don't necessarily mean it's guaranteed to go all 5 games, because Travesty, we've had some blowouts so far, 3-0 one way, 3-0 the other, but simultaneously, they have been great games, very, very close, and I don't think that is being shipped here.
OT every single time, like they're 3-0s, but like, yo, we're playing like they're like going to distance, because every single game goes max time. Hello, guys. This is maybe the most competitive I've seen Overwatch 2 be here over at Unify. Shout out to Mid-Atlantic Esports Conference. Apparently, y'all know what it's like to throw down on y'all's favorite hero shooter, because this has been popping off.
Hey, it's not everybody's favorite hero shooter. Sometimes you got to contractually play it obligatory reasons. I could be guessing Deadlock.
Well, I know where Nyarko stands, but you know what? I always have a soft spot for Overwatch. I love me some Overwatch. Just for the simple fact that they got my boo, my baby, Torbjorn. You know, I'm always about that. My turret. You know,
I was wondering where you were
about
going with that.
Yeah. Torbjorn. Look, my heart. The father figure everybody deserves is Torbjorn. Honestly.
Yeah, no, I get you. Overwatch has captured hearts for you, and I'm right there with you. You know, I was reading favorite Overwatch fan fiction that has now crested 500,000 words on AO3. So I'm right there in with you guys. I love characters. I love to see them take to fight against one another, and sometimes against their own clones. That gets a little bit wonky within the lore, but you know what we have coming up next is certainly going to be a war of the minds. Penn State University so far is undefeated, currently 2-0, has gotten dominant victories over the likes of Virginia Wesleyan University and Glenville. And notably, with Virginia Wesleyan then taking it over UMW are the definitive underdogs coming on into the series.
Yeah, right. You're looking at a squad that is in this situation. We did see a little bit of a pause. They had already jumped into the map. They were ready to go after each other. Penn State University taking on University of Mary Washington. And here we go. A map that we actually haven't gotten to see yet. One today. And we're also getting to see a tank we don't normally get to see right off the kick goes. Zarya getting locked on in. That beam firing true, as you can see. Shadow already getting taken out. 3 games of UMW. See if the luck will turn over to their favor. Right now, it's not the case. See his laser at 100 percentile. Fully charged up, baby. There ain't no stopping this tank because they fully energized.
Yep, Zacharias gets picked early, and that is enough for Penn State to walk over and get a half claim onto the point. We've got to look at these comps really quickly, but we rolled out so fast that, well, we didn't really get the chance to analyze any of this. Quinn, Big Bum going to be the 2 supports for Penn State University, and Quinn, notably on that Lucio, is allowing for a very classic, this is almost an Overwatch 1 comp, minus tank, obviously. Wanston playing on this Zarya. Quinn has been picked as a response, but Pinsky and Godzooks have died on the back end of this trade, and Wanston, even as Bobby Shmurda dies, will be able to hold the fort down and pick off another 2, and so it's still a percentage lead and a control lead over to Penn State University.
Push on going. Trying to get a little bit of something with this Reinhardt using this shield. They realized that the tank matchup is one that they had to shift around to give themselves a wall, but there is that Graviton Surge. They just throw in that, and it's a well of gravity you cannot deal with. A team kill. Penn State University is our first look at them. Well, we've heard legends of how clean they've been. We're seeing it right here, right now. You miss it, you blink, they're gone.
Yeah, you know, we've talked a lot about how so far everything that we've casted has been a 3-0, but both of them have been immensely close. I'm starting to think that the Virginia Wesleyan Penn State series was not particularly close, because my goodness, Penn State University are monstrous right now. Quinn finally going to die, but I don't know if it's enough, particularly as Pinsky and Dad Zooks have both died with Zacharias on the back end falling alongside Shadow. UMW, I don't think are going to get a single percentage point. In fact, they are relegated to their own spawn.
Relegated, and they will continue to be pushed back. Wonston is somebody you cannot deal with. They're fully charged up at all times. I think the lowest percentage I've seen them at has been like a 69%, which is pretty nice. Team kill for them, and that will be capture on the point. First round goes the way of Penn State University.
You know, we were talking about pro wrestling earlier a little bit when we were talking about the Bloodline travesty, and now I got Will Ospreay's theme stuck in my head of relegated to spawn. Whoa, so relegated.
Banger theme, by the way.
Banger theme. University of Mary Washington is getting banged around right now. They need to try to bring something back here on University, but this is another map that has so much momentum behind it. Penn State can easily win one trade, and all of a sudden, Mary Washington cannot touch point, particularly with how far forward PSU are willing to play. They are risking a ton, and it doesn't matter because it's just paying dividends time and time again.
Capture the objective.
Into it. You see, Pink Sky said, hey, that's working really well for Wonston. You know what? Me too. Me too. They're going to go ahead and just approach in the mirror matchup. See what the resources have in store for them inside of it. As first time we're getting to see at the two Lions combined. Getting to see these two tanks getting some play time. Big fan. My most played tank by far whenever it comes down to Overwatch. So I'm loving to see it. And Wonston giving a masterclass on how it's done. Immediately picking up multiple kills. A team kill. The objective will be captured. Penn State just so phenomenal. And I have to ask, how do you stop them, right? Even now, they got this Pharah laying out the poke alone side with the Ashe. It feels like it's unsurmountable because you got them on one side and you got this Zarya on the other side just like, yeah, give me your energy.
I don't know what the answer is, right? You say that it wants to put it on a masterclass on the Zarya. Well, frankly, I think that University of Mary Washington may have lied about their credentials to get admitted to this course because they are not answering back whatsoever. That was Wonston playing Assassin, one-shotting Gadzooks out the face of the earth, and basically that name is exactly the sound I'd make if I was obliterated like that. Big Bob and Bobby Schroeder are dead. There's a chance at a retake here. Penn State University, though, are going to have Kinsky thrown down to the bottom floor. They're gonna have to take the long way around as QLM is going on a fight of a lifetime right here, trading against Shadow, zooming across the map. Unfortunately, with the increased rocket speed we're seeing, it's gonna be a Lucio for a Lucio as Kinsky shows some tracking of their own. Problem is, it's still control for Penn State University as now we see four members fall simultaneously. University of Mary Washington put up more of a fight than we've seen so far, and yet still they are toppled.
All I can think of is baby got put in timeout. Poor Shadow just stuck on the side of the map. It's so unfortunate. And they gotta look for something, but justice, it rains from above. They're laying in rockets. That is a quad feed for this Pharah. Justice, serve. Another team kill for Penn State University.
And what's absurd is how much praise we've heaped upon UMW throughout the course of their two series so far. Even the one that they dropped, they were showing highlight feed after highlight feed. But Travesty, it really does feel like Penn State University is not only on a different level, they are playing a different game. Their coordination on point. No breathing space has been given, so UMW can even enact their strengths. As now we will see a fadeaway sticky bomb from Sneaky Squid to kill Bobby Shmurda, but I don't know if it's enough. The Shadow's just going to die once again. Pinsky is throwing off their ultimate. I don't know how much more they can get. Zacharias follows forward. Finally a wipe at 99%. We will see UMW recap points, but it could be too little too late. They used everything on this take, and well, PSU just needs to win one more fight, and given that they currently have about a, 80% fight win rate, that seems like an inevitability before this is all said and done.
Get themselves a cap. University of Mary Washington finally getting themselves pushed onto the point. They have to hold this, and they've done it before. They showed what it looks like to say, hey, yo, you got 99%. Let me tell you, you got one problem. It's us. It is a good, valiant defense already seeing Big Bum getting a nice little surge of healing to come about. Quinn did get the pick onto Sneaky Squid. They go for a flank. Quinn, and all this is just going back over to their favor. Ashe looking for a target. But yet again, Penn State will go and grab the point. 99 percentile. They like those odds. That is map number 2, and they will take the dub in round 1. This map 1 goes their way.
What gets me very worried about what we've seen so far is that Penn State University barely have broken a sweat to put forward what I think is the strongest game so far, and chalk it up to whatever you want. UMW's exhaustion, the fact that Penn State University are more coordinated or just more mechanically gifted, it doesn't change the fact that UMW still have to try to answer back. They can't just throw up their hands and forfeit here and now. They need to get to the 2-1 count in order to have a really good outlook going on into playoffs. And it looks like right now the jaws are snapping shut upon them. They have very little time in which to scramble to put together a much stronger showing than we've ever seen from them throughout the course of this MEEC season.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're looking over, and Penn State with such a very, very much so commanding victory for themselves. You've got to think, right? Like, even though we saw that swing back at the very end, you got to think, all right, next map, you got to shake that off. You got to get ready, because Penn State, they've 3-0'd every competition they've gone against. Every competitor at the LAN, they've 3-0'd. This is our first look at them. And so far, we're getting an idea that they may not be very competitive 3-0s from Penn State's point of view, as Penn State has been putting on match after match. And you could say match exhaustion. Every single player has had to play. The only thing that's different about what UMW has had to do is they've been on stream 3 times in a row, which does carry its own fatigue, because you know you're under that scope. Twitch chat is typing away at you, and you don't even know what the response is. Hey, look, you got to shake that off if that's bothering you, because you got a foe ahead of you. The boss is here. And, hey, if you're UMW, this is you possibly taking fate into your own hands. If you still want that first seed or second seed, a win here puts you in a 3-way tie.
Well, we do have a little bit of time by which both teams are recharging, deliberating, growing as we move on to the second map. Like I said, the timeline is not completely decided in favor of Penn State University, but certainly we are driving towards a point of inevitability with them. Now, I need to see a shift here and now from the side of UMW. Perhaps it's going to come for characters. Perhaps it's playing an odd composition. There's potential here for them to make something work. I really think that one thing that we saw out of that first game, if we want to pull back the curtain, get away from narratives, and just look at what you need to do to win a game, is really answer wonky engage angles and otherwise flankers that are coming out from Penn State. This is also something that Virginia Wesleyan used to really put UMW on the ropes throughout the course of that other matchup that we saw them in. And so if you could find answers, if you could find characters that are good at firing back against flankers, I think that could be a means by which you at least cut away some of the variables that clearly you're not rising to the occasion of.
I think it depends on the map for me. I'm kind of just waiting on the map to see what our map selection is going to end up at, because I do look over at a UMW and go, all right, so if you're looking at a map that's good for you guys, I wonder if they try to say, hey, maybe we throw it back to Kings Row, since they've had 2 different games on it. One of them was the overtime back-to-back banger. The other time was also an overtime banger. You know what? If they had a map in which they've been able to up themselves, Kings Row have been that map, whereas other maps, they've, in that last matchup against Virginia Wesleyan, right, they found themselves in defeat in that flashpoint, despite them having some very quick advantages. So I think you might want to get away from like a control type map. I think you might want to get away from a flashpoint map. I think you might want to go for something payload or something hybrid, but we'll see. We'll see what the map selection tells us.
Oh, yeah, and I think that we've talked about it a little bit before, particularly in the context of overtime, but the really nice thing about payload maps is that it kind of maps onto what we're talking about, actually, in regards to where people position. You need someone touching point. At the end of the day, that's an inevitability. That means you know where someone is on the map. You know how they have to position in order to gain value for their team. You can use that to your advantage, particularly when it really is a matter of degrees at this point. We talk about that last map being a collaborated. It certainly was, right? Time and time again, it was UMW being met with overwhelming firepower, hiding inside of the base or getting 4 killed by the likes of a Pharah ultimate, which at this level you very rarely see, especially because of how immobile she is when dropping that off. But even though it looks dominating, at the end of the day, It's a matter of a slightly faster reaction time, slightly better comms, slightly quicker rotations. You can bring those things back if you lock in. You realize that throughout the course of a game, everybody's making an infinitude of mistakes. That's the beauty of esports. I really think UMW can make a mark here, but they need to, like I said before, do it here and now. As we have our producer typing in chat, by the way, Travis C. We're going to New Junk City. We're going to Flashpoint. It's more control.
We have a sub.
Notably,
it looks like there is going to be a sub coming in.
Guio. I don't know. How are we dropping that one, man? Guio.
All right, so let's go ahead and see what we got going in here. I'm guessing this is from UMW side of things to bring them in. Nope, it is going to actually be from Penn State. So Penn State is bringing in a sub going into New Junk City. Flashpoint, as we saw beforehand. This is not what I was thinking would be favored for him. For the side of University of Mary Washington, just seeing how good the control was from them. You can see Penn State is actually sticking with some similar compositions, but the big ones, Bobby Shmurda inside of the May. You've got QLM playing the Junkrat as well. And then we got that Juno giving that speed. So it's a very different composition look from Penn State.
Yeah, I don't know if I like what Penn State is bringing to the table. Like I said, I'm confident in Jotes being very good on this map. That is what Mary Washington are going to bring to the table. And you're talking about how you're a little bit worried about UMW going back to this map. You said you wanted to see them on Taylor. Notably, they were up 2-0. They just got reverse swept throughout the course of this Flashpoint. If you just had one variable go a different way, this could have been the map that UMW won. And then who knows how the rest of the series would have played out. But fortunately, they are losing first fight here. QLM gets big, but the return fire. Big Bump, Bobby Shmurda, and Monson all accessing kills, and UMW will have to just rally and start again.
Yeah, there's one thing I do like about this composition. It is this May. I think May on Flashpoint is like a hidden OP where it's just like you're creating walls, you're creating terrain. If you are clean on this May, you're able to do so many things that disrupt the flow. You can cut off members. Like, look at that. That was a terrifying situation. You could have almost lost your Genji in a heartbeat, right? Like, that's scary. And then as soon as you get past the wall, there is this tank that's just waiting for you to be able to jump onto you. Zacharias can't really do as much either on this Genji into this tank. It's a tank that is really good into the Genji because the Reflect does not have the same level of effectiveness, and you're just seeing a masterclass as Penn State is spreading them all apart. Look at that. The Junker Queen even just hitting them with an emote at the very end there, just like, hello, is gone as can be. University of Mary Washington will end up dropping yet again. That's going to be first Flashpoint going to Penn State University.
Well, just as I can't have a session of playing Overwatch without getting absolutely clobbered several maps in a row, you can't end a series of casting Overwatch without a clobbering, and it really does look like Penn State University is well on their way to that. They're bringing in the sub. It doesn't matter. I mean, Leo doing a whole lot to assist the team, but 3 ultimates available. Pete, as you've gotten first point. What is the answer for UMW? I really think that it comes down to hopes and prayers.
It could be the case in time. Give a reminder to everybody watching, after this series is done, we will be going over to Rocket League to finish off the rest of our day, so keep that in mind. This is the final Overwatch 2 series of the day, so if you are here for some Rocket League, it's still going to be happening, but it will be just a little bit of time. But besides that, we're seeing an absolute masterclass yet again. It is in session. That beam coming down from the sky. Every member of UMW getting completely wiped. You can see Zacharias running away, trying to serpentine some bullets, but I'm sorry, bud. They're gonna follow you.
Yeah, Penn State University is honestly flabbergasting me with the capacity to take what are otherwise exceptional players that I would never want to meet in solo queue and just putting them in their place. Zacharias has been so strong throughout all these series, particularly as a Genji specialist. And look at this, they've been relegated to doing basically nothing. They do have Dragon Blade available. That could be the opportunity of a lifetime. Big Bum is going to use their nano boost here in order for Wands to try to create space. Bobby Shmurda does die on the back end of this one. And it looks like University of Mary Washington will be able to touch only 26% here on what is going to be another point that was started off by Penn State University. Finally a shot on the horizon for UMW to try to bring this back.
Sounds like a couple rockets. You can see Penn State getting a couple free shots off, but the point being controlled by University of Mary Washington. It feels good for them. They have swapped around the composition a little bit to better match up the competition. You're starting to feel a little bit of that come into effect. QLM also felt a little bit of the pressure, having to switch over to the Pharaoh. There is a blizzard, a storm to be weathered. Looks like it will bother the side of University of Mary Washington. Didn't pack any coats for the land, and that is a team kill established by Penn State University. Julio, Juno, it's not healthy to stare at the sun. Please do not do that. Good for your eyes.
Not good for your eyes at all. I mean, I guess Guio does have the Juno visor on. It could have some, you know, properties that allow for you to look at it.
Don't look at the sun, viewers at home.
No, put a fistball on your head and do it. Test it out for us. We need to figure out whether or not Guio is safe.
With goggles or without goggles, do not.
All right, well, that's the carry is picked off. Start things off. Wonston just standing their ground. That's one of the incredible things is that by being better to a degree, you can play worse. And I don't mean necessarily that they're making bad strategic decisions or anything like that, but Penn State University doesn't need to be bobbing and weaving. They could just plant their feet down and say, we're holding this hallway because we track better, we aim better, we are better. And University of Mary Washington now find themselves down 0-2 on points here in Flashpoint.
This ends now.
Now we see the ults. Two orbs. What could it mean? Red and blue coming together, trying to make purple, but unfortunately they're on other sides. They will not find themselves limitless on this. Justice raining from above off screen. Flashpoint unlocking in 5 seconds. A lot of ultimate abilities used, and the point is not even open just yet. Mary Washington, first one's there. You see the Genji finishing off the kill. Zacharias does fall victim. Is Sneaky Squid laying in their shots. Big Bum put him to sleep. Said it's nap time. Uh-oh, don't get cranky. Getting a little bit of that healing and goes back to the rest of the team as they're back in trying to get that control going. It's a lone tank. Healers coming in. A bit more of that healing, a little bit more of that power, that beam being called in from the sky. What you got to contest it as Lucio laying in the ultimate, laying out, breaking out the sound barrier. Damage being laid across. Wonston falls down. Zacharias has unsheathed the blade, immediately hitting the deflect. Says, you ain't putting me to sleep. It's gonna be you going night-night. As it's just Julio against the world. Finds the pick. The support is mightier than the tank. It's a portal combat.
No.
Lucio versus Juno. And you get to watch and see as Shadow comes up victorious in the supportal combat.
Well, Guio with a highlight play of their own there. I really thought they were about to outduel Shadow as well. That will not come to pass. Finally, a take by UMW that seems to be holding course. Not a lot of ultimates on either side to be fired off, so this is just going to be an extended poke war for the time being. Notably, I think in that scenario, I like the dive potential that Shadow and Zacharias bring to the table. They're going to be able to crash through on vulnerable members like Big Bum. Shmurda trying to do the same, but already getting propelled quite nicely here. Could be the angle in, but I don't know how Pinsky died, but regardless, they did. So all that analysis for nothing. Once again, Penn State University says, forget about the comps, forget about the game state. We are simply better players. We will take this point.
Just be better. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta say. Everybody can understand that. A universal language that is perfectly understandable by anybody inside of the world of esports. But I know Penn State, one round away. University of Mary Washington, they've been in a situation where they were very close to finding the win for themselves on here. Yet again, the time bomb goes through. 3 members, call it 4. It is an almost team kill. Shadow, the only surviving member, and these DC deaths are going to be the end of University of Mary Washington.
And at this point, just kind of hoping for University of Mary Washington's sake that they're able to keep the competitive spirit firing for another map. But this is demoralizing terrifying situation to be in. Kill them. Let's get another quad feed at the very least with the Pharah ultimate available. Watson can enable them to get it. Here we go. Flanking in. Double rockets coming through. I do think they died to their own ricochet. Good stop by Zacharias pulling that in, but here comes the Graviton surge from Watson to just bring things home. And that was 4 dying before the percentage ticked over. Penn State with the victory up 2-0. And frankly, I don't think there's a way to stop them.
They are full of momentum, and this is why I was so terrified of them going to a control map, a flashpoint map, anything along these lines. They have such a good understanding of exactly how to play out these scenarios. You can see here, Watson on the Zarya doing so much work. Their percentage stays so high. They are constantly getting, and you were talking about some of the unorthodox picks that you see, right? You don't get to see a Pharah too terribly often. You don't get to see a big ultimate play. We are seeing those bubbles being thrown onto the Pharah every single time they're getting put into a tricky situation. Anytime they're getting targeted by somebody trying to hit scan them out of the sky, we're seeing it time and time again. Zarya is actually like this linchpin of the comp that's like, you can play a little unorthodox. You can play a little weird if you're Penn State because you got a bubble there. And even if you go down eventually, you got a fully charged Zarya that's there ready to carry you. I mean, look at them biceps, man.
Well, I'm glad that we get to see them before the end of the series because, you know, at the rate that Penn State are going, we didn't get too many opportunities to see change-ups, but luckily, yeah, they are a Zarya main through and through. In this meta, it's impressive the extent to which they're able to kind of adhere to their desires and still absolutely put on a show.
Penn State 1 round away from match point. Let's see what the next map is going to be. Like I said, if I have any choice of this, I want a big, like, give me a payload map. Give me something like that for UMW, because that has been where they have been the closest. We're going to experience at Speranka as we go in here.
Esperanca.
Esperanca. Woo! Big Bum is apparently being subbed out from Penn State as well. So they're doing another sub. So my question is, I think that Penn State is just rotating their players and making sure they're all getting that experience because, let's be real, the player experience is a big part, and Penn State probably feeling pretty confident with their roster of players.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get to make a bunch of big bum puns before they are swapped out, but hopefully the next person being brought in will also have a wealth of things to be said about their name. Esperanza, though, is the name I want to talk about here. A push map. I'm really glad that we're going to see a lot of different modes come through here within the series. No more King's Row, and I frankly don't really think that I want to see what happens when it's so easy to already hold people into spawn on that with UMW already lagging this far behind in a series. I think that could have been, frankly, the most boring map we could have gone to. Here at Esperanza, at least we're meeting 50-50 at the very start of things, but the question is now, to what extent can we actually get yardage on the board? Can UMW find a way back into this? It is possible for them to get a reverse sweep. I would lose my absolute marbles if that were the case, but Travesty, I mean, we're so close to seeing us rounded on the first day of Overwatch here, with Penn State clearly head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, if Penn State wins here, yeah, you have that conversation where you're just like, all right, Penn State, congratulations, you're #1 seed. You're looking incredible. We'll see you tomorrow in the bracket stage, and we'll see how you look like. You're going to be a favorite. You're going to be a squad that we're going to be looking to see get into the grand finals and pop off. Well, the rest of the teams look fairly even, so who knows? They might even come together after this and be like, all right, look, we got to all talk about how we're going to take down Penn State. What weaknesses did you guys get? It's kind of an interesting thing, getting first seed, because you become public enemy #1 to everybody in the bracket. Everybody wants to beat you all of a sudden. And it's just like, hey, guys, you guys want to be friends? And they're like, talk to me after the tournament. We'll see.
All right, I want to see Lucio Zen from Penn State University. If anybody on their coaching staff is watching the stream right now, yell at them to get that swapped in before we get this game started, so Travesty and I could both be satisfied in this one.
As well. We'll see exactly how it's going. Score will be fits. Penn State is up 2-0 in comparison to University of Mary Washington. So if you're just tuning in, you're like, whoa, I just got here just in time for round 2. Sorry, you blink in, you miss it. Round 2's already done. Here we go. This is going to be a game of Push the Robot. until you can get over to the other side. A lot of mixed feelings about this game mode when it came out in Overwatch 2. One I actually completely fine with, as it's a map that has a couple interesting dynamics when it comes down to the push mechanic.
It's interesting that this is the one where you're being contrarian on, because Travis, I really dislike push. That being said, I do think it's more interesting in a competitive environment where the coordination is at a premium. But when you're in a gold lobby and people just aim team constantly as you go on rotation, it's a nightmare. Speaking of nightmares, I think Mary Washington are living one right now. And speaking of running in and dying constantly, they're also doing that as well. See, we keep the casting relevant here on stream at Penn State University. Just absolutely destroy them in a 5v5.
Oh my goodness, it is just yet again University of Mary Washington can't get in there, so that's the first big team fight that swings over to the side of Penn State University. And I'll be honest, like after we look at how they're playing this, the question does become, right, what do you do? Pink Sky has tried playing the same tank matchup, but there's a part of me that almost wishes that they would swap it over to a different tank to try and see if they could press a little bit differently. But so far, it's just been complete control. This robot is getting pushed on over by Penn State. Looking good for them.
Well, Bobby Shmurda, probably having a little bit too much fun, is going to dive all the way into an enemy spawn. It's a bit too early for that one, but regardless, Penn State University are continuing the push now past the halfway point. They've got the recharge phase already done and over with. Pinsky trying to work the best that they can to go forward, but it's unfortunate to watch this Zarya, kind of the lone wolf, marching on in, trying to find an angle. They turn back, the whole team is dead. I'm pretty sure this is what All Quiet on the Western Front was about.
Robots pushing.
They are going to continue that push on forward. The robot's going to continue pushing that little wall on closer. Push is the name of the game, and University of Mary Washington, they are finding themselves getting pushed in. Check it out deep inside the spawn. Bobby Shmurda is just in there. This Tracer is in there like swimwear, man. It is just not a great time, a great place to be. Check out Zarya moving in as fast as can be. That's their spawn. You can't walk in there, but it won't stop them from trying to slay them inside their own spawn. 2 kills picked up, make it a third. Zacharus over here onto the side. The bot is still pushing on forward. One last exchange, and it's because the fight is being brought to them inside their spawn. They have to find a way to exit out. They got that auto aim triggered on for Soldier 76, but that is going to be GG. Penn State University in commanding fashion, getting a 3-0 over University of Mary Washington.
And a 3-0 in the round robin as well, Travis D. Notably well set up for what I sure is going to be a very easy run through the bracket stage as well. These guys look like they're operating on a level that few other colleges will be able to reach. Unfortunately, the University of Mary Washington started out the day strong, could not bring it home in 2 series back-to-back, but frankly, who could blame them here? Penn State are just on a different level.
Yeah, no, it's just Penn State is just diffing in regards to every category. You get a day to kind of look back and try and, figure out what went wrong. How do you get back to the drawing board? How do you make this work? Very cool. You have that time. Games are over for a little bit. You guys can scrim. You guys can do everything you want. Penn State is public enemy now after 3-0ing every single team here. They will get themselves first seed uncontested. The only other question that we will end up having is how the other series ends up going. That will determine who's going to be second seed, because that will be Glenville State University taking on Virginia Wesleyan University. If Glenville State University are able to pick up a dub there, they are tied with Virginia. And then there's a different 3-way tie that actually gets put up there, which is very funny that is a possibility. It's still another 3-way tie. But if Virginia Wesleyan University wins, they get uncontested second seed. So the bracket would look a little something like Penn State taking on the side of Glenville State University, and it would be a rematch between University of Mary Washington versus Virginia Wesleyan University tomorrow when we get into the bracket stage tomorrow. That's what the bracket could look like if things go that direction. If it's a tiebreaker, we kind of have to rely on the tiebreaker rules, because Glenville would have a win against Virginia. Virginia would have a win over Mary Washington, and Mary Washington would have a win over Glenville State. So I don't know how the tiebreaker works in three-way ties. I'm not equipped for that. So that's an answer we'll get. I'll know whenever the team on site tells me if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, it's going to be great matchups throughout the course of tomorrow. So make sure that you guys stay tuned, not only for Overwatch tomorrow, but also for Rocket League today, Travesty. We got more matches coming our way in just a little bit here, diving on to a different esport. But frankly, I think we're going to get as exciting a matches there as we got here today in OW2. Cannot wait to see you guys there.
Yeah, absolutely. Rev up your engines, and we'll see you for some Rocket League. Make sure you do not touch that browsers. We will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to the Mid-Atlantic Clash over at UMW. We're getting into the action on the day, and it should be a fun show ahead of us because we're closing things out with some good old car soccer. We got ourselves some Rocket League. My name is Travis C. I'm joined here with Nyarko. And Nyarko, I got a special surprise. We got this surprise. We got this information. The bracket was actually a little ahead. So actually just going to go ahead and go into the lower finals today. And after that, we're going to hit up Grands and go through that journey together. So we're going to be knocking out Rocket League tonight.
Yeah, very excited for that. Of course, we get to see two of the most decisive matches coming right here at the end. And I love Losers Finals. It is the place where stories are made and hearts are broken because this is facing down elimination or entrance on into Grands. And there's so much on the table because of that. You know, you were ragging on me earlier, Travis, saying, oh, this second game of this best of five for all the marbles, etc., etc. Well, this one literally is for all the marbles here. It's a best of five between BWU and Radford. Starting things off strong.
Yeah, already getting into things. VWU, of course, Virginia Western Wesleyan University, as the Wesleyan. It was not rolling off of the tongue. But to start things off, Radford gets a score of their own. To give an idea of the journey these teams have gone through, Radford just got knocked down into the lower finals by the side of Harrisburg University, the actual champions of our regular season league that we had ran over inside of Unified. So that is a scary tournament favorite to await you inside of Grand Finals. Radford knows what it's like to go against them. BWU wants to take their shot at it.
Yeah, Harrisburg is going to be a tough matchup for either of these teams who moves on to the Grand Finals to face off against them. But it sure looks like Radford wants to be the one to do it. Going up 2-0 blazingly fast at the very start of this matchup. BWU need to find some way to be able to pull the pace back down, but it's incredibly tough to do given just how Smash Mouth Radford are playing. Control the ball early off of fast touches, floating it up, getting good aerial maneuverability. You see right there, even as BWU does make contact, it's immediately bounced right back. Radford happy to get zoning shots all the way towards the enemy goal and then just simply outduel the opponent's 1v1 as now Isis will see it taken to the sky. El Rico will try to bring this back over to the enemy territory here. Radford needs to try to clear this out from the corner right now, but it will be a complete melee between these different sides. Braided Axe coming back in, picking up some of the boost down. We got a double trade. Cyrus trying to take it to the air over to near an open goal. BWU brings the defense back in now. Radford might be in trouble. Nobody around there to rally to play off defense here. It is going to be down to the side of Real Lit and Company to actually try to finally bounce it back. We'll be able to do so, but I don't know if they're going to be able to touch this one. Hell, Rachel with a sniper shot past half field.
Gets that shot, clocks it on in. You can see him already grabbing that pass on backward. Good for BWU. Go ahead and grab themselves onto the board. Now they're in striking distance to tie up this game against Radford, who had came off the gates, all cylinders blazing. Remember, they did just come off of their match, so they were probably feeling pretty warm going in. They were all ready to go. Now firing on all cylinders, Radford going right back onto the offense. BWU want to replicate that success. A nice pass back play would be nice to be able to achieve again, but Radford want to maintain control over the ball. Nice centered up shot, but it's not even going to need to be centered. They just put it in the post.
Well, Radford, whenever they do have ball possession in there for ball carry, they seem to be able to bring it to scoring opportunities. That being said, in many cases, because BWU are quite rock solid here on defense for the most part, if we do see something booted back towards the one side, oftentimes VWU are able to leverage that into a score as Radford is playing deep as three. That being said, right now, Radford winning those individual trades certainly are up on the scoreboard. I don't know if it's going to persist, but right now they are looking solid. Midfield. One touch to start us off. Smurf now going to take control of this, guiding it all the way over to the corner. No cross available as that is going to be Shark Us. Push it back with Braided Axe at their back. Smurf now trying to capture back towards the inside corner. Bradford carries through the air. Here comes the answer from Rio Lit, who is actually going to now pass it off a little bit alley-oop over to Smurf. A lot of carrying without a lot of VW responsive, but still, they can't get a good angle to get this ball actually over for a scoring opportunity, and now it's going to be Rio Lit once again touching it. Smurf propels it past the goal. Another cross not going anywhere, as now it's going to be up to Rio Lit on the far side to make the same kind of magic happen. Bradford really slowing the pace of the game down, but I wonder if that's more due to their lack of ability to handle the ball on the aerial side of things, or if it maybe is a strategy to stop BW from getting any scoring opportunities.
Doing a great job of doing that, if that is the name of the game, but I'm sure we're looking at how Radford's been playing the game. They've been wanting for scoring opportunities, but VW has not presented the opportunity just yet. Trying to present a live ball, slow it down, get it centered up in mass. Reel it, grabs a hold of the ball, moves it down, and that is a nice little bit of some tire axles being broken. Just check out the replay. Pass over to Reel it, and you can see he just flicks it, and the defense is coming out from Smurf immediately, just pushing out the defender. Great stuff in Radford. They've given themselves a nice little cushion.
Yep, and a lot of that I think comes from that first minute where WVU were trying to keep the jitters out just a little bit. Obviously, Radford having a faster run up through winners bracket, only now being set to lose and played less games on the volume. It's just how the double England system works. So BWU, I think, definitely are fighting a bit more in the way of endurance as well. But they have found their flow. The problem is it may be too little too late for game number 1 at the very least. But this is a best of 5. It's time to adapt right now. Radford, though, are very happy that they have brought some tape. This means that, once again, they can just play for delays. Booted back towards center field. Smurf going to just float this over, and we do see clear out by BWU. But look at the boost manifestations as well. Smurf is full bar here. Just make contact. Cyrus meanwhile just trying to contend for a score. What was that? A slow bump in. I love the fact that Cyrus
is clear,
grounded.
Yeah, it's just a clear. Nobody's there in position, right? Like, it's just a slow clear. You'd even see, like, Zeros goes in and bumps the one member of BWU that saw the ball going in slow motion. Because he's like, no, you're going to watch this happen. You're going to watch this play. So Radford, yet again, getting some nice plays for themselves. But that was just a happy little accident with the clear. Just a goal on.
Oh, no.
This is on the crossbar. There's no scoring opportunity to be presented there unless they were able to get a flick. But it'll be such a hard play to get. But even then, 45 seconds on the clock, and Zeros finds another goal. 6-1. The cushion has become something that has been more of a box that they have locked VW in, and they have nailed shut.
Yeah, and I was really trying to play the narrative that VWU here don't need to worry too much about this game number 1, because I was still seeing a lot of strengths coming out of their side. That has fallen apart. It could just be the case they're trying to save themselves for future matchups right now, and Bradford is overexerting themselves by going for all of these scores. But the other side of the coin is, I don't know, Travesty, it could just be dominance coming out of Radford.
Yeah, it's lower bracket, right? Like, no, you lay it out on the field every single time. There's no saving yourself. Every single move that you make is on the field. You can't save yourself for anything future, because you might not have one inside the tournament. Your bracket, your tournament life is on the line. Grand finals is what awaits you. VWU, they are going to continue trying to contest, but it's not going to be enough. You don't have enough time. It's time to reset the mental. The ball is just going to get carried on over. Gravity will do the rest. They'll go ahead and clear it on out. Radford looking for a possible another scoring opportunity, but they will not find it. That is first game going over to Radford in very, very commanding fashion.
Yep, well, really looking at game number 2 now to be the deciding factor. Like I said, I'm going to give VW the benefit of the doubt. Maybe after the cushion, the first few minutes were over, they said, you know what? We've lost this one. We could bring it back. Doesn't even have to be reverse sweep here and now. But if we see something like this forged again, I'm right there with you, Travi. I think that this is going to be Radford absolutely steamrolling VWU on a absolute rampage, trying to get back towards that grand finals for redemption versus Harrisburg.
Radford looking good inside of us. Look like they're firing up. Harrisburg awaits them in grand finals if they are able to do it, but they still have to accomplish this goal in front of them, right? And I do want to take a quick moment. I'm going to take a moment to quickly peer over towards how the matchups had gone beforehand with them. As I go and look, Virginia taking on Radford University inside of Rocket League. It looks like Radford had beaten them inside of first round of bracket, right? So Radford was the team that sent them down into the lower bracket, where they became a demon inside the lower bracket, it seems like. But inside of round robin play, it actually looks like Virginia had actually taken Radford University down inside of their series earlier on today inside of the round robin. So despite it being such a quick little bit here, not out of the woods just yet. Both these squads have been able to take games off of each other on the day. It's been a very, very long day. Stamina can be the name of the game when it comes down to a land, and you can already see OW trying to show off some of that defense, got to turn that around into some offense.
Yeah, clearing it back towards center, trying to get contact here. I do like the fact that Radford rallied, gets two clashing against the ball with a big clear out to the other side. Now Shark is trying to carry it on top. Will be met air to air there in favor of Radford. Big demo coming out now. Carry down the field. Zyrus just wants to try to get a score. Back over to the blue squad side now. BWU trying to stabilize off this cross. Smurf now going to have it booted back over to Radford's corner. So will be passed back. Real it in contact with this one. Demo comes out actually to stop this advance from Radford. BWU has a scoring opportunity here as Smurf has yet to get back out onto the map. Here's the respawn coming through now. Real it up into the corner once more. Now Braided Axe is going to be the one that is going to be demoed. And this is a moment of advantage that Radford could take all the way home. But yet again, shot goes a little bit too high. As is the second one, dink it off the crossbar, make it 3 in a row. Radford with so many scoring opportunities this time around just cannot get a coherent shot on goal, and now they're actually in jeopardy with Lasharkus driving it deep into enemy territory. Riola going to be able to clear this one out, wants contact on the ball, has a lot of boosting forward, and now this one is back over towards the post. Trying to make contact once again. Zyrus now clearing it back towards corner. Here comes contact from BWU, who currently at 3.5 minutes in have not let any goals pass them by. Good stuff from them. Now the question is, can they get one on the board?
And that's what they're trying to do at the current moment in time. But you can see that defense from BWU coming in clutch. They didn't have a lot of boost to actually get a good clear there, so the ball actually just kind of softly lobs over there. That's a dangerous little lob right above the goal. Nobody was there to swing it in. As Radford, yet again, they're trying to make shots happen, but not able to get that opportunity. Last goal we saw was off of a pass play from VW, where they were able to pass it back and work together in the center. They're able to compose themselves and find that kind of a shooting opportunity. That would be great, but right now, still, Radford's maintaining possession in a lot of these plays. Nice little gentle lob. Lasharkus cannot find a goal off the back of it though. And another lob redirected. Smurf almost getting the shot, but Braided Hat saves the day.
Wow, what a game. And it's just continuing here. Scoreless 0-0, but with so much action on the table. Got a deep contest in the center field. Lasharkus wants to make contact with it. Doesn't get all of it, though, and that's going to allow for Zyrus to yet again shove it towards the VWU goal. But Virginia Wesleyan, yet again, is brought by Reprieve. It's bouncing off the top side. Riolet, though, wants to turn around that narrative, but is met with two members of VWU bouncing it right back. Zyrus in the corner will be able to receive this. Braided Axe now, though, wants to clear it out. Will be able to have carry potential over to the side. Gets demoed for their efforts, though. Zyrus back in control of this one as Lashark wants to make sure that Radford is feeling the pressure, but unfortunately it's another clear out playing off the back of that demo, and finally a score to be had by Zyrus. So many shots, so many times it has gone a little bit wide. Now no longer Radford up 1-0 yet again.
It's just a clean play, as you guys saw in the replay. It's just able to get the pass off. It's great to be able to see him play around the corners like this. Radford very good at being able to play off of each other, and we saw these lobs hitting the post. They finally get themselves on target. Now, with 1 goal up, 1.5 minutes still remaining, BW need to mount some sort of offense. Ball possession has completely been maintained by Radford. Radford's just been doing a phenomenal job of doing this. There's no other way about it. So BW got to figure out a way to control the ball, control some of the pace, because right now, yet again, another centered up shot. Riolet right in the post. He'll bank it on in. Smurf and Zyrus coming in together to make this happen. As you can see, Smurf just flying it on in. And Zyrus says, don't worry, buddy. I got you.
dragged out for so long, but at the end of the day, Radford University get up 2-0, a massive cushion given the fact we only got about a minute left in this game. And so far, when Radford wants to play slow, they want to delay scoring opportunities from BWU. They've been incredibly successful at doing so. Yet another time, we see the ball skitter down over to the BWU side, and it's going to be a third skull. Oh, goodness. Smurf getting in on the action as well. And now I think we're looking at a decisive game number 3. BWU needs to bring it back. I don't think they can do it here in 59 seconds, though.
59 seconds on the clock. It is very, very difficult. You need to get plays going right off the pitch to make it happen. But it looks like it's Radford that are trying to play that kind of a ball game, already having a possible scoring opportunity in front of themselves as they're back over into BWU's side of the field. Radford has been ruthless. They get a lead, they carry it. An inch, call it a mile. It will happen either way.
Radford University with 34 seconds left on the clock and now brought this within miracle territory for BWU to be able to even bring this to a tie, much less a victory here. And so it's time to reflect. It's time to re-engage. What is going to be the call? What is going to be the angle for BWU to try to stop this rampage? So far, all the goals we've seen have been mistakes on Radford's side. They've cleaned them up in this game number 2, and now the pathway forward looks dark and terrifying.
There's another clear to come about. Another game, though. We still have another round. BWU will have themselves their backs against the walls, their heels of their feet overhanging the cliffside. Elimination awaits them if they lose this next round. Radford looking just that incredibly good. Already see some of the GGs coming about, as it looks like Radford actually, it shows them as the series winner. So I'm wondering if we got into that series a little late inside of it. It looks like that was the elimination game.
Yeah, very interesting. We're going to definitely get confirmation on that front. But if that was the case, what a way to go out. Radford immediately back on top, not missing a beat, even after getting dropped there by their opponent, who will now have to face off again in grand finals. We are getting typing from everybody here in order to see what happens. Regardless, though, VW with a great showing. These are guys who have been really building out collegiate Rocket League in Virginia time and time again. They hosted their own LAN tournament last year, I believe, for the College of William and Mary, and several other Southern Virginia schools went on down there and had a great time. So definitely top contenders, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table next time around here in MAEC.
So getting confirmation at the current moment in time as that goes about. I mean, great showcase. They going to go in, and yes, we just got confirmation. They played one already inside their series. They went ahead and got one done. So we actually didn't know that that was up on the cliffside. So we'll go ahead and just call it on that one there. That means that congratulations go over to Radford. Sorry we didn't give you the big triumphant flares in regards to it. We weren't aware that you guys were already up a game, had that phantom game chilling. So now we go into grands. It's a best of 5, completely fresh. Harrisburg taking on Radford University. We're going to take ourselves a short little break while we get this lobby set up. When we come back, we'll have some more Rocket League action. Don't go anywhere.
तेरी यादों का तेरी यादों का
Let the dancing begin. Well, I didn't see that coming.
A classic, and at the same time, progressive.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to the Mid-Atlantic Clash over at UMW. We are going into our grand finals, and it's sure to be a good one. We got the rematch. Radford University looking to take on the favorites of the tournament, Harrisburg University, awaiting inside of the grand finals. It's sure to be a good one.
Oh yeah, absolutely the case. The potential for a bracket reset is always something that I advocate for, even here in these best of fives, and that means that we could be going the distance. That being said, Radford University, for as well as they performed in that last game that we saw, losers finals, they are up against a whole different beast here. I really don't know what you're supposed to do against a team as strong as the HU Storm.
Harrisburg, very, very strong and commanding team in their own right. As looking across on some Rocket League, you can see these teams looking to contest with one another. So far, Harrisburg has 3-0'd every bit of the competition once they got into bracket, and it was a close affair right there. But Harrisburg do not get the score in that instance. As you can see, yet again, another pass play. They're just trying to go, and we're going to see a lot of this from Harrisburg.
Over to the other side, though, this is actually going to be a deep contestation by Radford trying to make an impact. Rio Lit now trying to just make sure that they're able to get something on possible re-clear here from Harrisburg. But D. Corell just immediately, beautiful touches, brings this over to the far side, almost getting a scoring opportunity in their own right. Rio Lit now going to have to try to carry this right back over. Polar going to beat them on the air-to-air. Contestation going in favor of Harrisburg once again. Here comes the follow-through. Corell on top of things, carrying it all the way up to the ceiling for the reset. As now pulling across from the corner, we are going to see Radford clash into them, bring this back out for a clear. Real Lit, though, feels like they're fighting on the razor's edge. Harrisburg have yet to bear their fangs.
The storm is still a brewing for them. They're trying to see if they can blow away the side of Radford, but Radford's defense is keeping things alive. Another shot on goal, but Nets wasn't able to solidify a goal. Riolet, yet again, on the defense. We've talked about how ironclad they can be in front of it and win between those posts. Ball will not find its way past, but a scoring opportunity, possibly Smurf. Good interception on the play, interrupting the pass. That would have been so difficult to deal with. But yet again, Riolet, again, I said it, the Iron Curtain of Radford is fully drawn whenever Riolet is down between them posts. They're setting it up, dropping it down right in between the net, but defense comes in, intercepting, clearing the ball, and now it's a possible scoring opportunity. T. Corell scores, and Harrisburg finds themselves on the board.
For so long, Radford was bringing the firepower. In particular, that defense was legendary, but it doesn't matter if you just can't get anything back over to the enemy side. And I gotta say, the big issue right now is that Harrisburg just gets so many more opportunities to score by virtue of their overwhelming offense. And so credit to Radford for keeping things low right now. We're 2.5 minutes into this game and it's only a 1-0, but I really feel like that itself is almost insurmountable given how dominant HU Storm is.
Well, the thing that is good to take note of is what Radford was able to do on that. Remember, that was a score off of them trying to make a score attempt, right? Like, that was them getting a clear off of the offense. Yes, Harrisburg can be dominant. Yes, Harrisburg has had some great possession. Yes, Harrisburg has been getting these passes. The defense is still there. They're still able to hold on to that, and that's something to be proud of. Yes, they need to score to be able to tie things up, to be able to put themselves into a winning position, but the defense of Radford is not something you can sleep on, and Harrisburg Storm have to be careful because this beast will easily be unleashed.
Polar with a big carry, doesn't even need a rebound, just picks it up. A 2-0 count. Radford desperately needs to get back into this one. One big weakness that we noticed from them throughout this matchup that we were broadcasting before, Travesty, that kind of worries me for any chance to bring it back here versus Harrisburg is the fact that Radford was getting a lot of shots on goal. They were not super accurate. Plinking them off the crossbar, you're pink linking them off of the post.
Oh, no.
And meanwhile, look at just how much HU is able to just jam daggers into the heart of Radford. 3-0 is the count right now, and yet again, that mentality is right back. Do you just recollect, try to find something deeper in this series, because this game feels well and truly now out of reach.
Well, I said that when Riola is between the posts, it is an iron curtain that has been shedded, right? That is still true. However, when you just demo Riola there, yeah, the curtain's drawn at that moment in time. That's fine. That's one way to be able to handle some really good.
Oh, no.
And now it's just carried back over. Radford had a member ready to get in that boost. Yet again, Riola on the play, making sure to swerve into the ball, making sure they're keeping control over it. But Harrisburg is inching it closer to the net. as Nets gets a nice little interception control, still being robbed. These contentions are 50-50, but they're still going in favor of Harrisburg as we get another clear up to the skies, trying to bring it on down. Gravity, not going to be the best friend just today. Won't be able to find that elusive goal. And T-Corell, yet again, these clears, they're always a possible scoring opportunity from Harrisburg.
I gotta say, credit to Radford for occasionally winning these 1v1, 2v2s, things of that nature. The problem is that they're also being compelled in other cases to have to 2v1, and by that, they are bringing everybody up to the top of the field, trying to death ball for a score. Possible shot coming through for the side of Radford against Harrisburg, but once again, the accuracy just not quite at the same level as what the Storm are packing. That's just the case. You're going to see a re-clear once more. Reel it, trying to just punch it right on through. A lot of velocity on the ball, going to be met in the air by Cyrus. Once again, carry back over into blue territory. Matchup right there, face-to-face with an open goal. It's going to be attempted dink in. Smurf gets it. One on the board for Radford. But 15 seconds to go. That's just not enough time to bring a tie to the table.
Just a game that Smurf is able to get in there, get you a goal. That's a little get-back goal for you if you're on Radford. That's something to kind of swing things into your favor in terms of the comms, right? You're just laughing. You're like, all right, man, yeah, you know what? They bleed. We can get these goals onto them. So, you know what? It's good. You don't get shut out inside the first round. You do lose first round of the grand finals. But Radford, they get themselves a little goal to kind of give them something to talk about inside of the chat, besides the fact that, man, Harrisburg is a good team. They're like, okay, we can score. Let's make this happen a little bit more often in the Nets round.
Yeah, we're talking about how Radford did a good job of preventing the shutout. They show that Storm can bleed. Perhaps we get a mark in the second round. But if that's a trend on the Radford side, what is the trend on the side of Harrisburg, Travesty? They don't lose games at all. They certainly don't lose matches. Individual games, not even up in the air. They're slamming 3-0 after 3-0 after 3-0. The real question is, can Radford fight for pride and maybe finally demonstrate that at a larger scale, Storm is vulnerable?
So I have to actually look over this. So we didn't get to watch any of the bracket that came across for Rocket League, and I'm trying to find out exactly what had happened here, actually, because I do know how good of a team Harrisburg is. On my bracket here, it says actually Harrisburg dropped 2 games earlier on in the day, and I'm trying to figure out how. Because this is a team that is very, very good, and you're seeing it here, 3-1 already on the day. And the teams that they had lost to on the day, it looks like they had dropped a game to University of Mary Washington, and it looks like they had dropped to Virginia Wesleyan University. They have not lost to Radford, though. Radford they beat earlier on in the day. That was their one win inside the bracket stage, was against Radford University. So a little bit of an interesting mystery that we're getting to see unfold, as the two teams that we have here in front of us are teams that were sitting at the 3rd and 4th seed, it looks like, when I look over at the score record on our little sheet that we have. Radford does get a score right off the get-go. So right off pitch, winning the contention, but how our grand finals has panned out, and these are two incredibly good teams.
Yeah, I do wonder now that you bring that up, because so far, like I said, the legacy of Harrisburg is beyond winning games. It's about just not dropping anything. Left, right, and center, they have dominated. But it looks like today, perhaps, maybe the long run on land has started to get to them. This could be an opportunity for Radford, who currently is up a score here in the second game.
Good little scoring attempt from Cyrus. Nets getting some good clears going. Harrisburg trying to get their clutch up inside of this game as the ball bounces off the backboard. Find a target. Yet again, nice contention. Does force for Smurf to rebound, turn around, get things going. As Smurf is just keeping control over the ball. Very admirably so. You can see Harrisburg feasting for that ball. They are famished. They want some of that ball, but Radford doing a great job with these long carries to make sure they don't get it.
Yeah, long rallies, slowing down the pace of the game. We've seen Radford with really immaculate defense. So in a position where they're ahead, I think that they can slow tempo quite a bit. But the thing is, Storm, of course, has some of the best offensive players in the game. At least he's hardcore, carry back over to the orange side. And when you're in a scramble situation like this, getting demoed definitely is a rough call for one side or the other. Seemed to be initiated there by Storm. Harrisburg clearly something that I'm not seeing on the board. Next right there, going to be able to take this to the air. Once again, pass back over. Going to carry it over to the far side. Cyrus wants to meet air to air here. And that is going to be T. Correll for the correct time to bounce this over for a score to tie things up. And Harrisburg, as long as things change, they stay the same, will bring this back to a tie.
Great bump here, just off the opportunity presented on the backboard. Finding a goal, 1-1, 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. We're back to an even playing field, no pressure at the current moment in time, as both these sides are on even footing. And you can feel that pressure kind of get that relief. It could be a very, very nice thing for you, or it can turn into a crutch. Terrell says it's not going to be any of those. Look for a scoring opportunity. Riolet, though, that iron defense, not something is possible to penetrate without an elaborate setup. Riolet on top of their game.
Yep, and yet again, Radford is just constantly having to put their all into defending, blocking the goal. Reel it, will be able to win that trade, ripping the ball away from T. Correll, so that will give them a bit of respite. But next, ricochets it right back over to the far side, and it's going to be Radford yet again, desperately trying to clear, but unable to get the altitude that they wanted off that. It's contact from T. Correll, floating by the goal, though. Smurf comes in, up top, contact from T. Correll, once again clears it out, and the problem is Radford is deep in enemy territory. Riolet barely able to catch that off the sidewall, and yet still the ball bounces back over towards the goal. And T. Correll, once again, just destroys Radford's chances, as at 2 minutes into the game, we are back in a huge Storm lead.
That is just being in the right place at the right time. T. Correll was there for the assist on the goal. Saw an opportunity off of the rebound on the post. You saw the touch coming from Radford. And in most cases, you're fine. But because that was right in front of the post, and there was a member there already boosting to make sure they were there for the play, it turned into a disaster-rific moment. Harrisburg Storm up in goals. Now it's Radford playing a little game of catch-up, and Riolet says that's fine. I do my best under pressure. Makes diamonds anyways.
2-2, brilliant scenario for Radford. Finding the openings, answering back, and fighting fire with fire. But with a minute 50 on the clock, that's plenty of time for a score one way or the other. Now, 2 scores, that may be a little bit outside the realm of possibility given the way that both these teams are handling the defense. But I love the fact that Harrisburg clearly still has openings that Radford calculated and saw. Even as they dropped that first game, they did not give up hope. They dig their heels in and they continue to battle. Now up in the air, Riolet go to make contact. T. Correll reserves the right to control it back towards the enemy side. Will be ricocheted away, pulled here by the likes of Cyrus and company. Touchback, T. Correll yet again making contact, going to be able to navigate past Smurf. Cyrus will meet them air to air once again. Polar trying to push in. T. Correll needs to get boost back, will be able to grab some. Smurf and Cyrus have exhausted all their resources, and Polar off the back of that one. Cartwheel in, another goal, 3-2. Once again, Harrisburg is back in the lead.
Making it happen, getting their shot into the post. Good stuff, but Harrisburg, they're just so incredibly good. They find the goal yet again. A demo for a demo. T. Correll and Smurf running head on into each other as they crash into each other, just like a song would say. 1 minute remaining. Radford down 1 goal. 1 goal is all it's needed to get themselves into an OT situation. Harrisburg Storm would love to deny this, as Radford has shown themselves to be ever so tenacious. Possible scoring opportunity for Radford off of the backboard. Smurf lays it up. They can't get the flick off the backboard. And now possession squirreling itself on away. 30 seconds remain.
Yep, and off that touch, Polar is going to be able to follow through to the goal. Radford's going to completely drop back, rally all 3 members to try to make contact. Clears it through the top side, T. Correll, without enough mustard to really be able to get the altitude to touch back. And now it's driven over to Harrisburg's side. T. Correll there trying to reserve a ability to contest this around the goal. Will actually hand off carry ability to next T. Correll. Meanwhile, stride forward. Waiting to see if they can get some boost back and also stop this drive from Zyrus all the way over to the corner once again. T. Carell clears it. 1 second on the clock. It's still airborne. Radford needs to be able to keep this thing alive. Polar wants to deny that opportunity. Harrisburg now up 2-0 after that ground contact.
Harrisburg. Match point is in front of them. Radford have a journey ahead of them. Not only do they need to win 3 rounds right now to pick up a dub, that will just flip the bracket since they are fighting for the lower bracket. They will flip the bracket if they can win 3 in a row, and then they had to do 3 more games. Harrisburg sitting at match point. They win this. They are just your bona fide winners. They're your champions, a position, a term, a title they are used to getting.
Yeah, it would be an oddity for them to not pick up yet another championship victory here, particularly off of this blazing fast entry point. Radford able to deflect the initial drive towards their side, but they still have yet to fully clear. Polar be able to just pick up more boost, utilize that to drive it in. Next opens up within 20 seconds of game start, and it looks like Harrisburg wants to end it here and now.
Making the play happen. Look at this. There's 3 members dedicating themselves onto the play. Radford cannot be sold short, but Harrisburg is such a strong offensive team. It becomes such a hard scenario to deal with. You saw all 3 members triple committing for the ball in that one. That's the danger you see. You don't see that very often from a team that is up at this level. But, you know, Harrisburg will do that sometimes. They'll throw you off your game with that level of offense, where they'll delay their offense because they're that confident in being able to swing back around, or one of the 3 of them being able to make that shot matter. But on the flip side of things, like I was talking about, they're not slouches by any means. Check it out. This is a back and forth clear through the midfield, and Cyrus picks it up, swings it up through the air, and then sinks it on back in. Beautiful pass to themselves, getting themselves a little mini alley-oop.
Contact yet again made right off the touch by the side of Storm, but Radford will be the one to carry it over to the enemy side. D. Carell almost on an old goal there. A little bit of a reprieve. Radford now up 2-1 here in a decisive game.
This is just Radford saying, we are not going anywhere. Don't you worry about a thing. We don't silently go into the night here at Radford University. We make sure that we go in here. We're kicking, we're screaming, we're clawing, we're scratching, we're getting into it. Radford now with a lead. Harrisburg immediately see the pressure being applied, and T. Carell says that's okay. Kick and scream all that you like. We like the challenge. T. Carell off the backboard, getting themselves a nice little bit of finesse. They aim, fire right into the corner.
I think that Harrisburg have seen the pathway forward for them. It is stop making the small mistakes that Radford has been able to capitalize on. And notably, I think they have the capacity by which to do so. That being said, great little stop there. T. Carell barely gets in, using the dregs of their boost in order to clear this out of their side. Radford still playing competitively. That was close. Riolit, though, once again, the rock-solid bulwark against easy scores. So Storm will have to try to approach it yet again. Next, the big boot down the field, and the answer back. T. Carell not able to get enough to actually catch it. Radford have the ability to drive this forward. Polar are going to make contact, though, and yet again, Radford are now in trouble. T. Carell crosses now with the momentum. Riolit will clear it out. It's a lot of boost that they're using in order to do so. Smurf also going to use all their resources, and so this is time for the side of Storm to strike. Polar with a deep carry, fighting in the air. Will still be able to bring that over, and now handing it off to T. Carell. Riolit has got enough boost to try to connect once more, but a dagger to the heart. And as soon as we see Radford move up, Storm reversed the situation with 2 uncontested scores. 3 minutes left in this game.
Just another goal scored. Harrisburg, they get themselves the lead yet again, but Radford is a tenacious team. I said it before, I'll say it again. This is a team you should not sleep on, and if you do, you're making a mistake. Radford is one of those scary teams inside of Rocket League, because even when you got a lead, it doesn't mean they're going to stop believing, man. They get the ball centered up right in front of the post, but Harrisburg getting a nice interception. They're looking to just coast. Smurf trying to grab a hold of the ball, but yet again, the interception by T. Carell. Riola Coming across, trying to get back onto the net, go post to post, coast to coast, going on over to the other side of the field. A nice demo gets Polar off of the field. They will respawn in time as T. Corral steals away possession. It's time for them to float on up. Smurf has to defend, barely gets a touch onto it, and the ball will just get taken off course.
That being said, Radford is doing a good job keeping ball control percentage on their side. Back over to the Storm. They will just clear this out and move as a blue wave over towards Radford's corner. Polar with good stop gap on the ball will allow for their team to just drive in more momentum. Next, coming in with a head full of steam, Riolet now having to deal with a way to clear this out. Taking to the air, unable to make contact. Now wrapping around the far side, looking for contact, maybe get a drive back down the field and reverse the fortunes of Radford University. But I think Harrisburg will deny that. Polar next, all very much ready to contest this. Ball ricochets over blue side right now. T. Corral immediately clears it out, carries it all the way to the end, and it's gonna be Storm up 2 points. Radford now in desperate times have a minute and a half left to try to tie this up.
The winds are not blowing in the favor of Radford. They're gonna have to make a heist happen inside of this final round in grand finals. Harrisburg Storm, 1 round win is all it takes for them to get the dub. They're 2 goals up with a minute and a half remaining. Radford needs to be able to steal away possession and make 2 quick goals happen. A tall task against any team, but Harrisburg is not just any team. These 2 are in the grand finals for a reason. Nets with a great interception, stopping and halting, but the ball still set up in between the posts. Won't find a scoring opportunity as it will get null and voided. Corral looking for a score right off the post. Whew.
And controls right back over to next. Radford having to struggle to keep this thing in the corner. Storm not having a lot of success off the crosses. Harrisburg much more happy with just deep drives. And that means that this is a place where Radford, even while the ball is on their side, can find relative safety and get a really good shot to clear things out. But Polar, as usual, with confidence in their teammates, is happy to fall all the way back and just make sure that they are receiving any of those knocks that Radford is producing. Now we are going to see him once again on the ceiling and get that touch that I was talking about before. Next, carrying it back over Radford towards the corner. Immediately going to go over to Cyrus, trying to clear this out. T. Corral keeping the ball though on the orange side. Slow roll right now. Next, gonna touch it, carries it back over. 10 seconds left on the clock, and unless we see a miracle, it is going to be Harrisburg once again reigning supreme as your Rocket League champions.
Looking to get themselves a nice little tournament win. They're going to get it with 1 score over to Riolet right as a buzzer beater, but unfortunately for them, the time has ran out. It is 4-3. Riolet is not going to be able to do anything but get the goal a little bit closer, but the series winner will remain Harrisburg. They go away with the championship here. What a showcase from this squad.
What a showcase from everybody here in the MAEC, though, for their Rocket League prowess. Remember, one of the people that was able to take a game off of the victorious Harrisburg University was Virginia Wesleyan, who was just dominated by Radford. These players are all trading games with one another, Travesty, and that gives me great hope for the future of this esport.
Oh yeah, 100%, man. Rocket League's one of those games where the favorite can easily be overwhelmed. The new challengers arise every day, and that's what the great thing about Rocket League is. That's what I love hearing about the stories that you get to hear from those who are very passionate inside this scene. Some of the best people I've ever met inside of esports are they'll turn around and be like, no, Rocket League's my favorite to watch. There's nothing like getting to see that flip reset that happens. It's nothing like that underground story that you know has that chance to happen. You never know when somebody who has a name that you don't recognize will be a common thought process inside of your household. That is the legends that Rocket League makes, and it's great to see. But for right now, the legend continues. Rocket League's Harrisburg University, their squad for Rocket League remains a legendary force that you have to deal with. These players are so freaking good, and this program has a lot to be proud of.
Definitely the case. And yeah, this is just the beginning of our time here with Clash. We got another full day of action coming through tomorrow at the University of Mary Washington with so much more esports goodness. Making sure that you drop a follow here at Unified is your top priority. I can't wait to see you guys soon.
Yeah, well, that being said, we'll go ahead and close it out for tonight. And like my co-caster just said, ayo, we'll see you tomorrow. So make sure if you haven't already hit that follow button, you hit that follow button so that way you get notifications on when we go live again. And we will catch y'all for our finals for Valorant and Overwatch tomorrow. So we'll see you there. Take care.